Cookies for everyone and Despa. I'm always glad to see you here. Man, with all the moderating duties you got to do, it's a miracle that you're always here so early. Seriously, how you manage to do that is beyond the wonderment of my mind. Seriously, it is truly bewildering, and I am thankful for your attendance magistry. And Soul Taker, dang Soul Taker too. Man, y'all just popping up out of the woodwork real quick like, ain't you? Soul Taker. How art thee? Well, I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. Three-divitis and tinnitus. Oh, man. Let's get on to this. I don't remember a goddamn thing that happened last time. You know, I keep doing this. I keep saying, if I played these games more than once a month, I would have a much easier time remembering what in the shit happened last time. Well, I guess we'll just sort of play and figure it out. I play too many things. That's the problem. I play too many goddamn things. That's what fucks me up. I swear to George. Not that far away from the fateful encounter where we left off, missed perhaps by a matter of minutes, linguistic skills and general irrelevance to her life, there walked a goat. Or they certainly attempted to. I'll just say this, if you can figure out how to moderate on a PS4, you can do anything. Imagine. Though the bustling streets were yet to know her, ordinary as she looked, caked in red step dust and dressed like a mere caravan keeper, history would remember her in a completely different light. Ooh, so this is someone very important. Very important. Remember this person.
She had a prophet.
Shit! Careful now, you're about to give away the plot. Also, your head's different. I think your head is different. Wait a fucking second. Their heads have the thing. Their heads have a thing together. Look.
She had a prophet.
Oh, it's not that your head has a thing. It's that I thought it looked like they both were wearing like a hat thing, but no, it's it just looked like the second horn was on Lynn's head. Anyway, sorry. She was really short. I always fucking changed the narrator's voice. Damn.
Oh.
A petite ibex, with horns so curled and large that the combination would have looked rather comical had Servine society not been obsessed with the way it was, had not been obsessed the way it was with horn size. To the average deer, she would have surely seemed a rather formidable opponent. Seen from any other less distorted angle, however, the goat would have been a tiny girl in an infinite city, marching to the beat of her own drum. Ah, Soul Taker, what do you say here? How funny it is that this is the right time and age for me to wear my cloak. It's made from hocus pocus, and wearing it's a coincidence? I think yes! I still haven't seen Hocus Pocus. There's many movies I haven't seen, so it's not just that. And her timing could have not been any worse.
Find them! Find those traitors! They can't have gone very far!
Oh yes, the just escaping from the. I just updated the titles and the thumbnails for the previous streams of the Hayseed Knight and Where the Demon Lurks, because I just realized I just fucking admitted to myself that editing through the VODs was just gonna take too goddamn long and not be worth it. So I'm just gonna stream this game and Where the Demon Lurks because I can. And the VNs that can't be streamed, those will be the ones that get the edited episodes. So yes, we got out of the diary, dream world, happy place, and then escaped execution and ran away. And now Elbar is I couldn't think of a funny thing in time. He's grumpy. Elbow macaroni. Hocus Pocus Discord Halloween movie night. Ah, that'd be fun.
Excuse me,
Aw, Jow? The size of this newcomer was so below the Axorian average, in fact, that she was just about a whole head short of reaching the necks of most locals around her, appropriately equipped only to address open collars and high belts.
Beasts! I saw them! It was a pack of beasts!
Oh yeah, we got, like, abducted by a pack of Aina-ish people. So that's gonna be fucking interesting. Shaken errand boy.
Are you out of your goddamn mind?
Ooh, frightened artisan. Swearing in the first few minutes.
you can...
Golems! It's an army of golems!
Nice. I officially missed my chance to be in this game. I auditioned several times, and the last casting call officially came and went, and I missed the last one. There's no guarantee that I would have gotten in either way, but I missed my last chance to try, and it hurts, because I wanted to be in this game so bad. I love this game, but I wasn't good enough the times I tried, and the other times I could have tried, I missed out.
One can tell me how I arrived to the Temple of here.
Oh.
Out of the way!
Oh no! Heedless guard! Catching an elbow with her face as she traversed the panic crowd ended up being, therefore, a matter of statistics. The goat lost her footing and plummeted backward toward the ground. That's a long fall. Instead of flagstones and a nasty new chip in her horns, the girl found herself falling on what felt like a prickly nest of some sort.
You're going to have to speak a little louder than that for anyone to hear you today, lassie.
I heard that edit in the middle of that line, though.
See?
Oh, Illigrab, you blurry mess. There you are. Still stunned, she slowly dragged her eyes up from her pine needle cushion, soon meeting two golden eyes that sat like amber drops under a helmet. There we go, come into focus. Her head stopped spinning long enough to finally spot the giant tree amongst the deer.
Bisected! That was bisected just now, right? No, that's not... I mean, I understood it. Your speech was perfect. A respectable sibling. I'm so sorry. I should know better than to question the wisdom of a child of 2.
I just realized since I'm playing a game that has narration, I need to bring up the audio. I'm so sorry. Yeah, about there. So the music's at a good height. There we go. And here comes Hulk off the top rope with an elbow drop. Oh, jeez. Illigrab's a super, super, super heavyweight.
You would be the first one, really.
Anyway, I'm so glad you're here. I couldn't even find my way past the market. This place is so different from home, and there are so many people, and everyone walks so fast that I...
Eek. The goat squeaked in terror as she was lifted into the air by the collar of her vest. But the threat soon came to pass as she understood it was simply to be moved towards the giant tree man's shoulder.
Why don't you take a deep breath and hop on up before you get trampled, darling? Come on, I'll give you a lift.
Nice. And the special thing is I actually made the cloak. Oh, nice! That's awesome.
Please, I wouldn't dare impose on a sibling like that. I don't mind being a little lost. I brought enough money to pay for a guide, see?
The goat opened her brimming purse eagerly, flashing the result of months of work to the crowd around her without a second thought.
You have no idea how lucky you are that I found you first.
Ho! No street smarts on you. Ilgrab sucked air in through every crevice in his bark making his mustache wiggle along a pressed smile.
So, the Temple of Irib, right? I was just headed there myself. Oh, what a place! Always a fire to put out for the little brother, like right now. I mean, there will be one going on when we get there. It's a lot less concerning than it sounds.
Yeah, the look on the newcomer's face really is one of great concern. Good job putting their mind at ease. Is that all might? Tree might?
Do apna der, Jao. Jao will do.
Jow. That's a fun name, Jow.
Really? How very fitting for the occasion. Hey, you wouldn't happen to be looking for a job here in the city, Miss Temple. I hear a vacancy's just opened up.
With the Ibex moving to occupy the space left by Ader, all the pieces but one had been set at last on Heirloom's board. It may be wise henceforth to return our attention to the man of the hour. Bark mites. To fully do so this time, however, we would have to submerge ourselves in all 5 of his senses. For all six of them would be important to remember. Taste, sad, with a tongue drier than the ground above his head, and a stomach bereft of all food as usual, curiously enough by choice for once. Touch, sadder, miserable as it were, missing the chance of an eternity of mental hedonism that he gave up a couple hours ago, now limited only to the feeling of, oh boy, I am live, just so you know. Well, she didn't hear me. She was wearing headphones. Have you kept up with my hero? I have not. I have tried. I just realized I'm going to have to move the chat ground down a little bit. There we go. And that means the game will be expanded a little. And that doesn't fix a goddamn thing. Ah, fuck it. I hate there being the little tiny blue, you know? There's just a little blue there, you know? And then the chat itself, the chat window. Let's put it back. Put everything back the way it was. Even if it's a little hard to read the last word, you can tell it's fucking uncomfortably. Even if you can't. Oh well. You'll just have to live with it! I've not kept up with my hero. I've been intending to. But intentions are often not the impact one has on the world. Despa says hi. Anyway, as we were saying, you were elected to lead, not to read. Touch, sadder, miserable as it were, missing the chance of an eternity of mental hedonism that he gave up a couple of hours ago, now limited only to the feeling of a cold seat under his tail and a noose still embracing his neck quite uncomfortably. Hangman Ader Page. Oh shit. That worked a little too well. Smell? Worse yet. Constantly clogged up by the persistent yet distant scent of something awful that he wished would just disappear. And a dozen foreign herbs and oils that he wasn't familiar with burning along the walls to cover it up. Hearing. Worryingly bad. A cacophony of water running constantly in the background, creaking metal and light breathing, coupled with the occasional banging of something against a nearby wall. The sense itself, good enough. Sight, other than the usual disability he faced in his day-to-day, well, how do I put this? Through many a talk well into the night, Telegram had done his best to help Ader understand that his experience as a stag in Akazor was a rather fortunate one, even though his own social standing within the arcane themselves was not the greatest. What the fuck is all of this? talking and horns and I have no idea what any of that means. To understand, he understood, in principle, and in matter, that his perspective in life was a very limited one, and he kept discovering the limits of his knowledge, and with every new friend he made, and they remained friends because he was sorry, and he got better. There was a little disgruntled Aina in the corner, but look at this Aina, even more disgruntled. Didn't matter how funny and obvious some concepts seemed miles and years before he met them, he knew that words and jokes hurt others, and he appreciated that his words would shoo him out, his friends would shoo him out, if he ever forgot and said so-and-so. Very swell tale to tell. If he's true to thyself, this will go well. No idea what the hell you're talking about.
So,
Whoa! Who the hell are you? Look like a Hayseed Knight OC. Eka. You look cool, though.
So,
Let's get the full picture of you. You're standing around a big bowl of rice. What is this? Mashed potatoes? I don't know what's going on here. What's up? He was, however, quite wary of accidentally coming up with any so-and-so that could get him chewed in around this new unfamiliar company of fluffy creatures with glowing eyes, spiky ears, and spiky teeth. The person behind them looks very droopy-faced. Oh, no, man, don't take my sausages. Wolf? Wolf is very magnificent in that presentation, and the person behind them looks very frumpy in comparison. The shoulder appears to be broken. One side of it is coming up to the neck, and the other side is just off to the side. Anyway, a company that's had so kindly seated the terrified stag at the helm of the empty marble table and surrounded him with nothing but rows of peculiarly moist, pearly white smiles. And though, yes, he kind of wished he could travel back in time to 5 minutes ago when he was all nice and unconscious, hoping for swords and not teeth, it was that sixth sense I mentioned that made him take a hand to his burns and keep his butt glued to the seat, knowing it wasn't just his neck on the menu. Better start making friends fast. Oh boy. Well, let's make save state, because we got consequences. Pirates or mercenaries? Very confused. maybe both. I don't know. Let's take an interest in them. That's a good way to make friends. Seem interested in their lives. This crane arm just constantly make a shadow across my face, but whatever. No one's watching me. Where y'all from?
you folks from out of town?
Uh-oh.
mm-hmm. We've been sailing for quite some time now.
Okay, so the pirates the pirates who maybe will eat me. They will stay at home and eat my arms. Okay.
Sailing, you say? So y'all are sailors in here. Darn, I'm so jealous. Always loved the sea, but I ain't never been on a boat before.
Chill.
Oh? So how are you liking your first time on a ship then?
Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. That's why they don't like you. You're a stowaway. Oh no. Oh no. Cover and hide your beauty. Oh no. Yo-ho, yo-ho, a pirate's life for you now, motherfucker. Ader swiveled his face from side to side, confused. As it turned out, the dining table wasn't the only marble piece in the room. Bada boom, not the only marble piece in the room, how you doin'? Both the matte ground and radiant slopes that curved into the ceiling seemed as if carved out of a pink-veined pearl, turned deep blue by the darkness and warm yellow by the candlelight. Though such a sight wouldn't have been out of place for palaces inside Ader's imagination, the air inside was so biting that it seemed break night had come early. It might have been colder yet if it weren't for all the flames illuminating the room and the rugs. Fur rugs. Not fluffy blankets like those made of bush feathers. Actual hides. Far too long to belong in any type of ruminant Ader was aware of. Little did that change their effect.
It ain't quite what I expected. Oh, yeah.
Yeah? It doesn't get much nicer than this, living in the sea. Though, I'd rather be moored just about anywhere else. I'll give you that.
Okay, this is like the 5th time I've seen that word somewhere this week, and I still don't know what it means. So, perfect time to bring up word of the day. Let's do this. What the fuck? Oh god, my mobile game is in the way. What is this? Make fast a boat by attaching it by cable or rope to the shore or to an anchor. Make fast. Secured in a particular place. The vessel is moored, lassoing, tethering, tying, or otherwise securing your boat to a fixed object, such as mooring, buoy. Be a buoy.
She be not of sea legs, not a true pirate, says I.
I think I freaked out my dog. Alright, I'll leave that alone. Parked or docked, thank you. Thank you kindly. The creature punctuated a complaint with a sharp hoof, clearly more bothered by the odd underlying smell than Ader was. And with a big honker like that, moored, the buck repeated internally. He had no idea what that word meant, but he had a hunch that the vessel wasn't precisely moving. He planted his hooves firmly on the floor, trying to feel the ship rock, letting the beast's growls and the beatings on the wall fade into the rhythm of the whispers of running water somewhere below him. Whatever they were, it didn't sound like the sea, and that was everything Ader needed to glimpse the faintest ray of hope.
Well, I don't want to make y'all feel like I don't appreciate the way y'all saved my behind back there, but I got a couple of friends waiting in line to kill me next, so I reckon I should get...
Well, I don't know. Done randomly. Please tell me this game story is about finding a legendary horse that ends up gaining wings, a unicorn horn, or both. I don't know the ending of this story. I've never played it before, but it's about a deer man, so I don't believe that a horse will suddenly become the main character. I don't mean to disturb your intentions of hope here. Also, hello, Killer Trisket. How are you? More just so you can sail away, but removing a rope chain or anchor. Okay, thank you, Dice Spy. I appreciate that. Okay, so he says we gotta get killed by someone else. Hayseed Knight made me think of that. Well, I can understand why. I do understand why that would be. Doing well, it's been a very interesting day. Well, I would be interested in hearing why it's been an interesting day if you are so inclined to share. Also, it is better to watch on YouTube or Twitch for you. Whichever you would prefer, honestly. It's up to you. I do believe the YouTube chat is a little slower sometimes because I'm restreaming. But whatever is the better experience for you, fine by me. It's okay with me. I got no real preference. A very old sailing knowledge from only going 6 times. Going 6 times? Going where? Where did you go? Did you go to the past to sail the ocean blue on a frigate? What the fuck did you do? Also, hope you're doing well. You're well. I am doing fine, thank you. Drove through a tornado by mistake. Watched the car get picked up and spun around and thrown off the road. How do you drive through a tornado by mistake? Did it sneak up on you? Was it an accident of some kind? Oh, geez, it's easier than you think. It would have to be, because right now it seems impossible. Like, I grew up in Tornado Valley. This shit's pretty apparent when it happens. You know, a lot of wind, the sound of a freight train. I know it can come fast, but like, at that point, have a good night, Soul Taker. Like, usually trees flying by. Yeah, you know, a cow going at Mach 10, you know, unless it's just like that time of day, you know, they're hungry and it's dinner time. Other than that, you don't usually see cows going that fucking fast. But like, Awooga Beluga, you're eating a BLT. Damn, a lot of people showing up. Doing the dance, where you live, they're really not common, like never happens, so you kind of ignore the warning. See that? Okay, I can understand that. If they're not common for you, you wouldn't know how to recognize them. That makes sense. It's like when like it snows in Florida, and everyone's like, "How do you drive?" And yeah, I get that. Okay, I get that now. I totally understand. No judgment. I was just confused. Yeah, don't get no judgment from me. I was just confused. Though you dealt with hurricanes, which is similar, but you have a week's notice. That's nice. Of course, that whole week is full of people trying to get the fuck out of town. So I can imagine the roads are fucked and like, Jesus. It's an interesting drive. I fucking bet. And I'm glad that it turned out okay for you. I hope the other motherfucker's fine, but I'm glad you turned out okay because otherwise how'd I have known about this? But also because your fucking safety and your, you know, and the sake of all those who love you, I'm glad that you're okay. Oh, holy shit. That is a fucking story. That is a fucking story to tell for years to come. California's getting a hurricane? They don't usually get hurricanes, do they? Usually it's the Atlantic coast that gets hurricanes. California doesn't usually get hurricanes, I feel, right? Florida hurricanes with a chance of raining crocodiles. Well, that's just an average fucking Thursday. His car was heavier than mine, so I really don't get how it didn't get picked up. Honestly, growing up in Tornado Valley, I've seen towns where, like, you get a whole block fucking leveled. Right next door, there's someone who left their fucking lunchbox on the porch. Didn't move an inch. Their whole backyard is gone. Left the front porch intact with the lunchbox not moving an inch. And you can tell because when they picked up the lunchbox, it was dry underneath. Because usually it rains when there's a tornado. They picked up the lunchbox, dry underneath. The sandwich was still wrapped. But the whole backyard was gone. The tornado whipped around the house, left the front porch there. The whole block around them was gone. The lunchbox didn't move a fucking inch. Tornadoes are fucking weird, man. Yeah, California getting a hurricane is fucking strange. That's freak. That's climate change, man. That's some crazy shit. Not the Pacific Ocean in that area. San Diego getting a Category 1 hurricane, which again, they're not prepared. No, man. Like, trying to get people out of San Diego, that's going to be fucking... You blame the aliens. They you know what? That's fair. At this point, what the fuck else are you going to do? Imagine if the lunchbox opened but stayed in place, just took the sandwich. You know, that's 5 extra minutes on that tornado. They needed they needed something to keep them going. Oh shit, is this roast beef? Oh hell! Oh, from the diner down the street, they got good shit. You're in Massachusetts. You get snow and heavy rain, no tornado or hurricane. They threaten, but they never show up because they're scared. You don't fuck with no hurricane or tornado will fuck with Massachusetts because they're scared. They know better than to fuck with Massachusetts. Like the whole of New England. You don't fuck with New England. Everyone stay safe and be prepared even for natural disasters that are not normal. Hey, thank you for the follow, Royal Wolf. Packing. What are you packing? Louisiana having forest fires. Damn. Everything's fucked. That's just what it feels like. Not literally everything's fucked, but it just fucking feels like it. I got the smoke from the Canada wildfires. That was here. That was crazy. It came in like waves. It was crazy. If you stay safe to randomly, yeah, that's crazy. You drive in a 4 foot of snow in a 4-wheel drive car, so I guess a tornado isn't so bad. It's a little different. At least with the snow, you can kind of like do the pump the brake a little bit, kind of work around it. But like tornado, they just decide who dies. Tornadoes have a mind of their fucking own. There's crazy shiz in crocodile farms there in the UK and have no walls because it's too cold for them here. Okay, I wouldn't trust it still. They could tell me like no scientific sense doesn't make to this crocodile to leave this square footage, and I'd be like, no, I'm not going any fucking where close to this shit. I'm not entering the zip code or whatever the hell the UK version of that. Because I've seen UK zip codes and it's like Old Townsbury, Mass. I'm not. No, it's some other numeric system with like names and shit. It's more complicated than I can understand. Mainly because I've never tried to. Done randomly says, I mean, where I live had hail in June. Never had it cold enough for snow. Just imagine baseball-sized hail in summer. Shit. That's fucking nuts. I'm from Kansas. I'm about to move back there in about a month and a half. And every once in a while in Kansas, we'll get a storm that's got that high pressure in like late spring, early summer, but we'll get a cold front. And so we'll get like a cold electricity storm that sometimes comes with hail. But we don't get the baseball stuff. I've seen people say that it comes with the baseball, but I've never seen it. I lived in Kansas I've lived up here since 2019. So that's 4 years. I'm 20... Jesus, what am I, 28 now? Let me have a crisis for a second. Okay, I'm good. So I lived in Kansas for 20-something years. 24 years. Never did I see baseball-sized hail in Kansas, but I saw about golf ball-sized hail randomly placed throughout the year. It'd be like February, December, August, weirdly placed. For context, only experienced snow 3 times in your life. You're not ready for snow. You tell your job that you'd only seen snow 3 times. There's no way to know how to drive on it. Fair enough. My driver's ed instructor, you're going to be 28 next year. Fair enough. Sorry to say that it was something worth fucking the crisis over. I hope you have a good mindset about it. I have mini crises. Don't mind me. My driver's ed instructor taught me how to drive on snow because I had my driver's ed class during the winter semester. He took me onto a patch of snow on a gravel road, said accelerate to 40. And then, oh yeah, I couldn't have transitioned in Kansas. I had to come up here, and then I felt safe enough to do it, did, and I'm going back to Kansas, and I don't know how I'm going to be able to do the rest of it, but it's crazy. But yeah, he had me drive accelerate to 40, and then he was like, all right, slam on the brakes. And I did, went in the fucking ditch. He's like, and that's why you don't slam on the fucking brakes in the snow. And I was like, then why the fuck did you tell me? He's like, because that's how you know you're not supposed to do that shit. So we had to push the car out of the ditch. And he's like, okay, so this is what you do. When you need to slow down on the snow, first of all, don't drive really fucking fast. 2, you pump that shit. Just pump the gas, not the gas, the fucking brake, a little bit. And if you start to drift, you drift against where, if your tire goes this way, you go against that shit. And you don't crank it. Do not fucking crank it or you'll lock your wheels and you're gonna just spin. That's basically it. You love my Boston accent. Thank you. I grew up in Kansas. My dad was from the Jersey Shore, though. That's where he grew up. My mom was from North Dakota. So my fucking accent's all over the goddamn place. Louisiana has a lot of social pressure during the awkward early stages. Yeah, I fucking bet. I'm sorry, man. I say man in general. I'm sorry, individual. I don't know where you are, where you're going. Jersey, you got feelings about that place. I never been, but I do too. I feel ya. It's fines. It's fines. How much? I can't pay that much. Postcode, it is just like serial number for your house. I don't have a serial number for my house. I mean, I have like the numbers on my house, but it ain't like a serial number. Makes it sound like I have a barcode. Barcode for my house. I get some mail. Beep. All right, there we go. You have a house doing good. Yeah, we've been renting an apartment-sized house for the past couple of years. It's small. It's fucking small. Like, I think, realistically, I could take 6 steps and be from one side to the other in this bitch. Pump up the jam. Pump it up. Yeah. Oy fucking vey. Alright. We've been on this same fucking screen for a long time. Sounds like your bedroom. Damn! You can take 6 steps and be from one side to the other of just your bedroom? I can't even close the door in my bedroom because I got so much. I can't, like, we fit our bed. You got a trailer that's splitting in half, so you take a shed if there's air conditioning and a solid floor. I feel that. I grew up on a fucking trailer like that. There was more holes in the floor than the actual fucking floor. The walls were so fucking thin, and the siding didn't insulate shit. No air conditioning. You just had to huddle around a little space heater and hope the fuck it would... I fell through the floor plenty of times too. I feel your pain, man. We didn't get hot water in the kitchen sink, just in the bathroom. So we'd have to take a fucking... a tub, one of those puke buckets of fucking hot water from the tub and walk it through the hallway to the kitchen to do dishes. But the hallway had so many holes from just the guiding boards. We'd have to walk on the guiding board with the fucking bucket of hot water just to get it from the bathroom to the sink, just to do dishes. And if you fell with that bucket of hot water, you're going through the floor, getting doused in hot water. Probably in the summer, too. My dumbass was nostalgic about that. To be fair, I also have car parts all around my apartment. Hey, it's decoration! Eh. Southern states suck. Man, I just found out that there's a missing thermonuclear bomb somewhere in Georgia that they just don't know where it is. See, I'm not going there. Just don't go there on fucking vacation. Fuck going to that place. What's the worst that could happen? Just fucking take out the entire South. You know, actually... Nah, I probably shouldn't say anything. The US has 6 missing nukes. They have no idea. Oh, so there's actually 6. I've only heard of the 1. There's actually 6. Oh no. That's not good. Oh no. Your first house had a hole in a concrete floor. How do you even do that? Unless it's like a well. Or someone like had like a jackhammer. You believe it. We made a lot. You made a lot and moved them. And yeah, that is true. Yeah. There's 6. They have a rough idea on where 1 is. The other 5, no clue. Oh, good. So just one day, one of these wildfires that's going around is just gonna fucking find one and... Oh no! Well, that's fun. Your government's very competent. I think that says more about the shipping industry than anything. Would you trust your local post person with the fucking nuke? Hey, Ooga Beluga, how you doing? I like to think there's a redneck with a nuke as a coffee table. Yeah. There's someone around there just being like... Every time someone comes over, they just got like a pen, tapping away on it like... I don't know if we can pay the bill this month. And everyone's sitting around the thing like knows, and they're just like, Jesus, fuck, stop. Oh, you're doing good. You're playing a horror game on your second monitor. Oh, I'm doing fine. I just found out that at any moment 6 different bombs could blow up out of nowhere. You have to sign to say you received the nuke. Oh, you weren't home, so we put it under your porch. You imagine if one of those porch thieves that steal people's packages stole a fucking nuke from like an Amazon package, and they took it home and found out. They think they got like a TV or something. They opened that shit up, fucking fat boy. It was Fat Man and Little Boy. I said Fat Boy. Fuck it, that's the third one, Fat Boy. Hey, Wooga Beluga! Gifting a tier sub to Ghosty Specty. Thank you. I appreciate that. Football team loses, he slams his mug. Oh, shit. You don't think anyone's gonna outclass Russia in lost nukes? When they lost 60... What? They lost 63% of the nukes they said they had? Oh, no. Well, I mean, like 63% of their country is wasteland. So I but still, like, damn. Considering we've only lost 6, or at least we've only admitted to losing 6. God damn. Fuck. And they have the most nukes right now because, you know, they're still making them, and we posture check and hydrate. Yep. Posture. Posture. Oh, that was a good pop. That was a good couple of pops, and I'm gonna take a drink. You know, it's the U.S. lose 6, and look, we can beat that. We are not going to be beat by losing shit. You lose 6, we lose 60% of all of them. Fuck you. Fuck. That's fucking scary, man. Because anytime you lose something, that means it can be found by someone else. Yeah, we lost them. That means we gave them to someone else. Fuck. They legit lost complete stockpiles of them and silos. You can't lose a silo. Silos are built into the ground. You can't lose a silo. But they're saying they lost a silo? A missile silo, a nuclear missile silo is like hundreds of feet dug into the earth. Oopsie, lost my silo. I thought it was in my back pocket, I swear to God. It's not truly lost until your mom can't find it so quickly. The U.S. government's mom. My God! Oh my Like, I get they're supposed to be kind of like hidden. So, like, maybe that's what it is. Like, they forgot where it is. Like, that's the only possible way I could imagine them meaning they lost a silo. Shit, they hit it too good. Or it was the aliens, they sucked it out. They just went, and then they fucking sucked it out of the goddamn ground. Oh, fuck. Since the Cold War, they like forgot where the documents that they said. They forgot them, as in they put them in a secret box. Oh, for Christ. The government admitted aliens were real. At the perfect time when apathy is at its all-time fucking high. Holy hell. And that was funny, too. The U.S. admits aliens, you know, we've seen aliens, and then immediately Russia's like, oh yeah, we've seen aliens a fuck ton. We've seen all the aliens. We fuck aliens on the daily. Seriously, even Russia couldn't let that get, like... Everything's a dick measuring contest. We say we have a couple of videos of weird UAV encounters, and then, or whatever the hell, alien nussy, and then, and then UAV or whatever the other thing. They don't want to say UFO anymore, but and then Russia was like constant pissing, constant. Like George Carlin pointed out, even all the bullets and the missiles look like dicks, and they're constantly making bigger ones. UIA. Unexplained imaginary aliens. Nah, aliens are fucking real. I know because they turn my water into wine. Oh, that's good shit. That alien wine. Christ. Unidentified aircraft. Unidentified aircraft. Fucking U stands for un. Fucking hell. Alright. Should we actually play the game? I think we haven't done that in like 40 minutes. It's been fun though. You lost your shit when you found out. Oh hell. Oh hell. Oh, there's my fucking ad for my Threads account that I don't even use anymore. Man, that was a thing that came and went. Threads. Let's update that. Anyway. Yeah, Ader thanking them for saving his shit, and then we move on.
No way. You're really going to leave after all the lengths we've gone to into making you dinner?
Making you into dinner. There's a brief disconnect between Ader's stomach growling loudly at the mention of food and his brain's best attempts to spell out to him who the main dish would be. His so-called new boss turned towards one of the other creatures and growled something. Unlike Aina's abrupt sounds, hers had a complex and rhythmic quality and inflection to them that made them feel connected and purposeful. Oh god. This fucking snout-faced. The crewmates soon came back carrying a fruit bowl filled with radishes. That looks like literal shit. Alright. Ader ventured from the chunks of fresh turf roughly carved out of the land with roots and decaying leaves sprouting out of their sides. And the wolf couldn't look fucking prouder. The term USA has for lost nukes is broken arrowhead. God, they had to even make that racist. Like, that just sounds racist as shit. Christ, they didn't even take it out of the dirt. And where do they get this on the water? As if to finish garnishing the dish, a maggot crawled out of the soil and onto the table, only to get politely pierced by the claws of a crew member and placed on top of the radish again.
I have to admit that we're not exactly well versed in deer diets, but I was told that you were rather fond of roots and tubers.
Yeah.
No, you got that right, ma'am. There ain't nothing in the world my belly loves more than good old roots and tubers. Mm-hmm.
As a native, love the name Broken Arrowhead as we lost a nuke. Cool. Glad you like it.
Good. Eat them.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Power dynamic struggle here.
Oh, I'm eating them all
Get my
right.
camera.
I'm eating them even if it's the last thing I do today.
It might be the last thing you fucking do today, Ader.
You're still not eating them.
Well, of course not. It's poor manners eat for the host.
Nice excuse.
Not where we hail from, pup. In fact, none of us are going to have a single bite until you're done.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, no, that's the part that worries me, actually.
The creature sitting right in front of Ader cocked her head to the side in confusion, and then back to follow Ader's line of sight. The row of frothy mouths that waited behind her vanished into whistles and goggles. The fucking I'm not suspicious.
Please excuse my crew's manners. We haven't had any fulfilling meal in a while, so they're a little on edge.
Yeah, that's not helpful. She turned to growl something again, prompting a general whine. Holy hell! A stronger exchange ensued, making the crew around her scutter away between mutters and huffs.
You have nothing to worry about while I'm around, of course. Perks of being the captain. I get to keep all the best bits for myself.
Oh no. That's not fun.
Well, it sure is reassuring to hear you got a taste for quality food here. That must be a real shredded venison. Because I'm nothing but the scrappiest of scraps. Ha ha!
What are you trying to do here, Ader? Only 2 people remained seated around the table, and one just decided to stand up from her chair.
So, are you going to eat your deer food now?
That sounded both ominous and sensual. I don't know what the first word means, but I'll take your word on it.
You know what? I think I'll pass. It ain't you. It's the noose, see? Won't let any food through at all. Saved from the paws of justice just to fall into the maws of starvation.
Christ. The tension in the room was so thick he could have sliced it with a knife and thrown it towards Ader's face to hopefully make him shut up. Because if one thing was clear by the proximity of the captain's snarl to his snout, it's that she wasn't going to let that happen on its own. Holy shit! The fanged creature yanked Ader towards her by the long end of his noose, intent on dredging every last sound out of him.
You're going to have to try a little harder to fool me, dear. How did you find the way to Heirloom? Who do you work for?
Ah, hell.
You, apparently? I asked for directions along the way. Is this some sort of trick question?
Oh, hell. The suspicious meets the dumb. His makeshift leash couldn't stand a second tug. The edge of her claws cut right through the rope. Before Ader could even blink, he found himself pushed back into his seat with the creature looming above him, poised to rip every last tendon from his bones.
I know rot when I smell it. I was told we had to make sure a yellow deer would get hanged, not a... What are you, some kind of jackal? Pitiful.
Now, who hired you to hang Ader, and what the friggity frack? Even though any movement could have brought his death about faster, even though the proximity of those teeth should have curdled his blood and rendered him frozen on the spot.
I don't know where you learned to make your ruminant sounds, Jackal Cub, but they taught you completely wrong.
What? The sight instead felt so familiar.
I mean, you know, I learned my A's and my R's from my mom and pa, but to be completely square with you, I don't think they ever really got half of what I said either. At least I can blame it on my accent when I'm an heirloom.
What in the hell is happening right now? The creature's ears flicked forward. She glanced around as if wondering where his fear had gone, then shrank further back yet, sheathing her teeth behind her lips.
Explain this monpa to me.
What is fucking happening right now?
You know, it's when a deer and a doe love each other very much, and then, they have kids, like parrots do. I'm not sure how y'all,
Captain took a long look at Ader as he awkwardly bumped his fists together, peering at him from his blushed face to his jittery hooves, and back up again. Her nose twitched, not quite satisfied with the results of whatever it is she was doing. She curled her index finger into her thumb, and then snapped it against Ader's horn.
ouch! Hey, that's not very nice!
With a free hand, she grabbed Ader's mouth and snapped it open, way past the point anyone's jaw should ever extend. Ow!
She could be friends with berbers. Sheesh.
Fleece
Heh.
my face. Flat teeth! You're an actual deer after all. You're just like half dead or something. Oh, you should have told me, you scallophead. Oh, wow. Oh, that's so funny.
I really don't understand what's happening here.
No wonder you weren't scared. I bet deep down you were all like, oh, this echo wolf doesn't even know how litter making works. Am I right? Right? Come on, Pup, you can laugh. It was great.
What was great? What is happening?
Yeah, that's exactly how I was, 'cause I totally know what any of those words mean.
Okay, so we're supposed to be confused. I get it.
Hey, you have to do the thing. Do the thing again.
Which thing would that be now?
The words. Do the funny thing to the words when you speak.
Oh, you mean my accent? It's the darnest thing, ain't it? Chantere's finest. I'd say it's a knee slapper, but if I slapped my knees with these flappers, I may just have to crawl the way back home.
Oh, hell.
Right? That's not what the other deer looked like. You're so thin I could snap those brittle arms of yours in two with a single bite.
I see what you mean by sensual.
What a meager meal you'd be.
Oh boy. A thin trail of drool slid down one of the creature's sharp teeth and at her shoulder. The deer's apple bobbed up and down his acrid throat, praying that it wouldn't become the next focus of attention.
Couldn't agree more, ma'am. There's so little me left, it's a wonder I'm not see-through yet. I don't suppose anyone's told you about this funny little thing called mange.
Mange? Though the creature's expression remained unreadable as Ader listed the many reasons why he would not be in fact apt for consumption, it was clear that there was a shift of sorts in her general demeanor. She had loosened up somehow. A toothful half-grin decorated her face by the end of his spiel.
And that's why eating venison would lead to the end of your whole species, so... Please don't kill me.
You're such a weird little deer pup.
Oh, hell. Oh, Manus is like threatening. Okay, I get it.
As a good thing?
Oh, yeah. I don't need to know many grazers to tell you're a strange one.
You're a strange one, Mr. Ader.
You make me want to sink my fangs into your neck and bite you open just to know how deep the weirdness runs. But not in an eat you way. That'd be a waste. Do you get what I mean?
No. Is this a horny thing? Am I in danger? Is this sexual? Is this threat? Is this a threat? Is this a proposition? What is this? Who are you? Where am I? Ah!
No, not at all. Can't say I do, ma'am.
No, I suppose you wouldn't. Maybe you'd be more than a pile of bones if you did. Hey! That sounds pretty great, doesn't it? Lucky you! I found you a name. From this day forward, and for all cycles to come, you shall be known as Bones.
Bones, huh? I believe there's a TV show called that. Maybe a little copyright issue.
Afraid I heard I got my own.
Bones.
Bitch, you got a pet name. You a pet now. Be a pet.
Yep, that's me. Hi, Bones. Nice to meet you.
Meet ya? You be careful how you spell that. You might be actually doing it.
Man, you're a howl. I can see why Aina wanted you to come so much.
Aina sure did want you to come. Also, why do you know Aina?
Aina? She wanted me here? Hold up. Aina was the one who called you back there then, right? Where is she?
Don't worry, puppy. You'll be back with my sister before you know it. She's having a little break after our welcoming party. But we still wanted you and Dad in on the family dinner.
Okay, so we're deep in the fucking lore now. So this is Aina's sister, which is odd because Aina's a golem, kind of, but a golem is a spirit trapped in a machine, so Aina could actually be anything. I don't know. And then there's a dad.
Sister? Dad? You mean?
You know, our father.
He's gonna say the fucking Suits. I think I've heard of Suits. I don't think I've ever seen it though. He's gonna say the he's gonna think the father is the wizard, whatever the fuck. So that was Ader. Moving right next to the wolf on the board. A change in management, a rejected turnip, and a planned family reunion. But the boy hadn't arrived at this place alone, of course. Unbeknownst to him, the intermittent beating noise that he kept hearing somewhere on the other side of the wall was that of two long, crimped horns being rammed desperately against the smallest cracks in the marble. The smooth, pearl-like wall threatened to shatter a soul in a million pieces before its owner could cause any significant damage to the brig where she was being kept.
No! It can't end like this! This is not how today was supposed to go! I can't get eaten now of all times! This is not—
Lawyer show, okay. That sounds right. Okay. You ever see The Mentalist? That was around the same time of all that, too. You see The Mentalist and, there's another show with the guy from Firefly. It was basically very similar to The Mentalist. I don't remember what the fuck it was, but, those were very good shows, I remember.
Get it together, Sep. You're starting to sound like Ader.
Uh-oh, that would be good.
What the
I'm
fuck?
going to skin that sidling piece of rotten Bracket's tail and wear it as a wig!
Well, she's upset.
So, you're trapped in some kind of cell with no way out. Big deal. This is basically your natural habitat. Worst case scenario, you burn this place to the ground, change your name, and go live amongst the goats where guilt can't find you.
Yeah, that's what everyone fucking should think about doing. Yeah, Firefly was great.
No, Sep, we talked about this. You can't just burn away all your problems. That only creates more of them.
Sometimes, if you're caught.
So, you agree we're doomed then?
Also, that was just a joke, legally speaking.
Gods, I don't know why I put up with you. You need help.
Sep slid down the wall until she fell in a butt, nurturing the terrible headache she had brought upon herself.
On that, we agree.
It wasn't easy, alas. But she finally gave up on a half-hearted attempt at splintering up her horns and resigned herself to the fact that the only kind of help she would get was the self variety. The absolute worst. No one left to blame if that one failed. The only light source in the entire room was the faint glow that seeped in through the door frame. The same crevice that carried out her squawking to her, and the other slew of worrying noises. It doesn't solve your problem. You're not using enough fire! For legal reasons, this is a joke. Don't know why your work got a weed flamethrower today. I'm going to assume your weed flamethrower isn't referring to a cannabis flamethrower. Are you talking about the weeds that grow in the ground? It's a bit of an excessive way to deal with flamethrowers, especially with the wildfires that are going on at this moment. But also, because for flamethrower, like Killer Triscuit says, holy hell, that is a weird fucking thing to get. Everything's on fire. We don't need not the drug, the invasive plants. Yeah. You know, I got weed killer at the store today, and I sprayed my porch and my driveway, because we've got an overabundance of weeds and grass and both, and we need to prepare the place to give back to the landlord. Living in the UK where we flood like every year doesn't mean you can't catch on fire. Why? In what was it? Cleveland. I don't remember what state Cleveland's in, but that river caught on fire. So the UK, which floods every year, can catch on fire. So flamethrowers are probably not the best. Nah, flamethrowers are the best. Couldn't burn this bitch down with napalm. I don't encourage you to try. And that's definitely not even... the drug is technically an invasive plant. Oh, shit. Oh, hell. Cleveland, Ohio. Yeah, Cleveland's in Ohio. Of course, a burning river would be in fucking Ohio. As her eyes got used to the dimness, the half-light became bright enough to reveal that she was locked in some kind of storage room, full of armor suits, metal crates, snail cages, and a pile of oddly shaped foray, a hammock, and a mop. Is it the mop from UHF? Oh, sweet God. This minigame is currently only functional with mouse input. Press K twice to skip if you need to, sorry. Fair enough. Whoa! Oh, 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 holy hell! Alright, well, let's look at all these things. Call them calves. You don't want to meet calves. Where I live, once used drugs are in the invasive... I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Mop! Sepp gawked at the tool. Looked like a mop of sorts. It was a mop, surely! Even though it used some sort of tightly compacted fur instead of seaweed fibers, like Acazorian mops. Sepp had heard about mops. She'd even seen servants use them, in years where rain had been so extraordinarily bountiful that the glacious grounds of Heirloom essentially sweated all the excess water that had leaked out of the lakes and rivers around the city. Sepp observed the mop further. She didn't actually know what the purpose of a mop was, but in the brief period she thought about it, she came up with at least 10 new uses that history had never even considered up until this moment. What an innovative person. Okay, we've seen the mop. Hammock. Hung up rather precariously between two metal crates tilted away from each other, a hammock occupied the right corner of the brig from the door. Sepp didn't dare come any closer, noticing the weight making the fabric sag. Their eyes got used to enough of the darkness in the far end of the room to reveal that its occupant was some sort of extremely spiky cabbage conspicuously wrapped in blankets. That's Aina. Probably gonna be Aina. It's fucking Aina! Come on! She's the cabbage head. What's these? Like, no, what's these? Then you had the snails, of course. The dozen or so woven snail cages hanging from hooks on the roof or piled up wherever they fit. It was only then that Sepp realized that the nasty little things had bitten through their enclosures and slimed their ways through literally every corner.
What? How dare you call them nasty? Snails are the cutest creatures on Knock.
Goddamn. Escargot. On a scale from creepy to wet, the brig was dark, slightly moist, and overrun with snails.
This is disgraceful. Slander! My Sepp loves snails and thinks they're adorable.
Oh my. Well, Sepp tried very hard not to think about how much she loved sitting on trails of snail slime as she mustered the last of her willpower to settle her stomach and continue to search for anything that could help her break out. Yeah, snails are kind of gross. I find the people who adore these esoteric animals and creatures usually don't interact with them very often. Oh, what the hell is that? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Trying hard not to think. 8 full armor suits, complete with spears and a mound of detachable antlers piled under them. Sepp wasn't an expert on smithery or armor by any measure, but knowing a thing or two about getting arrested and having wide access to the keep, she definitely was quite knowledgeable on what a city's guard's uniform was supposed to look like. Someone had gone to great lengths to make sure the beasts blended in amongst the rest of the guards when the time had come. And someone had gone to much greater lengths to make sure nobody would be looking at them too closely. Clearly. Ah, the pots. The foray piled in the corner of the brig were very reminiscent of the commercial Bascarian pottery Sepp had had the chance of reading about in the temple's library, back when she was still welcome there. The vases definitely looked like they were made to transport liquids, most likely spirits or oil. Anything else? Anything? There's a mop. Anything down here? Mop. Do. Make sure I get everything. Don't want to leave anything out. What's my hammock? Mop. With nails. I think I got everything. Okay. There we go. Finally. Weird how human-focused fantasy stuff is. Because, like that helmet, even if you have holes for the antlers and horns, they still would want it protected from the weapons. Absolutely. Upon closer inspection, she realized at last that 'twas no cabbage.
Oh, no. What are you doing here?
Well, let's see what happens. Sepp had no idea what twist of fate had brought them together twice in barely one day after keeping them away for a whole decade. But the porcelain-skinned smith lay completely immobile, with a green head curled down and a back turned towards Sepp. An old, filthy cape was still attached to her neck.
Weren't you supposed to be in Burbus's palace or something? How could the beasts get you too?
I have a theory about where this might go, but I will keep it to myself for now. Nothing. Not even the faintest rustle. Okay, I won't keep it to myself for now. What I'm thinking might have happened is that the spirit that was occupying the golem that is the body of Aina currently might have been exorcised when they were kidnapped, and now we're going to meet the true Aina while we are here. Which is going to be uncomfortable. Oh boy.
Aina, come on! This is no time to sleep. They're going to devour that sweet little apprentice of yours if you don't get up right now and break us out of here!
Ignoring favors and requests wasn't exactly what we would call out of character for Aina.
Some all-powerful cursed being you are. Always looking the other way while someone eats your boyfriend.
Oh, nice attempt at teasing. Ignoring such provocations, however, with a level of apprehension with a level of apprehension she rarely felt towards anything in her life. Seth put a hand on Aina's shoulder and turned her whole body around. Ah, there it is. The finished body, or at least something. I think this is just a hollow husk of what Aina used to be, or perhaps just a reset Aina? Something! It isn't who we know. This is what Aina looked like back in the flashbacks. Aina's expression remained frozen in complete neutrality. Her eyes were wide open, set far beyond anywhere they could see. Seb drew her hand to her mouth, barely holding back a gasp at the sight. She snapped a finger in front of Aina's eyes, trying to prompt some sort of reaction from her oldest friend. Nothing. The gazelle turned around for a moment and took a very, very deep breath.
She's not really deceased. She's not a person, no more than you are. You know this. Aina, I know you're immortal, God's sake. Don't worry. I'll let her something out.
What does that mean? Aina remained completely motionless. There was an empty look in her eyes that no promise would erase. But Sepp knew that it could be changed. She'd seen it in action a very, very long time ago.
I bet it's his fault somehow. Or mine, perhaps? I did ask you to make sure he wouldn't do anything stupid. Perhaps that's too great an undertaking even for an immortal furry fossil like you.
Sepp's eyes narrowed into a line as she pondered her own words.
Was this part of the curse? Will my body and soul turn to stone as well when everyone forgets me? It looks to me like you have somehow managed to have far more friends in exile than I do in misery, Miss Ghost.
The ground rocked slightly under her feet.
All right, let's start there. Ghost. Let us define a ghost as someone who, despite having their connection to the Hatsa completely severed, refuses to die a physical death. Oblivion is an ordinary enough fate for a cruel and unusual punishment. But this cannot be the case, because then you would simply not exist. You would not live in the memories of any creature the way you do, or if you did, you certainly wouldn't last a day. But there is such a thing as ghosts that rise to prominence and have their memories stored collectively. A presence leaving hoofprints in the snow for travelers, or a cloud in the sky that announces bountiful rain. Small gods. You wouldn't be exactly dead, in any case. But quite honestly, you don't seem to be alive as far as I can tell. This is lifeless, even for you. But Illigrab said you are not physically capable of dying, be it wounds or old age.
Mostly dead.
So I guess you're just kind of indisposed.
Sepp nodded to herself, content with the conclusions thus far.
This must, therefore, be an intermittent state. The dichotomy between being lifeless and lifelike, only decided by something that keeps you connected to all of us. Something like a pulse that keeps you active, but that you're not receiving now. A pond tethering you to the Hatsa, surely.
The word golem barged into Sepp's mind quite uncomfortably. She couldn't find any good reason to kick it out of there. None that didn't look like fangs and rippling muscles under Aina's torn-up shirt. And the far scarier possibility that she had something to do with the fact that they were both locked up in some kind of beast den while Ader was still outside.
Suppose it is a physical malfunction. Something must have knocked your connection out of place. This would mean not only can you be hurt, but killed. You just don't realize so. Illigrab would be wrong then. Suppose that it is a matter of the soul instead. Whatever bond has been keeping you alive is failing. That would mean you cannot function without the external source that is providing you the power you require to function. Just like a golem.
Sip fixed her eyes on Ader's oversized scarf, then on the face that she so looked up to as a child, now more at peace than she had ever seen her before. Her face truly looked nothing like the emotionless marble masks Sep had seen on the doll servants Taylor so adored, and yet not a single breath came out of Aina's nose. Her skin felt cold to the touch like alabaster. She was obviously gone. Sep slipped her right hand into Aina's shirt, following the deep plunging line of a collar where traditional wisdom would have placed both a heart and a golem's core.
For your sake, I hope I'm wrong, Aina.
Sep's eyes began glowing blue against the darkness of the room.
But I'd better not be, for my own.
So you're saying you're Aina's sister?
Oh boy. Skipping back and forth, back and forth.
That I am.
If we can take you at your word.
The patron's daughter?
The patron. The patron.
I could be. Describe the patron.
Wow, you really don't have great communication skills, because he has an accent, but he isn't indeterminately hard to talk to.
Red, angry, Aina's father.
Oh, yeah. I am the daughter of the patron, too. I'm sure they'll join us soon enough. You can just ask them if you don't believe me.
Okay, you're very much lying. Very, very lying.
Oh, no. It ain't like I don't believe you, ma'am. I simply didn't know.
You didn't know what?
Aika's eyes narrowed into a line. Her neck and snout, on the other hand, seemed to telescope towards Ader.
You have heard the thunder, haven't you, Bones?
What? What the hell was that? Hold on, I want to see that again.
You have.
I think that was fucking Sep. Before Ader could damn himself with another word, an orange blur flew into a door across the room and into the opposite wall, door included. The stunned wolf and deer needed a few more seconds to realize that it was Sep on the ground now, looking like a cartwheel attempt gone very wrong. They all turned their heads to the source of the impact. A trail of smoke. Oh, hello there. A trail of smoke zigzagged in from the darkness beyond the newly remodeled threshold, filling the room with the acrid smell of burnt fur and blood. A purple-eyed shadow followed suit. What the hell did Sep do? Okay with the barking. The beast gathered enthusiasm. Fucking Ader, come on. The beasts gathered enthusiastically around the doorless brig, and the smith plodding out of it.
Well done, Dad. You managed to fix.
Dad? What? The wolf's joy was cut dead short when she finally noticed Aina's whole body stiffening up at the sight of the rest of the crew.
Oh no, not again.
Yes, again. Whatever. Oh, rah! Aina leapt towards the closest crewmate, biting and walloping whoever had the misfortune of standing in her range. She was a one-woman band playing an impromptu concerto of barks and whines and all sorts of pain noises.
Sis, be nice. We got your deer back in one piece.
Being well acquainted with this kind of overstimulated Aina starting a brawl situation, but not with the basics of first aid, Ader carefully grabbed Sep's body and dragged it under the table.
Sep, darling, you all right?
Darling, I thought you guys agreed to not be, intimate.
That's the last time I do anything for myself ever.
What the hell does that mean?
What happened?
I was right. That happened.
The table cracked and quivered as Aina and the beast exchanged blows and somersaulted over it, threatening to crumble entirely over the ruminants' heads.
Dad! Tell her to quit it!
Ader followed the voice quizzically, wondering if perhaps Pertalk had somehow wandered in while he was distracted, but no, there was no trace of the old man. Even Sep looked just as disoriented as he was, though she had a much better excuse.
Dad, I'm talking to you! Do something!
What? The captain's snob peeked over the edge of the table, followed by an arm firmly clamped between Aina's fangs. Sep and Ader exchanged a panicked look. I highly doubt Ader's the one to say drop it, but I'm very confused. I'm gonna say save? Sep, drop it?
Knock it off, or I'll give you a good knocking on the head, you fratricidal knitting hammer!
That's a very good impression. Aina moved her eyes to fucking Aina's face. Aina moved her eyes towards the redhead gazelle that just dared to scream at her. Then her face swiveled slowly towards Ader, who was in turn looking at the same woman in fear and awe. After just a fraction of a second, he started nodding at full speed.
Come on, Aina! Is that any way to treat your family?
Like it's hot. Ader's only iris darted towards the gazelle as if trying to push its way out of his eye. For her part, Sep puffed up her chest and gave Aina a stern look. Confused as she was, but not really sure if she wanted to know what the hay was going on, Aina opened her jaw unexpectedly obediently. Ew. Her teeth made the ugliest sound as they separated from her sister's arm, leaving a trail of blood and slobber behind her. Ader felt so queasy, he barely managed to fight the need to fall on his butt at the sight. Sep audibly gulped, almost jumping out of her skin when the captain put a hand on her shoulder.
Thanks, Dad. I knew I could count on you.
What the... Oh, it's a ruse. Echo walked away nonchalantly, like such a gory scene hadn't just happened.
Yeah, that was mighty kind of you. Aw.
Fucking Sep's face.
Don't try me, Aderson.
Oh, I get it. It can't be easy being a father.
It won't be for you if you don't shut your snout this instant and let me focus on my role.
I'd say you got it pretty spot on. Sheesh.
Nice. Aina moved her eyes towards her apprentice as she wiped her mouth with her arm. She mouthed a relieved thank you, sorry, got no clue what's going on either. Or he did. Aina took one last look at the room, at Sep and Ader, and the creatures watching her every move. She seemed severely unimpressed with it all. Oh boy. Aina, be nice. Without another sound, she grabbed the door that she had sent flying, walked into the brig, put the door back in its place, sending a very clear message to her audience. Both ruminants and beasts stayed at a standstill for quite some time before anyone felt safe enough to breathe and move as they usually would. But once they were over that scare, there was nothing in Darkna that could stop the wolves from celebrating. They played music, clapped, laughed, and poured unknown drinks into large, rusty metal cups that they extended to each other. It wasn't quite so easy to cheer, drink, and relax for the significantly less bite-proof deer and gazelle, however. Even so, Ader eventually helped Sep up from under the table once it finally became obvious Aina wouldn't chase anyone else, legs quivering like they could collapse at any moment. Surely noticing the lack of cheering, Aina's sister slithered back to them, carrying a couple of extra mugs meant for her guests so that they would have never dared refuse. Real quick, hold up. Damn it. Ader stuck his nose in the cup exploratorily, while he got his snout whacked away by Sep. I am going to, real quick, go to page 8, make a save here, and load. You see what happens if Ader does the dad roll.
Aina! Drop it!
Oh, it didn't impersonate the patron. Aina and his sister both plunged down to the ground, frozen solid. Everyone in the room stood dead still, so as to avoid alerting Aina further. But first of all was the leader of the beasts, who was struggling to form words in any existent language.
It's not that I don't appreciate you stepping in, but I meant my actual father.
Right. Aina's dad.
Yeah, the patron.
Not her,
No, it's fine, pup. I'm not judging or anything. You don't have to put a label on it. I heard your relationship with my sister was special.
Daddy.
The only thing special about this hobbledehoy is how specially insipid he is. Open your damn mouth, Aina!
Oh, that's fun. It still winds up being, she was not really sure. She wanted to know what the hell was going on, and it goes there.
That's would
fun.
be the one.
Oh, that's fun. They walk away. Ader eventually managed to fight his nausea long enough to tilt his head back. He only caught a glimpse of Sep's reaction before immediately turning
Good
again.
thing you haven't eaten today, Dad.
She's got it all wrong. I'm not. I mean, she can't even call me.
Dadder. What wouldn't I have given to see Pertog's face?
Dadder.
Want me to fetch you a mirror then, ma'am? Come on, get in character already.
Anna moved her eyes towards her apprentice as she wiped it. Yeah, we've seen this. He could only give her his best "I'm trying not to die of a heart attack, please play along" shrug in response. Anna took one last look at the room. The creatures watching every move seemed unimpressed, tisk, and went to the fucking thing. This is better with the puns. Okay, yeah, we'll go with that. All right, they're cheering. Okay, yep, that's better. That is better. Okay. We'll stick with this one then. Nice. So I'll go to page 8 and click that. Ader stuck his nose into the cup exploratorily, only to get his snout whacked away by Seth.
That could have gone better, eh? Whoever said a wolf's bark is worse than their bite never met Aina.
Dadder.
No, Aina's a big old sweetheart. If she gives you little nibbles, it just means she likes you. That or her teeth hurt. Maybe she's just bored. Anyway, trust me, if she'd meant to bite you, you wouldn't have come out alive from that one.
Ader didn't understand the look Sep was sending in his direction, but it certainly was a look.
That's very reassuring, to hear she wasn't even trying to kill me then. I guess it runs in the family.
The tall beast raised her cup to take a long sip from her drink, giving Ader a good look at the arm that was still completely covered in blood.
Still, you may want to do something about that.
Eka looked looked up from her mug, finally sparing a quick gander towards the incredibly concerning injury.
Oh yeah, you're right. Someone should do something about this. Well, am I gonna have to lick it clean myself, you peck of sea mutts?
Ew. One of the... Oh, you poor bastard. One of the beasts barked something rather meekly. Aina's sister angrily barked back. Oh my god. Oh god! Oh Jesus! The barks derailed into a whole screaming contest once more that kept Sep's eyes and ears looking surprisingly alert.
You getting any of what they're saying? Any clues why we're here?
Nah, man. I don't know what the fuck's happening.
I wish, but no. All I can gather is that they speak some sort of guttural, gargled drivel with minced bits of Bazoktet in it, like every other language I know.
Excuse me.
It's not like I'm trying to listen to their words, however.
Pardon? Sep raised her eyebrows at Ader as she tilted her head back toward the pack. Ader mouthed an ooh as the idea took form in his mind. He squinted his eye dramatically toward the beasts, focusing all his attention at their eyes.
Bark, bark, woof, bark.
You know, it's one of the more fun and moments where you got to kind of like examine yourself when you're doing voice acting is you know, the voice actor for Ader has done a lot of interesting lines in this game. A lot of interesting lines. In this one, literally just barking very seriously, very determinedly. And that's funny. When I did Wolfstar Sins in Paradise, the voice of Hyper, to not to spoil anything, I'll do one there. I won't do it right now, but there is a line that you gotta download when it comes out, and my voice lines are added, that really made me re-examine whether or not you know, the whole dignity thing was something that was a valuable commodity. Anyway.
They were saying something about having you lick her.
Oh god.
Lick her wounds, right?
Oh hell. Sep glanced quietly at the broken plates on the floor.
She did bring you dinner first.
You are all meant to be part of the dinner, in fact.
Well, Ader and Sep jumped in place, that all beasts seemed none the wiser to their horror.
Do you have any idea how long we've spent preparing for tonight's party, Dad? The great Aina has finally been returned to us after 30 cycles. Nobody could be missing in this reunion. Or at least, nobody that fit inside the ship.
What does that mean?
We'll eat and we'll dance and we'll sing under the stars until we lose our minds. I made sure to gather enough snails for the whole crew. It's gonna be a crazy night. We'll show you grazers what a partying beast looks like.
Eka grabbed Ader's hands and started whipping them up and down as she dragged him into some sort of improvised dance. Man, the mood of this scene has been all over the fucking place.
And then we'll take over the city and feast some more. They won't even know what ate them.
That's horrifying. Oh, there we go. Ader lost grip and accidentally got sent flying against the brig wall. There we go. A shuffle in the adjoining room. A single purple eye peeked into the dining room after hearing the commotion, and widened upon seeing Ader lying on the ground. The door swung open. Before Aina could rush to his side, however, her sister craned her enormous neck towards him and picked him up by the horns.
What's wrong? You're smelling a little scared there, pup. It wasn't the brawl, was it? Am I walking too quietly for you? I heard it makes deer nervous, so I brought some clickety boots I can wear while you're here if it helps.
The tall beast bumped her knuckles together and clicked her tongue, poorly imitating the sound of clopping hooves. And noticed that Sep just fucked off. Needless to say, Ader remained frozen in shock.
Ooh, maybe I shouldn't have mentioned the feast part. But don't worry, we don't plan on eating all the deer. We'll just eat the bad ones. I hear you have a surplus of those.
Oh, God. What the hell?
How will you know who is who?
Don't worry, Bones. We'll know.
What? Okay, so they're going to get drunk, have a party, and then genocide. It's a bit of a fucking leap. You see what I mean? The emotion has been all over the fucking place here. In a very short spring of time. Spring? Yeah. Span. There we go. The beast's toothy snout contorted into what surely seemed like a comforting smile to her. She grew tired of the effort soon enough.
How can I get it into the grazers' heads that they're safe and allowed to breathe around us, sis? I don't think our sense of humor is connecting.
Aina barely shifted her eyes towards her sister. Are you kidding me? That looks pretty fucking direct. Now that she'd realized the danger in leaving her apprentice alone, the smith had repositioned herself in the corner of the room, closely watching his every move, hackles raised and fists ready to meet whoever attempted to even sniff the air around her. Unbothered by Aina's attempts to look menacing, the tall wolf growled something softly, almost conciliatory. All she got for her effort was a fierce snarl. Whatever it was she said, Aina wouldn't have it at all.
So you're still not down for tonight,
The beast's tail swept from side to side.
Bones, come here.
Yes?
Oh shit, you trained. That's not gonna make Aina feel good.
I bet my sister is still mad at us because she doesn't understand why she wasn't allowed to fetch you when you were hanging by the neck.
What? Because you kidnapped her. Like, you assaulted her.
Oh, that'd make two of us.
See, she wanted to jump into the crowd for you, with a lot of knives. Tried to bludgeon one of my poor littermates to death, she did, thinking they were a guard.
The beast pointed toward one of the canines, who let out a whine as they rubbed the back of their bandaged head. Ader didn't need a translation for that one.
Would Aina killing everyone in the plaza and exposing our mission have made you happy?
Your mission is genocide. So he was just trying to not get killed. And he didn't give a shit about you.
No?
Right? She didn't need to do anything to begin with. You showed the wits of a fox and fended for yourself as long as you could. And when you couldn't fight alone anymore, dear fox, tell me, who saved you?
Oh no. Please tell me this doesn't turn into a fucking... He said some, like, getting manipulated into saying some barely some shit that sort of goes along with her narrative. Aina gets offended, and then like, come on, man. Please don't do that. I have faith that this game does better than that. Come on.
You did.
You got kidnapped. Come on now. You all got kidnapped.
That's right. We did. Our pack.
Your pack kidnapped them while they were already on the run. They were doing pretty good escaping until you fucking cornered them. But of course they wouldn't know that because you didn't fucking include that part. The wolf pulled away from an increasingly terrified Ader, standing to her full height in the middle of the room just to twirl around for Aina.
Look at these ear tufts, sis. Look at them. Hear this raspy, dreamy voice. Who else could have a bumpy snout like this? Teeth so sharp, fur so fluffy. Who would dare call you sis over and over?
The fuck? What does that mean? His frown just turned deeper. She remained unimpressed.
Hey, Bones! Tell her who I am.
You want me to tell her who you are?
That's right. I want you to tell her all about this.
Fuck?
What's the deal with this one, you ask?
Ader, what the hell? Ader, what are you doing?
You've never heard of the Herald of the Storm? The Scourge of Alar? The Fangs of Hector?
Tell her, guys! Tell her!
Ader, what are you doing? A deep, tense silence filled the room.
Oh, my crew don't actually speak a word of Sirnar, but thanks for the sentiment.
Yeah, he's trying.
It's Eka!
They're really trying to make Eka a thing.
That Eka?
Ader, stop.
That Eka!
Which Eka?
Tesseka! The one and only! Two named! The one who will devour every shore! Oh, okay. Okay, no. We need to bring it down a notch. I don't have the lungs for this anymore.
Fucking Christ. The barks started sounding suspiciously like Snickers.
You really have to quit eating raw snails, Captain.
You just said. Okay, whatever. I hope this gets called out.
Back off, whelp. Don't embarrass me in front of my family.
Feel that asthma, bitch.
You know what would be embarrassing? Dropping dead from lungworms.
Yes, it would. Also, I thought you didn't speak a word of sea. Or maybe this is just what they can hear between them. That would be nicely notated if that is what is happening.
Not the time, whelp.
Whelp.
Is that really what they're saying? They seem kind of goofy, don't they?
There you go. Nice. There we go. Just hang out a little bit. Let it play out. You'll figure it out.
Goofy? Goofy? Ader, have you heard any of the things she just said?
Of course I heard, and I've seen them too. Who do you think had to wait in a room full of beasts all on his own while you got to hang out with Aina?
Anna kept turning her head between the pack of wolves, barking nonsense, and the two idiots glaring daggers at each other and mouthing words for no discernible reason. Thank you for pointing out that Aina would be fucking clueless right now. That's nice.
I'm not going to die from eating a few snails.
Did you just say that
I'm
out
just
loud?
saying, they're a little less scary than I thought they'd be. That's all.
So help me, Aderson.
Love that face for Sep.
Fine. I guess we can just find ourselves a new Eka when you...
Oh shit, that's damn near treasonous. There you go. Aina don't like being left out of a moment. Everyone in the room turned around to look at Aina, who in turn seemed just about ready to start another fight. Everyone except for Eka.
Yeah. I get it now.
But a long, tired sigh, the driving emotion behind which nobody could even start to decipher, Eka meandered all the way across the room toward her sister, then kneeled down next to her. All the sea wolves followed her lead, kneeling down alongside her. Eka motioned them to rise up again.
It's not what you expected, is it? Not me, not the ship, not this whole thing. It never is. And the fact that you've been expecting it for so long probably only makes this stink all the more.
Oh? Or heart to heart?
You of all people would understand, right? The sea is always different. But it's the same sea, after all.
And his eyebrows start to crease her forehead. Eka let out a short chuckle, realizing that whatever the metaphor was meant to imply, it wasn't really coming through.
I know we arrived earlier than you wanted us to. I'm sorry we had to drag you here like that. And I'm sorry that you didn't want to see us yet, but I was very excited to see you. You know that much, at least.
The whole thing came across like it was a kidnapping more so than anything by Aina's request. Though she hesitated to do so for a moment, Aina finally nodded.
You're very strong. You've been here with Dad for so many cycles now. Cycles that we've spent thinking of you, sharing what we've learned, making our home a better one. And if we braved the shifting seas, it's so your new friends can be free to have a better life as well.
All of a sudden, Eka pulled Aina into a deep hug.
I just want you to know that we're here, Aina. You're not alone anymore.
Okay, I'm still suspicious of this. Aina stared emptily ahead for a few moments before finally nodding into the crook of the fluffy neck embracing her. The wheels of her mind were spinning much faster than they usually did. Too many feelings clashing against each other, sparks of memories that she couldn't quite recall. But if there was one thing she remembered, it was that she had been so alone. Alone. Because she was alone, wasn't she? Her eyes moved quickly between Ader and her sister, as if asking for permission of some kind to feel something that she wasn't supposed to feel. What she found in Ader's expression right at that moment instead, it would haunt her for the rest of time. Right now, however, Ekek wouldn't afford her the time to think about it.
I guess this must all be very confusing for the three of you. The short of it is that we've been hiding an heirloom for a couple of weeks now. All hush-hush, as it were. Like I said, if I wanted our reunion to be this huge party that would knock you off your feet, we'd have to make all sorts of preparations. To my surprise, when we got word that not only did the bear men know we were here, he expected us to be fully equipped and ready to attack at a moment's notice.
Who's the bear man?
So we got orders to show up today, just to let your little deer helper cry and die and make you all miserable and sad, and I was having none of it. So I figured, hey, you know, who's the boss? I'm the boss. I have the perfect big day present.
The deer man? No, bear man? Bear man. I mean, I don't know.
So here's your pet and your debrief, sis. The deer's safe, the crew informed, and we only got seen by like 5 grazers. Mission success.
The whole crew howled in response, which was cut short by a tormented scream somewhere far above their hiding place.
I mean, mission success as long as the deer stays here. It's chaos up there. But don't worry, we'll fix that soon enough.
By killing a bunch of them, unless your plans have changed from what you described. Ader and Seb shot a desperate look towards each other. They definitely had to do something about this whole fixing fiasco, ipso facto.
So, about tonight. I mean, sure, you could attack the city today and all, but, well, oh, never mind. This would surely be talking out of place.
Yes, pup? What is it?
Well, you see, all that ruckus up there is cause I'm real friggin' important. Yep. The guards are losing their minds over me missing.
Psychopathy.
Are they? Then why did they try to kill you?
Oh, God.
Because I'm so important, as I said. I'm kinda, hero. Yep. A mighty one-eyed hero that helps everyone he can. A knight, as we call him here.
Peep the expressions on the two on the outside. Both of them are just like, God, shut up. Seb slit her face, hid her face in a hand, trying not to commit a murder on the spot.
But there is glory in acting selflessly for the pack. I don't understand.
Ruminants ain't no pack. We're just bunches of folks getting kicked by the unfair lords that got more power than us. The deer with power. Oh, they felt so threatened by my helping anyone, they put an order out to end my life.
I don't think you're helping in the way you think you're helping, Ader.
Steal my assets! Eat my food! Separate me from my poor beloved boss before you were boss! Oh, my sweet little Aina!
Ader, shut up. Ader pretended to cry as he shuffled his knees towards the smith. With a hand that wasn't covering his face, he made a come hither motion so she would understand. Oh, that's awesome. You know, the dev is the voice of Aina, so it's perfect. They did that line perfectly.
And now that you and me are both reunited at last, oh, I just hate to see the family divided, to cause the whole mission to crumble to pieces. Because everyone in the city's on the lookout for Aderson, son of Gerfath of the Upper Field.
Holy shit, man.
I can smell it through the fucking screen. It's crazy.
Aw, is that all? You have nothing to worry about then. We can handle a couple of deer with swords.
Ader tapped Aina's back increasingly fast. Like, help me. Oh, you were literally chewing their arm off, and now you're crying.
Fine. I guess we can delay the raid a couple of days so you can hang out with your deer. It's not like we had official clearance to do anything yet anyway.
You have to have official clearance to genocide a town.
It's like that rule that old towns in the West have where you have to notify the sheriff before you come into the town to rob the bank. That's still on the books in a lot of fucking places because it's just an old-ass law that they didn't bother getting rid of. But it's fucking real. Tactical nuke incoming. Fucking hell.
But, to make up for it, you have to come partying with us tonight. Or I'm taking a spare rib from your special pet. Does that sound like a good trade?
Just rib. Aina nodded her head at maximum speed as she ran to give Eka the most hand-crushing handshake Ader had ever seen in his life. Well, I hope you party hardy then, because I like my ribs right where they are. Well, not mine. My ribs are all fucked up, but I'm sure Ader would like to keep his ribs where they are. Her hand looked positively tiny next to Eka's, who clearly struggled both to understand the gesture and to keep her paw wrapped around her sister's wrist. Tired of this pantomime, Eka simply pulled Aina into a rib-crushing hug, again with the ribs, lifting her right off the ground. Aina didn't murder her on the spot, meaning she was kind of happy about it.
Hey, boss. Mind if I get a celebration hug, too?
Sure, Bones. Get in here.
Oh, you called the... Oh, get with the boss.
No, my bad. I meant Aina. You know how it is, boss. Or it's a habit and all.
Oh, Lord. Horty bagorty.
Oh. I suppose you want some privacy, as you say? I mean, sure, whatever. It's getting pretty early for us. We were thinking about heading off to bed anyway, weren't we?
Oh, Jesus. Jesus. No. No one needed a translation for the disheartened growls Eka got from her crew.
So yeah, you two get all the time alone you need in the brig, like your boo-boos better and stuff. What say you and I catch up in the meantime, Dad?
What is with this insistence on pretending that fucking Sepp is the dad? Like, I don't get that. I just don't.
How dare you propose something so reckless? I will not leave these salacious whippersnappers alone in a room without supervision!
Wait, did she erase all of Aina's memory of her? But why the fuck would Eka have any awareness of that? Two souls in one body? Maybe, but like, it just is coming across like an impression because like some of the words in the previous line of dialogue were kind of not quite, but I don't know. Maybe, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought as much. Well, don't have too much fun without me. Seriously, don't. We're trying to keep it down. Secret mission and all.
Seriously, don't. Oh, it's fun.
Good talk. Catch you later.
Eka closed, see repositioned door. The door after shepherding everyone into the brig. The storage room remained at a standstill until the wolves started barking loudly and partying again in their bedroom. Aina and Ader finally crossed gazes once more. Uncertainty shook her to the core. She couldn't even start to guess what was going through his mind now that they were alone together at last. They're not alone! Fucking the sap is right there. Oh, Ader's so sad. He's so upset. Before Aina could even start to gesture anything, Ader leapt towards her and nearly tackled her to the ground.
Boss! I really thought I never could see you again. You missed so much stuff. I got hanged 4 times, but I survived. Then I got a trial, and I could read while I was in the maze, and we won. So Elbow tried to kill me, and please tell me the Beast Pirate lady wrote the note to Barabas, and she got you all confused with a different Aina.
What? What note? To Barabas? What? Aina pushed Ader away way more aggressively than she needed to.
Right, sorry. I know you can't tell me any of that, but you can let me know that much at least, yeah? You never ever seen those folks before?
Oh. Here we go. Aina scratched the back of her hair, looking anywhere but at Ader. She finally shook her head.
Wow, that's convincing.
Oh shit, getting called out. And his lip curled upwards into a snarl.
Oh, what a wonderful row of amazingly sharp teeth. Very ruminant-like. I can't even start to imagine where the confusion came from.
Oh boy.
Aina's teeth are Aina's teeth, and they got nothing to do with anything right now. All that matters is that we're together now, and we're an unstoppable duo. Nay, trio. Brains, brawns, and backbone.
Good point.
Which one were you again?
Fuck.
Listen here, Missy. I don't know where we are, and I don't know what's gonna happen to us. But we may be the last sad chance the city got left in surviving a beast invasion no more. Nothing will stand in our way. If we decide to become heroes today.
That was weird. That was in a weird cadence. Both Sepp and Aina turned to glare at Ader.
Or not. Maybe not. Way to make it about yourself, Ader. What I meant to say is that as long as we ain't dead.
I gotta loosen this band-aid on my finger here. Oh, fuck. Okay. That's better.
No, you're right. I wasn't thinking straight. We're all going to die.
No, let's not.
I'm going to die, you're going to die, and tails off when we're not looking!
Damn.
Oh, you're too good to eat me, are you? I'll have you know that I'm delicious, you feral heap of...
From many user reviews. Voices in the other room stopped for a second.
Patron, stop! I swear I meant nothing with your daughter.
They don't know your language.
I say, you're the most useless deer I've seen in my life. Obstreperous venison!
You're supposed to keep it down. Silence continued for a couple of seconds, then soon the laughter and cheering started over again.
All right, everyone. I know this is gonna sound real rich coming from me. We gotta calm down. Deep breaths. Use them lungs. Come on, boss. You too. Get those chompers over here if you gotta. No one's eating no one. No one's gonna die.
I'm going to die.
In your comfy bed, when you're old and wrinkled, surrounded by a herd of bulky, bumbling stags wearing itty-bitty clothes.
Brawn, backbone, dead weight.
Will you be there?
I will. I'll be the one holding up your pastries platter.
Nice.
And will you cry?
A whole darn river. Gonna drown everyone in the room. They'll think all that water's what got your tum so round.
Oh, that's silly but sad.
Said the deer with the bloated hands. I hate you so much.
Look at that, patron. You sound just like the real deal.
Ader and Sep shared a giggle together as they rested their foreheads against each other. The peaceful moment wasn't meant to last, of course. A sharp, perforating pain in Ader's forearm reminded them that there was a third person in the room. Thruples can work. You just gotta, communicate, which, difficult but not impossible. Aina pointed at Sep and at Ader. She folded her arms as her glare deepened from the drumming of her foot quickened, leaving little room for interpretation.
Right. We're all missing some introductions here, ain't we? Boss, this is Yusuf. Sep, this is Aina. I know you both. And I guess you already knew each other, too.
You also said two different names, but all right.
Oh, trust me. I'm well aware of who the cabbage head attached to a girl is. But as much as I've tried, she doesn't seem able to return the favor.
Aina nodded cautiously under Sep's resigned expression.
Why am I still able to remember, but not you? Does it have something to do with these beasts?
Ooh. Ader opened his mouth, only now realizing just how much more he knew than either of them. Save. Just in case, you never know. Mention them. Say them. Say things.
Maybe it's because Pertok stole your memories when you were a kid.
You even said fucking Aina's just blink. Just close them eyes. Don't even look.
That could be a valid explanation if I was struggling with my memories, but she's the one who can't...
Is this on purpose? Is this a glitch or is this on purpose? Aina's eyes are closed. Stick it out. Let's see what happens.
Wait, what did you just say? He stole my what?
He stole your what? You broke your hummus.
Your memories? 'Cause he wanted you to be free to make your own choices or something?
He what? No, come on, we don't have time for this.
Sep took both hands to her temples, trying to still her emotions into something mildly manageable.
If what you're saying is true, I'm sure he would be just as apt at manipulating Aina's memories as he was with mine. He could have chosen to take her memories of my family away, and that is far more distressing than any ancient curse.
Also, Aina's eyes are back. What was that about? Gonna make a note.
Why would he ever do such a thing? What could he hope to gain?
Your memories! Also, I have no fucking clue. I don't goddamn know.
No, I don't think it was like that. I think he thought he was doing y'all a favor somehow.
He is a merchant three's sake. There must have been something in it for him. There must have been.
A little pigeonhole-y, ain't he? He's also a like, patron of a temple. Like... And he was also your teacher? Like, he ain't just a merchant. He's also a psycho. Aina turned her head worriedly between Sepp and Ader, unable to fully comprehend the conversation they were having, but perfectly aware of how grave it seemed to be.
Don't worry, boss. We're not really sure what we're talking about either. I mean, we got no way of knowing if someone messed with your memories or not. We'll figure this out together no matter what.
Pretty fucking sure someone messed with your shit, given the fact that you were blank-faced, John Cena, blank-faced when we first saw you, canonically. Not in the game, but all the way back to the past. The look he got told him Aina didn't believe that for 1 second. But it was enough for now.
So what's our next step, then?
Huh? Why are you asking me? I'm still on plan duty?
Yeah.
Who do you want me to ask? The double agent?
That's fucked. Aina would have defended herself from the accusation, but she didn't know what that turn of phrase meant.
Right. Well, I don't know about y'all, but I'd rather be just about anywhere else in Dock now right now. What do you say we jump ship and let Sleeping Beast party?
I love that expression from Aina. Look at her face! So cute! Oh my god!
I say I'd love to share your optimism, but that's an idea, not a plan. I've already searched the brig from top to bottom. There's no way out from here, and I have no intention to arouse anyone's hunger walking back into the dining room.
Originally I was like, oh, what the fuck? But, no, yeah, she did search the brig. I thought she... At first, when I heard she searched from top to bottom, my brain auto-filled that to be searched the ship from top to bottom. I was like, what the fuck? But no, she did search the brig. Cute little murder beast. Yeah.
3 heads think better than 1, yeah? I'm sure if we just racked our brains a little.
Go seduce the captain. That'll give them plenty of time to look around. That's what you do in D&D.
One of Eka's underlings will have time to check up on us while she pretends to be asleep. This is the real world, Aderson. We can't afford ourselves eternal time to come up with inanities.
Damn!
Why not? Let's go back into your thoughts while we come up with something half smart then.
Shit!
I don't know how I did that. And I don't even know how I could ever hope to do it again, having you around me constantly trying my patience.
Well, Despa, I think we're gonna find out. Their cavillation was cut short by a small explosion of bone-like splinters and the sound of something falling into the water shortly after. I was gonna mention that Aina just sort of fucked off and she just fucking Looney Tunes their way right through the fucking wall. It would be perfect if you could see just an outline of the ship wall. Oh, Now we're gonna get the fucking captain to be like, me bones, I lost me bones.
What the? Boss! Hey! Where are you going? Don't just...
Yeah, scream. That'll be perfect. Of course, granted, just that is true. She can't die. She's just fucking walk on the bottom of the ocean. But the explosion would be enough to fucking alert people. But you screaming gonna tie you to it.
And she's gone.
So follow her, you dumb bitch.
Case in point, we're dead.
If you stick around!
Hey, what part of keep it down didn't you understand?
You could have gotten out in that time. You could have gotten out. You could have, but you stuck around to quip.
Wow. Okay. I'm going to guess the hole in the wall was just made by...
The artist behind Hole in the Brig #1.
Again, the incessant quipping did get you in this, but that was a good goddamn quip.
Yeah, that tracks. Man, I really thought I was finally getting through to her. Why'd you go and run like that now, huh?
Ader turned a desperate glare towards his patron.
How should I know? She's an unrepentant gobbler, and she never tells us a thing.
Bruh, what the fuck? Could just go. Hold on. Hold on. Yo. Okay. I'm pretty sure Gobber, more so Gobbler, flip them around. That definitely means you suck dick. But, but all right.
It's a mystery.
Whatever. We'll just have to go fetch her again. Any excuse is good to make my littermates stretch their legs and sniff every corner of the city. Bones, grab a mop and clean up this mess. And the shell, since you're at it. I want to see it sparkling when I'm back.
Clean a mess and look after your paw. He's the cake. Aye, Captain.
Okay, so when they had the moment where it was like, I was thinking my dad, actually, that really makes it seem like the whole point was to make it an impersonation. So why the fuck does she still think that Sepp is the dad? Like, what the fuck? I don't get that. I don't get it. I don't get it.
You what?
Fucking pirate of you, man.
You got it, ma'am?
He thinks I'm his mom. I seriously can't get enough words from you. Hey, tell me about this cake thing when we're back. I want a piece too.
Oh my. Neither of the two people remaining in the ship dared to breathe again until there was nothing but silence deep into the darkness beyond the gap. It was almost nice like this, really. You just had to forget the sight of the beasts and the constant humidity and the stomach-churning miasma seeping into the room that made both of them cover their faces and retreat into the dining room immediately. After a few moments trying to breathe in relatively fresh air and not whatever that was, Ader opened his mouth to do more than cough.
She did it on purpose.
Yeah, you put it right, Despa. I know it hurts you, bro, but think.
Excuse me?
Aina didn't just run away because she felt overwhelmed. She caused a huge distraction for us because she knew the beast would follow her. I'm sure that's it. Oh, how come I didn't get that earlier? She's so clever.
Sitting gawked at the boy. Words failed her.
You know, Ader, I really feel like this whole ordeal has given me precious insight on how you managed to have such a lovely extra-laboral relationship with your boss. It can't be easy having to share half a wit between two people.
Man. How can you manage to be such a bitch and yet owe so much to so few people?
She managed to solve the beast problem for us, didn't she? There's one more thing that you've done.
Bruh, you don't know. You don't know. Taking a very determined decision not to pay any heed to whatever Sep said next, Ader took a deep breath and ran into the brig. His companion barely dared peek in. After a few moments rummaging through all the items in the storage room, Ader finally settled for the mop. That is, the stick with a bunch of fur attached to its end that only conceptually resembled a mop as Akazorians understood them, and rushed right back.
Please tell me that thing is the weapon of our murder-suicide, and you're not about to wipe the floor with it.
I'm trying something here. We could turn to violence if this don't work.
Violence as a second resort, not a last resort, just plan B.
Well, as long as you're open to it.
And a relationship with you, I can only imagine that has to be willingly considered. Ader is proof that Scarecrow's head of straw has more brain power than Ader. Ader scurried back out. Sep observed as the boy leaned out of the new gap left in the wall after Aina's escape, doing his best to avoid breathing in a single puff of air or dragging his neck through the splinters. Once out, he stuck the stick out as far as he could down into the space below them.
These ain't exactly what they call shallow waters where I'm from, but I reckon we're both tall enough for 'em.
What? As Ader pulled out the bizarre wolf tool, he realized that the water dripping from it was particularly slimy. Ader moved his snout a bit closer to the end of the mop, following a deep-seated instinct to sniff out every unknown particle he stumbled upon. Sep could only gag from afar. He put the mop down and snorted all the air out of his lungs.
Fancy a guess where they took us?
Oh no. Oh no, it's gonna be gross. Before Sep could reach out to stop him, Ader jumped out of the boat and into the water.
Shit.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's right on the fucking head.
Kinda. But hey, look at it from the bright.
Find me a silver lining, Adderson. Find me one, and I swear that I'm going down there just to show you where you can stick that mop.
Honestly, after the day she's fucking had, facing possible being eaten alive, being threatened with being mauled to death, after all of this shit and the stupidity that she's had to go through, her only way of escaping is to go through a blown hole in the fucking wall. Your chariot awaits, ma'am. Jumping into a fucking sewer. Yeah, I don't blame her for being a little bitchy. I think that's totally justified.
I was just gonna say, the water only reaches up to my knees. And anyway, you were the one who said you'd rather take a bath in the sewers than put a finger on me again.
Watch what you say, folks. Might just fucking happen.
It's called hyperbole. You should know that as you're extremely well versed in it.
Shit. When you live a life as crazy as Ader's, hyperbole is just using examples.
Oh, well darn. Thank you.
You're gonna get a smack. Defeated by her own pettiness, limited options, and Ader's lack of vocabulary, Sep carefully slid herself off the edge of the brig and into the cloudy waters. Oh, her dignity is gone. She stood very still for a minute, without appreciating the way her boots, pants, and shirt were unable to filter out any water. Yeah, something fancy like that. Nah, that's ruined forever.
I thought you said it only reached up to your knees.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh man, that's all the way up to the titties. That's soaked all the way through. You got shitty titty. Oh Lord, no.
Yeah, my knees. Careful now. Wouldn't want to trip here.
Ader, I swear to God, if you want to survive, you better shut the fuck up. She will kill you. She will kill you and leave you in this fucking sewer. It ain't gonna be pretty. There's nothing left. There's nothing left. She's got no reason to live at this point. Her tail too. Oh God, yeah. Her tail's all in that. Oh God. Ader walked a couple of steps ahead into the darkness, trying to encourage Sep to do the same. Sep took a deep breath. She promptly regretted. And then a single step forward. No! No! No, she down. Something squeaked under her foot, slithered away, and made Sep slide and fall on her butt, causing a new splash. Look at her fucking face. She's so done. She's so done. That's a bath and bleach and shave after this. Yeah, you were ruined. You got fur, and you're done.
Congratulations, Ader. You finally dragged me down to your level.
Wow. You've managed to make this even more, like, you are in a objectively and literal shit situation right now. And you made it personal. You made it personal. Oy. You take them shitty titties and you made it your whole attitude.
Come now. You know this is still a couple of pegs below me. I ain't been avoiding your big bro's generous offers this long for nothing.
She has a big brother? Oh yeah, her brother that wants him dead. Okay. But that... Come now. You got this person who's shaking in fucking fury, and then you're just like, come now. just... Come on. Stop being stupid. Don't have that attitude with me. You got shitty taste. I'm not gonna take that guff from you. He's such a fucking jackass.
Oh, you figured that out.
Ader stretched a hand out towards Sep, which she took reluctantly. Then he helped her feel her way toward the sidewalk. There's a sidewalk here. They expect pedestrians to walk through this shit, or past this shit, on a luxury stroll. Both Sep and Ader looked down at the cause of their misstep. Oh. I didn't come here to get no lip. Okay, mouth. It was a vine as thick as a tree root, a wriggling tree root. More like a whole thicket of them. Oh, what is this? They both followed the side upwards towards the origin, the ship. Bright golden dots flickered over them like a constellation. A congregation of fungi, most likely. It was not the moment to leave a single possibility up to chance. Oh, hell, what is this? Another pair of radiant spheres joined the scene. They blinked. This time right beside Ader. So we're away. They have access pass for clearing blocking. Yeah, that makes sense. The sky blue eyes shining in the dark nearly gave him a cardiac arrest, familiar as they were.
Quiet.
Right. An orange glow followed after, radiating from Sep's palms. The light grew in intensity until it seemed like a torch pointed directly at the heights they just jumped from. Hope to Christ that's not actual fire, because they're just... That's a tentacle. That's a tentacle. Oh, God. That was no ship. Aina had somehow managed to punch through a gigantic snail's oval shell, reinforced with some kind of reddish metal on the outside, and bedecked with cages, grills, and flags. Well, you can punch through a flag, but Jesus! Look at this fucking thing! Christ! Hundreds of slithering vine-like appendages spread out from the depths of the shell, blocking the sewage tunnel behind it.
What is that?
Technical difficulties. Thank you.
I don't know, but I guess we ain't going that way.
Yeah.
No! No! No!
As if sensing an ill will of some kind, or perhaps just attracted to the light, the cluster of eyes turns toward the couple of escapees. Sep and Ader found themselves frozen at the sight. The living ship started crawling towards them. You're getting chased by an entire snail ship now. Come on. I'm gonna name it George. Vines bunched up like little feet, soaking what little water they could find to propel itself through the tunnel, first awkwardly and heavily, then faster. Now it was inches away, giving them a clear sight of its hooked mouth. Creature threw its vines back, launching itself towards the ruminants, only to have its momentum cut dead short, stopped by two thick metal anchors tying it in its place. The story may have very well ended here if it had managed to advance just a couple of paces further. No matter how much it lashed its vines around trying to reach the deer and gazelle, its efforts were in vain. Ader had already lifted Sep in on his arms and started running downstream, getting shit all over him. It's fucking gross. Oh, Lord George coming. Much farther than the snail could ever hope to reach them. Alright, got you shitty titty all over me. They rushed away, praying to every god above them that the creature wouldn't think to give them chase again. Though it had been a long while since the initial scare had passed, Ader and Sep's hands remained firmly intertwined. Neither of them would be negligent enough to bring this up, of course. Tiger's Tail! Hello, how you doing? Ader let his eye linger on the thin strips of light that illuminated from the sewers as they walked, doing his best to keep any beasts, mollusks, and past relationships that he hoped to rekindle out of his mind.
You wouldn't happen to have a map of the sewers somewhere in your mind, would you?
Yes, Ader. Studying public sanitary infrastructure layouts is just my idea of an entertaining second night.
You haven't been in here in so long. How you doing? I'm doing fine. How you doing? I hope you're doing good, too.
Was that supposed to be sarcasm?
I got a feeling that it was.
It mostly was, okay?
Mostly.
Nerd.
Nice. Lynn, you're in no position to laugh. Nerd. Zip took a deep breath, reminding herself of her hobbies weren't under much scrutiny when it came to Ader.
This is mere speculation, but judging from the speed at which the water is flowing and how they managed to sneak a thing that size under the city without flooding a whole district, I'd wager we can't be too far from the sea.
Well...
Hold up! What? That's where all the crap goes in heirloom? What do y'all use to breed your fields then?
You what?
Is it truly indispensable to you that we speak about manure while we're waddling through it?
I'm just saying, I'm starting to see why nothing grows around these parts. Back in my town, we just take a basin and...
That was fucking gross. We did not need to hear about your shit bucket being poured all over your corn. God damn it.
Don't. Not another word on the subject.
Our words echoed through the tunnels, making the intervention all the more dramatic. 1, 2, 2.5, 3. Seth counted to himself the seconds before Ader would open his mouth again. Count ended at 6 3/4.
So, speaking about sewer stuff, Jade, huh? Talk about family resemblances. Wowee.
What is that supposed to mean?
What?
Nothing. I'm just saying y'all threatened to kill me twice per sentence, but I would have never guessed y'all were brother and sister when Miss Rochelle threatened me that one time.
That's because it's supposed to be a secret. Like so many things you keep digging up.
Why?
What do you mean, why? It's obvious, isn't it? Mr. Tay-Tay is too important to let his reputation be tarnished for being related to a hobo and a whore.
Yeah.
Sep, I'd never let anyone call you a hobo.
Oh my. Anderson, son of Gerfaz of the upper field, you are a twit.
Dumbass.
Oh, little charming. 1, 2, not even 3 seconds of peace this time.
I mean, what reputation are we even talking about? You ever hear the stories of the things that happen down here?
Down here is where the shit is. I don't want to hear about what happens down here. You're in a sewer.
Only the ones tangentially related to me, but I'm positive I can't stop you from sharing.
See, me and Gilf toured the place a couple of times when things were real bad. Dead folk don't miss coins, or so he says.
Oh, hell.
You sound disgustingly okay with that.
Can't get queasy handling corpses when you're about to become one, man.
Not a bad point.
Besides, most of them come fresh out of the arena. It's gotta be somewhere around here. That's where them noble types like to bet in secret. The poor fighters that give it a go end up rich or dead. Mostly dead. All the nasty stuff is Taylor's turf, but there's lots more to this place. There's houses and markets and doctors and all sorts of folks who'd rather live in the dark than risk getting caught in the daylight again. I even heard some say they've seen beasts down here.
I suppose we can cross that one off the rumor list.
Yeah. Oh shit! A sudden clank on the ceiling made Sep flail her incandescent hand around in a panic, nearly slamming it into Ader's face.
Hey! Careful with that thing!
So is it actually fire? You got actual fire in a place that's bound to be full of methane. You fools.
It's called a hand. Though I guess I can't really blame you for not knowing what one normally looks like.
So pried her non-glowing hand away sharply from Ader's grasp, making sure to leave quite a bit of space between them. Ader stood behind, suddenly paralyzed by the urgency to run after her and the confidence that it wouldn't ultimately solve anything. So he only moved his mouth instead.
You still mad at me?
Mad? I mean, Do I look mad to you? Why are you even asking me? You're the one who spent an eternity scavenging for scraps of weakness. You'd know.
You told him to. What the fuck?
Look, we've been doing the whole I insult you insult me worse thing all day long. And I get it. There's a whole lot of stuff going on all the time. But I thought we'd cleared things up a little, at least. I've had a lot of time to think today. And I figured, I don't know what's going to happen next. But if we ran into a beast right now, I wouldn't want things to end like this. Why don't we give the good old honest heart-to-heart a try? Just this once.
Oh, hell. Except stop walking. She turned and looked the deer in the eye with a very unconvincing attempt at a challenging expression.
I don't know, Ader. Can you be honest?
I'll do my best. I just want to talk to you again, like we used to.
Ader squeezed Sep's hand with his own once more. It was more like her whole forearm, but she understood the gesture regardless.
I could be taking a warm scented bath right now. I could be soaking my hooves in orange blossoms, safe in my reassurance that your story had run its course. You would be nothing more than a footnote in my diary tonight, if I still had it.
Yeah, you kind of took care of that.
I could be taking a warm
Okay, you could, whatever. Hold on. So, putting all of this in context. Just taking his vitamins. Putting all of it in context. I don't think it's the best move to say, but you love me. Like, whether it's true or not, that's not the right thing to say right away. And we don't even know if it's true. Having an adventure, again, that's not the most damning indictment of what's happening. I think I want to try the bottom one first, see how that goes. But you saved me.
But you found it in that heart of gold of yours to save me and give me a second chance.
Okay, first of all, this is not a second chance. We are not an item, Aderson.
That's not what...
Yeah, we never were.
And secondly, I didn't save you. I was saving myself.
Took a lot of collateral shit along with you.
Yep, we've been through this too. You're a petty asshole and you got a block of ice for a heart.
What? What's your problem?
Oh, you didn't like that, huh? Well, that's what it sounds like when you talk about yourself, Majesty.
I wouldn't quite go so far. I do not sound like... Can we go back to when you were scared of saying a word out of turn?
Not now. I figured out you keep spewing lots of radish stew about yourself, we can't.
I knew I shouldn't have let you in.
You didn't let me in. I snuck in because it turns out I'm pretty darn good sometimes. You like having me around you.
Around may not be the preposition I'd use for where I like you best, but I do regretfully treasure your presence regardless.
Needless to say, Ader couldn't even begin to decipher that sentence, but he understood that her tone betrayed a smile, despite everything. Still wasn't quite... This still wasn't enough to quiet Sep's inquisitive nature, however.
Do you really want to be honest? Then stop using my feelings to deflect talking about yours for a moment. There may not be an appropriate reaction to finding out that beasts exist and your boss works for them, but I know you can't be taking this nearly as well as you pretend you are.
Hey! Killer Trisket has returned. Fantastic.
I don't know. I don't know how to feel when she lets me in on whatever's going on. Anything between this and that just goes in the little box of things I can't be thinking about.
Something tells me it's not precisely little.
Uh-oh.
That's something got anything to do with me giving some grand friggin' speech to the whole city while I was busy running up and down your thoughts?
Oh, yeah, we didn't really address that.
Maybe. But we're talking about you now.
I gotta believe that the only thing that's changed is that she ain't my boss proper no more, now that her pa sacked me. Whoever and whatever she is, she's still the person I admire the most in Dakna. I gotta believe in her, like she believed in me. She's my best friend in the world, no matter what.
Nice. Okay. That's a pretty good outcome. I think it's probably going to be the best one, but we did.
I could be taking a.
We did try the other ones, and it did turn out pretty good. So I do want to try the others just in case. Let's see what the adventure one does.
But you're escaping from legendary beasts instead. Brave in the depths to find a way to escape the sewers and warn the city of the dangers that lurk in the dark, hand in hand with a brave knight who'll protect you with his life.
See, that just reeks of bullshit, you know? Like, it just sounds like you're not taking this seriously, so that's why I didn't choose it.
Was that a silver lining just now, Ader? I can still go back and fetch that mop I warned you about.
Afraid we're kind of in a hurry right now, but you could show me the ropes tonight if we're still hanging out by then.
Oh my, what's this? A bribe? Trying to warm your way into my heart through my bed as usual?
Well, you know, I'm just open to inventing all kinds of analogies if they'll make you feel better, ma'am.
That's not what that word... Never mind. I'll get back to you on that.
Sep's hands would have surely strayed from Ader's had they been surrounded by anything but sewage. The situation was anything but alluring, but alas. So they just chuckled together about it instead and hurried along, the air between them a little lighter than it was before. Figuratively. This still wasn't enough to quiet Sep's inquisitive nature, however.
Do you really want to be honest? Then stop using my feelings to deflect talking about yours for a moment.
Okay, so that's actually
There
where...
may not be an...
Okay,
I don't know.
So that's actually where it cuts off. So let me actually save there, and I'm gonna load this and go back.
She's
I want to...
Me.
She's...
They're around.
Yep.
Okay.
But you found it in that...
Hold on, I know this is a lot, and my mouse does not...
I'm Sep. Hey!
I could be taking a warm...
But you found... Yeah.
And secondly...
Yep. We've been through...
What?
Oh!
I wouldn't quite go so far.
Not now,
I knew I shouldn't...
You didn't let me in.
Around may not...
Okay.
Around...
You did... Not now. Yep.
Okay.
But...
I could be...
But you found it in that heart of gold.
Oh,
To
hydrate.
save me
Thank
and give me
you.
a second chance.
Drink your water, y'all. It's important.
Okay, first of all...
Yeah.
And second...
Yep.
What?
Oh!
I
Not now.
knew
You didn't let...
Around...
Okay, so that didn't actually go as positively as I think, now that I know that that's the part we're, like, zeroing in on. Huh. Interesting. Drinks up me already, yo-ho. Nice.
I could be taking a...
So the adventure one's actually more lighthearted. And the bottom one just sort of tries to encourage it, like, not to talk bad about yourself, but it kind of gets deflected. And the best part comes after that. And the top one I really don't see going well, but let's see what happens.
But turns out you love me.
What? Mind where you step, dear. You could trip over your ego.
Out calling kettle black much? Come on, Sep. I read all those thoughts you got floating in that gorgeous head of yours. Be a little honest for once. I won't tell no one about it.
You mean you won't shut up about it?
You sure are saying a lot of words for what could have been a simple no.
Fine. I hate you. You're adult, and I hate you, and I'm going to bury your mangled body in a ditch the second you turn your jerk face away from me.
So, I'm hearing that I should keep looking at you. You know, just for safety. That it, ma'am?
Wow.
Dream on.
Sep couldn't have hid the color of her cheeks under that strong light she was summoning onto the sewers, so she just rushed ahead, accidentally pulling Ader along. How you been since I left your voyage? It's been alright. Just continuing on. I think the middle one is the best one. It's lighthearted without being too... The top one was, like, lovey, but, like... did have a slight negative tone? Dolt is one you haven't heard of. Yeah, Dolt is nice. That's a good one. What do y'all think? Between the bottom one, the middle one, and the top one. We listened to the bottom one first. I don't know. What do y'all think? I'm trying to think here, because, seem like they're all in favor. All in favor of what? Gotta propose something and then ask all in favor. Speaking of all in favor, fucking all in ain't looking like it's gonna be favorable. But, yeah. Let's see. The love one seemed to actually go not too bad. Like, it was a little odd. The middle one seemed to go okay, but it didn't go... let's just do the top. Let's just do the love one. Fuck it.
Do you... there...
That's
me.
She's...
Alright, we're good. We continue on now. A tiny smidge of light, a single gleam in the distance, grew larger and brighter as they approached the end of the sewers. Fresh air, a bright sky, and the brave alas sea waited beyond their torment. White turned to blue and white again as Aina's arm waved at them from the other side of the conspicuously bright grill at the end of the tunnel.
That a good enough answer for you?
It will have to do for now. You've given me much to think about.
Ader tilted his head, confused about the way she trailed off at the end, but no follow-up that ever came. Ah, there's Aina. Nice. Now, Aina's actually... oh, no, Aina's covered in shit, too. Damn. You know, Aina's the smallest, but they managed to be, not completely covered in shit. Good for them. An ancient seawall crowned by a ruined lighthouse framed the view of the fierce waters below and the serene skies above. A distant memory of a time where lost seafaring techniques carried vessels away from the shoreline. Ader eagerly trudged those last few steps that separated them from a certain death in the waves of the high tide sea and into Aina's arms.
Boss! I'm so proud of you! That was amazing!
And his tail started wagging at full speed behind her, equally happy to see him and to receive whatever compliments she could get after such a long day. The excitement sparking between the master and apprentice didn't last long, for it soon became Ader's turn to use their one brain cell.
You could have clued us in on your plan back there, you know. What if we'd gotten lost along the way?
Oh, the teeth.
That wasn't no plan. You just got mad we weren't paying attention to you, so you punched a wall and then rolled with it.
Tongue! Bep. Aina helped Ader up with a final heave, a half hug, and a non-committal smile.
Well, I sure as hey ain't fixing that hole for you.
Oh. Ader took both hands to his face, and sighed. Remember the hands got covered in the shit. It was then he noticed that he'd gotten drenched hugging Aina.
Oh, boss! You alright? You're soaked to the bone! Sheesh, even your tips are getting all faded now.
Ader was going to pat Aina's head dry, then when a thought struck him.
How'd that happen exactly?
Aina pointed down to the tunnel where they'd just come out from, then back at the ground below them. She marched in place, covering her head, crouched down, and then sprung back to her feet, mimicking the extraordinary act of swimming in the air. She finished her act, casting an expectant look at Ader's direction, tail still wagging behind her.
Good job, boss. Had a girl.
Satisfied with her reward, Aina started rummaging through her belt bags. You know, Sep's probably drowning behind you. You want to help? Whatever. After a short reach, she produced a blue and white fabric she'd been wearing since the previous night and presented it to Ader.
Do me a favor and hold on to that till I need it.
Aww.
A little help here? I'd rather not drown in a sewage exit if it's all the same to you.
Nice. Aina and Ader both leaned over the edge of the wall to help Sep up. Not like Aina really needs the assist. It's not like Aina really need the assistance? Needs the assistance, I imagine. She was strong enough to lift 8 to 12 steps. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Not like Aina really needs the assistance. She was strong enough to lift 8 to 12 steps, but Ader felt the extraordinary urge to make sure his little threat of a boss wouldn't drop the gazelle back into the water as a prank or something. At last, the three of them stood atop the wall, like a promise of a new day. A chilly breeze blew behind them, carrying their woes toward the endless horizon. Time for them to get caught immediately. You know, there's like a whole ship of pirates looking for you right now. And you're only like right around the corner from where the ship is. You're probably gonna get caught like immediately.
See? I keep telling y'all there's always a way to make things right, and you never believe me.
That's exactly what you would say right before getting caught.
I'll make sure to set my skepticism aside for you, if we're still alive tomorrow.
Yeah, don't hallucinate till you're out of the woods.
Aina nodded resolutely, like she had any idea what that phrase meant.
We ought to get moving. Ain't no way of knowing how long those things are going to be chasing Aina. I don't even want to imagine what they're going to think of me eloping with y'all's dad.
The Smith smirked and started gesturing something that Ader couldn't slap down fast enough.
There is no point in making baseless conjectures. The sooner we react, the better indeed. Our next move could prove critical for the future of the city.
Our? Hold up. You coming with us? Like, of your own condition?
Volition?
You ain't ditching us?
Wow. You really think I care so little about the city I was raised in and its poor defenseless people?
Yes. Ader squinted his one eye at her.
I go where the sister of the captain goes, of course.
What? How's that reason? I don't understand. And bared her teeth at Sep, trying to push her off.
Aw, what's wrong? You have a complicated relationship with your family too, little beast girl.
Growl. Oh boy. Boop. You poop! You poop! No, you don't poop.
Ader! Ader, look! Boop! Boop! It's like messing with a kid. I don't even have to try to make her mad.
And she doesn't even have to try to break your arms.
If you don't quit that right now, I'm the one who's gonna flip out. Heads on the game, all right?
Aw, look what you've done, Aina.
Here comes the big boar, bro.
Sip, focus! It's our necks on the line here. Do we agree we gotta warn everyone then?
Sep moved her eyes lazily from a little game poking at his nose and trying not to get her finger bitten off to Ader, who looked about ready to expedite the process.
Who does everyone entail exactly? Do you have a feasible plan this time? Or are you just set on running around the city screaming like a madman about the end of the world until you run out of breath?
Well, I imagine this is where your favorite person in the world, the captain of the guard's gonna come in again. You're gonna have to turn yourself in order to get him, the captain of the guard, to listen to you so he can spread word to the rest of the guards that there's some shit going down. But the problem is, once you turn yourself in, he ain't gonna listen to you because he'll get what he wants, which is you in captivity. Not good. Sticky situation.
No, of course not. That'd be dumb. I know better than anyone. This is way above our pay grade. The city guard should be taking care of that.
Oh, hey, look at that. The shit I just said.
Those buffoons either didn't realize they had beasts hiding in their ranks, or they let them run free amongst their own. But if you want to try your luck with Elbar after ruining any future the two of us had together on top of that, please don't let me stop you.
Well, in my defense, if it wasn't for today, we wouldn't know about the wolves in the first place. You think Lord Snotty Snout was in on this?
Oh, that would be interesting.
I may have fared better if he was some kind of conspirator, but alas, he's too self-absorbed to be capable of such evil. Beasts could have spent moons handing out bribes right under his nose, and he wouldn't have had the faintest idea.
I would have known was the idea Sep left unspoken.
Who's left then?
Ader put both hands on his temples, trying to juice his gray matter into grayish ideas. Sep closed her eyes thoughtfully. Aina put a hand on her chin so as to not be left out. Aina! Oh, I love Aina. Ooh. Oh. What the hell? I'm not making all that noise into my microphone. What the hell's going on? The hell was all that? My microphone was just giving up a bunch of bumps in the little thing. Little, the feedback audio mixer. Well, I wasn't saying anything. Hope that wasn't anything. Well, let's save real quick. What choice are we gonna do? Well, Taylor does seem suspicious. I hope Illigrab's not a fucking traitor. I want Aina to just ignore them. Let's what about you? What about Taylor, huh?
What about Taylor?
What about him?
Oh boy, they both got mad.
He is the de facto wealthiest peasant in the city based on capital alone, not to mention the most powerful civilian. If there's someone invested in protecting his assets from an invasion, it's surely my brother.
Oh, yeah. He'd be real darn invested in that. I'd bet he'd invest a lot of money and blood into making sure they only leave his stuff alone.
All the more reason to believe we'd be safe behind his golems.
Oh jeez. Aina's really not happy about that. Aina bared a... What the hell happened
All the
there
more
with that
reason to...
animation? There we go. Aina bared her teeth at the mere mention of the concept. She thumped her chest and shook her head.
What? You think you could beat them on your own?
Yeah, aw, geez, she's so fucking proud. Look at her.
Of course you could. Your bro's just a weirdo on a power trip.
So what am I, then?
A weirdo on a sex power trip. Feeling how close the conversation was going to off the rails again, Aina pushed both of them away from each other and stood between them, tapping her temple. Aina put a thumb over the side of her neck and slid it across her fur in a very recognizable gesture.
I think she means that she'd kill us herself faster. Meaning, that it wouldn't be safe.
Ah, that's good to know.
Jesus. Aina nodded. Then she bit her lip, trying to piece together the way to express her thoughts. She pulled on her shirt, wrapped one fist around the other next to her heart, and tapped on her nose quickly.
I'm not sure which one of us is worse at this.
I think she's signing the beasts can smell us? But not just smell us. They can smell, chest. No, heart? That make a single lick of sense to you?
Sep's mouth hung agape as she finally understood what Aina was trying to communicate.
They can scent the Hatsa.
Uh-oh.
That means...
It means they can scent the Hatsa! Just how do you know that, Aina? Why are you so sure about that?
Ooh. Okay, I'd be willing to bet that we've already passed the point that it fucking, resets, so let's try another option here. Let's tell Ilagrab.
What about Ilagrab?
He's too skeptical. There's no way he would believe us.
It's still worth a try, right? It's either him or the patron at this point. I'd rather go with the one that ain't burning.
At least that particular flavor of crazy old man makes himself easy enough to find. Ilagrab could be anywhere in the city.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. We'll just have to wash up on the beach, disguise ourselves, and go asking around town. Someone's bound to know where he is sooner or later.
Suddenly cross about something no one other than Ader could hope to understand, Anna started shaking her head and cutting air emphatically with her arms.
What's wrong, boss? You don't think it's a good plan?
She bit her lip, trying to piece together a clearer way to express her thoughts. Okay, so... that one just sort of doesn't go anywhere. But I'll save it. Load one more time. Let's see what happens. I think that with this one, Anna just cuts in. Tisk. Oh, shit. Anna snorted wryly to herself, well aware of the fact that she wasn't actually invited into the brainstorming session. Walking with feet light as air, she started climbing the lighthouse to get a better view of their surroundings, safe in her reassurance that she was the only one doing something actually useful. That's right. There was no one to call anymore. No one could stop a storm that had been brewing. No one could stop a storm that had been brewing this long. It would swallow up the whole city. Anna looked down from her vantage point over the ruins. The whole city, save for a few select people that she didn't want involved, that is. That was still her. And all she could do was her level best to keep her friends and their very annoying company of choice safe. Anna sniffed the air. It smelled like approaching thunder. Better take cover.
Now, I'm telling you, if we just took the time to find Ilagrab...
Why can't you understand that Taylor would be a much better...
Holy hell! Aina pushed them away from each other, shutting both their snouts with her hands. Then she shook her hands as she cut the air emphatically with her arms. She pointed at her, Sep, and herself, and opened her arms wide, only to cross them again. After much wiggling, Ader managed to scurry away from Anna's grasp.
Whoa, boss. A little slower. That's protect, right? So, not protect. None of that would be safe for us. That it?
Aina nodded. Then she bit her lip, trying to piece together another way to express her thoughts. All right, I'm sticking with this one because I like that better. Because the stuff with Ilagrab and Taylor really didn't fucking go anywhere. I like this. You gotta go. It was good to stop by for a bit. I was glad to have you here. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. She put on her shirt.
Ader, translate.
Oh, we haven't seen it. She pulled on her shirt, wrapped one fist around the other next to her heart, and then tapped on her nose quickly. Yeah, she's still holding on to Seth.
Ader, translate.
I think she's signing the beast can smell us, but not
Yeah,
just.
we already have that one. Hanga gave she
They
understood.
can scent the Hatsa.
Yep.
That means.
It means they can scent the Hatsa. Just how do you know that, Aina? Why are you so sure about that?
Oh boy. Anna's eyes narrowed into mere lines.
Well, they ain't found her for one. So whatever it is that is, she must be onto something.
Ader. Sep shot a glare in Ader's direction. She had no actual retort to this logic that wouldn't result in at least half an hour of arguing, however.
Fine. That's not the concerning part. If what she's saying is true, that would mean they're capable of perceiving our very soul through their sense of smell. They could be magnitudes better at navigating a current than we could ever hope to be.
Ader joined Aina in nodding non-committally, as if either of them got any of that. Look at their fucking faces. Sip side with violence. That's a wonderful sentence. That's just a wonderful fucking sentence. Sighing with violence. I wish that got a voice line.
Imagine you could smell the waves about leaves in the sea when the wind blows in your direction.
Yeah, no, that's impossible.
No, it's not. Every action we take shapes both our connection to the Hatsa and that of those intersecting with us, which in turn shifts the Hatsa itself in infinitesimal ways we cannot even start to perceive or measure. That's the very essence of Sephihet.
I barely passed geometry.
You're at a level 10 of sepness right now. I need you to come down to 2.
The gazelle made a brief choking motion with her hands.
If you don't want your Hatsa read through your gaze, you can close your eyes, yes. But you can't do that with your smell. There's no actual way to change or erase the unique essence your blood gives off, only make it less noticeable.
So they can't smell where her thoughts are? Because the sewers sink more than the sea!
It was Sep's turn to stare blankly at Ader. There was almost a sense of wonder in her eyes, really. It was a look that told him she was asking herself the important question, how could I ever think associating with you was a sound idea?
Potentially, yes. Now, suppose strong smells actually confuse them. I hope you understand that I'm not willing to spend the rest of my miserable existence bathing in sewage on the off chance this pipsqueak is not making stuff up. Which finally takes me back to the original point I wanted to make. If Aina thinks this stench is our disguise, wouldn't it make more sense for us to hide using a scent that didn't remind them of the place we just escaped from?
What are you suggesting, perfume? Aina and Ader looked at Sep. Then they looked at each other. Then they looked at me. Then they looked at you. And then they looked at this llama and I don't know. Old Spice commercials. They huddled up a few steps away, as Aina started signing and making quiet noises.
No, she kinda got a point there, boss. What? I ain't taking nobody's side. I'm just saying, hey, what's that supposed to mean? Don't call me names.
Ader finally emerged from the little coven, wiggling his fingers with apprehension.
So, here's the thing, Sip. You may not have noticed, because you lived here your whole life surrounded by fancy perfume and delicious soap, but coming all the way up from Chancery, I can promise you this one thing. The first thing you notice when you walk into Heirloom ain't the walls, ma'am. The city don't smell like roses. However, we diggity do agree this is the grossest thing either of us has gone through in a good long while. And I got no intention to let the one decent set of pants I own stay dyed green-brown for the rest of my stay here. If we want to find the middle point between our safety and our decency while we weather out the storm, we gotta make sure we're still blended in after washing up. And we can only do that.
Please say something intelligent.
Ooh, let's see what he says.
In a place that smells worse than we do.
Oh, look at these three faces. Aina's so fucking excited. It's fucking Ader's proud of himself, and Sep is so not just no. She's just no.
Why? Why would you reach that conclusion? If all we need is to disguise ourselves, we may as well douse our bodies in spice and jump into a temple. They won't be able to tell either way.
Yeah, but then you would go blind, because the spice would destroy your eyes, or eye in Ader's case.
Sure thing, Your Majesty. Name one shop in the city where 3 weirdos covered in crap can ask for a whole bucket of spices to jump in. How about I do you one up and help you find a good fire pit to save the beast the trouble of cooking that marinade?
I did not say it was a feasible idea. I was simply stating the fact there are better ones out there. We don't even need to change our scent too much from the usual, right? You usually smell like ash. Why don't we go hide in Aina's forge?
I mean, the smoke would be a real nice way to hide us, if it weren't for the fact that pyres tend to attract a lot of guards. But if you're so desperate to go back to smelling like flowers, we could always go and hide in the desert rose like we used to.
Except that you're banned from there, and also Sep is expected to be there. And I'm pretty sure Aina's not allowed to be there either.
I bet Miss Rochelle's gonna be real happy to see you in good company. Ain't she now?
Yeah.
Has anybody ever mentioned how lowly your rhetoric is?
Gets the job done, don't it?
If they have, I sure as hey didn't understand. So, there's the plan, ma'am. All in favor of finding a grid enough place where a bunch of beasts can't eat us and hide till we have a better plan? Please raise your hands.
Yeah. Ader raised one of his ridiculous hands. Aina raised both to match. Sep took a hand to her face.
The masses have spoken. All that's left is finding the place then.
Aina quickly tapped her nose and motioned her friends to follow her as she jumped back into the sewers, clearly set on a target. Oh no. Oh god. What the hell are we going for?
That's the spirit boss. Lead the way.
The spirit boss.
Come on, Majesty. I'm sure that once we got a moment to sit down and rest our hooves, we'll all start making sense again.
Oh yeah. This whole thing has made perfect sense in moments of calm.
If any of this starts making even an inch of sense to me, you can just go ahead and let them skewer me with my own horns.
You're a buzzkill, you know that? Sep climbed back down into the sewer entrance, closely followed by Aina's snickers. Ader remained on the ruins for a moment longer, engrossed by this last chance to marvel at the scenery ahead.
Hey, Sep, you get a feeling this place looks familiar somehow?
Oh, that's sad. Wait a minute, he should remember that. He literally looked at that memory. What the fuck?
It's just the view of the palace.
Right. That gotta be it.
What Ader didn't say back then, and probably never said to her until the day he died, is that he had just figured out the reason why their beloved low-tide beach was always so empty. Why? Because they can see the fucking... Oh. Because it's right by a sewer. Yeah, that makes sense. And then, like, every day it fucking flows back up with sewage. The trio diligently followed Aina's lead through the tunnels, none of them particularly willing to joke around to carry a light this time around, lest they attracted any sort of extra unsavory attention. They walked several blocks upstream, taking turn after turn through the many meanders that diverged into the darkness. They knew their exit was near when the brown streams nearly dried out, and the bricks covering the ceiling to save the city from the side of their own waste got scarcer. Soon, they were trudging through an open channel that delineated the beginning of the sewers as repurposed irrigation ditches from times where the slums had been filled with industrious researchers and architectonic projects. A time before the Barhan Rebellion and the expropriation decrees, before slander had become synonymous with murder. Now, the gutter was as safe a place as any to walk in the district. They followed Aina for what felt like hours, until they finally emerged on the serrated edge of a cliff.
You could tell how much I love high places, I see.
Sepp glared at Aina through a pressed grin. The smith smirked back, showing every last tooth.
Need me to carry you?
Not in front of that varmint, I don't.
Varmint. And you call his fucking language low or whatever the hell. Varmint! He was rather certain this was not the case, however, and selflessly volunteered to the task.
What? You think you're...
Yoink!
Put me down, you beast! Put me down!
Nice and quiet. Aina ran ahead, carrying the screaming Sepp in one hand like a hot dish. Which she is.
Would you look at that? Y'all seem like such good friends already.
Ader followed the girls up the narrow path ahead, skirting the vertical climb until he reached a rundown house that was dangerously close to giving up on its foundations and just falling. Oh, we know this place. His lips formed a very concerned line as he found himself on his own doorstep.
Hey, boss. Since when do you know where I live?
Yeah. Yeah. Explain that shit away.
Shut up. This is your house? The house you share with Geoff. You mean to tell me he's been living like this?
Oh boy. Yeah, 'cause she's got a history with Geoff too. Sepp's horrified expression only lasted until she remembered the company around her.
Here be blessed. When you said you both lived in a shack, I assumed that would entail a building with a minimum of 4 walls.
God, you gotta act like a bitch. Just... I can't wait until the walls come crumbling down a little bit.
Hey, it ain't so bad. We got 3.5, and a wonderful backyard with its own outhouse and everything.
That's not bad, honestly, for this kind of condition.
It's the brick box at the edge of the cliff.
You better hope to God you don't lose your balance, 'cause you and your shit are going ass backwards off the fucking cliff. Oh, that's fucking funny.
I really should have taken you to the doctor before bringing you anywhere near me.
Yeah. You probably have several diseases now. Sepp made to step into the house, prompting Ader to casually put his whole arm across the threshold.
You know what? Now that I got a moment to think about it, I don't think this is such a hot idea. I'm not really allowed to bring guests over.
What the hey is in this house?
I'm sure the occasion merits an exception.
Maybe. But maybe actually truly we ought to hide somewhere else. Like a dump. I mean, it smells almost the same, but without the danger of running into my landlord.
Your landlord? I thought you stay with Yoff, but... Okay, let's find out.
We have far more serious problems than Yoff right now. Move.
No way! Nope, nuh-uh. You know, if it was about me, I'd say my home is your home. Except it's not. We can't hide in there. If I dragged any crap in, Mr. Bard would murder me.
You are going to get murdered either way, Aderson. Just let me take a bath.
You think there's a bath in there?
Bath.
Tolling the bell has risen. Oddly appropriate given my alert box is the Undertaker toll. That's fucking awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the subscribe.
Yes, Ader dear. Lead me to the place where you purportedly used to wash yourself after roaming the streets before I stupidly lent you my own.
That would be the fucking, he uses the fucking well, not the well, the fountain, doesn't he?
That'd be Aina's tub, but boy, oh boy, there's no means to justify that end.
Oh, does she not know that you use her tub?
No offense to your soap-making skills, boss, but I'm pretty sure those were just lie bars.
Oh my. Damn.
I swear I was yellow all over before I started using that thing.
Whoa. Oh god. The Donsoon was a suffocating season to its very end. Random licks of fire and strong gusts of hot wind full of embers weren't exactly commonplace, much less so specifically placed behind two people. Both Ader and Aina turned around slowly.
I don't much care where or how, but I was promised a bath and a modicum of peace for going through with this stupid plan, Aderson. If I have to make you build a bathtub and fill it with your own tears to wash myself, I will.
Yo. Yeah, you better work on that, my friend. That was a promise, not just a threat.
Well, if you ain't picky as long as it makes me cry, I know a place we could go. Mr. Bard said there used to be a decent hammam down the street, but it was shut down a while before I arrived. They found the owner dead in real mysterious circumstances. No knife wounds or bashed in heads or nothing like you see around these parts. They say the bath's cursed now, and anyone who comes in never comes out.
I think I'll take my chances.
Yeah, you have good luck with curses, lady.
Yeah, sure thing. What's a little more curse than matter at this point? Right this way, then.
I heard a squish, and then it says, I dare not repeat the words Sepp saved for Ader and his boss as she was surreptitiously led back into the sewers, seeing as the gates to the baths were still locked. Oh, man.
Knock, knock. One fresh bucket of our finest water coming up for her grace.
God! How is it so cold?
We should be thankful the pump's working at all. Scrub 'em leggies like you mean it, or you won't be getting into the pool.
Hold on. Is this what I think it is? Bath episode?
Yo. Chill out. You a kid. I remember there was something about you not being like a kid, but you're still too young to be shredding your hormones all over this shit. Lynn, stop that. You're gonna smear the ink.
This sure brings me back to my water selling days. Speaking of work, Aina, how are we doing over there?
Oh, Ader's all clean now. I guess he went first. A little selfish of him. Okay, you're covered up.
Boss, don't be like that. You know baths are good for you. Do we really gotta do this whole dance every time? Give me that sponge. Hey, come here.
Aw, that's sweet. Oh. Ooh.
I gotcha! There's no escape now, you filthy rascal. Brush, cleaning up the little boss.
That was like teeth scrubbing sounds. Once satisfied with his work, Ader locked Aina's head under his arm and dashed through the contiguous warm room. Wouldn't be completely out of place to say Ader dunked a quasi-sparkling Aina into the pool.
And you better not go crawling out till I tell you. You hear?
Aina raised her head at a... Oh, hey, you fucking... Your dye is gone. Look at you. But you're gonna look like what Sepp first saw you as, and that's gonna be... I mean, your hair's even longer now. Like, you straight up look like your old sprite. Anyway, Aina raised her head over the water like a grim apparition, hair on her eyes and murder all over her face. Excuse me. Oh, big blushes, big blushes. Her vengeance could not come to fruition, for it was misplaced by the sight of Sepp's body clad in nothing.
What? What did Aina see?
A towel. A towel!
What?
Sepp was wearing a perfectly decent bathing robe under the towel.
No, she wasn't.
Everyone wore perfectly decent family-friendly towels and bathing robes beneath them.
I'm 14, not stupid.
Vengeance could not come to fruition, for it was misplaced by the sight of Sepp's body clad in nothing but swimwear under a towel!
I swear to you that the first thing I'll do on my right day is come back and rewrite this!
Be that as it may, Aina could have set some world records on the speed that which she paddled to hide her panic.
Oh, look. The shy little cabbage is finally showing her true colors.
Gotta keep that safe for work tag, man. Whoa, hold up.
Oh, look. The shy little cabbage is...
There's like a bounce there. I was concerned about, but I don't know. Maybe it's just like a smooth... I don't know. Sepp followed her leisurely, running a hand between the threads of long silver white hair floating aimlessly in the water.
Wow. Your hair color looks even more unreal than the dye, doesn't it? Like fine spider silk in the moonlight, or the world's finest linen thread. To be honest, though, I only thought it looked like rice noodles when I was a child. Yum.
I agree. I fucking love rice noodles. That's my go-to thing to get from a Chinese restaurant. Also, why is she wearing the towel into the pool? You said she was wearing bathing wear or swimwear. Where the towel? She said she was wearing. I know this is a nitpick, but you said she was wearing a towel outside of bathing wear. So this is just a little odd. Blender is an app on Steam? I just saw the Discord, they add the mod for, not just the mod, but like the creator of the VivianJade Discord server is using Blender on Steam. Interesting, I didn't know that was a thing. Anyway. Sepp glanced back at Ader, who was preoccupied brushing his antlers ferociously in the cold room. Nope, it's cut off by about half the door.
Enjoy. Love you too.
A rare moment removed from Ader's overprotectiveness for the both of them.
So you really don't remember me at all, do you? Who knows? Maybe you just need to take a closer look.
Man, you're gonna explode Lynn's head. Never one to miss a chance to make someone else falter. Sepp casually wrapped an arm around the shorter girl's shoulders. Aina's head's gonna explode. Look at Aina's fucking face! Aww.
Then again, I don't look anything like the child you knew, do I? I used to have really stubby arms and legs, so much so that Illigrab started calling me Pumpkin. Actually, I don't know if he started it, but it caught on. I became Pumpkin first and Sepp second.
Sepp's hand sauntered towards the top of Aina's head.
Well, anyway, whenever you carried me, he'd say it was so sweet. You looked like a pumpkin pie. Can you imagine that? You were anything but sweet carrying me back there.
Aw, whimper. The taller girl's fingers slowly traced the outline of Aina's increasingly red ears.
But you were always so patient with me when I was a child, remember? You even let me chew on your ears whenever I was scared. Could it be my fault they look like this now?
Oh, wow. Aina shrugged his shoulders way past the line where any shoulder was supposed to elevate.
You don't know? We could always check.
Oh, my. Sepp made to take a small bite out of the tip of Aina's right ear. In the last moment, she craned her face to rub a cheek against us instead.
Honestly, I think I prefer it like this for once. You don't need to remember you ever knew me, Aina. I want you to see me as I am.
God, Aina. Oh.
Hey, what's going on over there?
Oh, come on, Ader. Let them have a moment, for God's sake. Sepp moved a smile away from Aina's face, leaving a flustered mess in her wake.
Nothing. Just watching a snowflake melt in the water.
Keep on calling her cute little nicknames. See how that turns out for you.
It was going pretty fucking well until you showed up. Party pooper. Oh my god, is Ader naked? If you want, I can. If it would make you more comfortable, I can turn this webcam off until you're back in the bedroom. Like I said, I can. I've assured you that they can't see you, but if it would make you feel more comfortable, no one can do it. It's okay. I appreciate that you believe me, but your comfort's more important. Take as much time as you need. Honestly, don't rush. It's all for you. Take as much time as you need. No problem, no problem. We continue. So I bet Ader's fucking naked the way that Aina's responding. Every last remaining boiler went off in Aina's cheeks with the arrival of an extremely misproportioned stag coming in through the other end of the pool, leaving very little of the imagination. So, here's the thing about... You just called him misproportioned. You didn't specifically mention his hands there. Normally you were talking about his hands, but that may not be what you are talking about. I mean, hell, Sepp looks happy. Aina's fucking going nuts. God. They look like a couple of swingers trying to convince their latest fucking, like, third. But just to be clear, he was wearing a towel. It's just the steam.
Right, whatever. Just let me write some steamy prose about my ancestors.
Yeah, that's normal. That's a normal thing to do. That's totally normal. That's a normal ass thing to do. Look at the family tree, 23andMe. Look at the family line.
Oh, I bet they fucked.
Hey, man. You do you, man. You do you.
All right, everyone. Soak up nice and good, take a dip in the hotter pool, back to cool, and then it's right back out. The water feels great, but we ain't got time to waste splashing about all day.
Wait a minute. The steam.
All right, everyone.
No. I need a bath, Ader. A long, warm bath for my health. Besides, it's a well-known fact that people get their best ideas while they're bathing. Though, I'm sure you can't relate.
Nice. He helped you get here, you... whatever.
Hey now, you've been hip deep in muck today. You don't get to make fun of me no more.
That's the thing about filth. Some of us actually rinse it off.
Aina laughed under her breath, making Sep smile in kind, which in turn made Aina skitter away again.
See? Even your boss thinks you could use more baths. It's official now.
Yeah, right. She's one to talk, so to speak. Anyway, we should be running out right about now.
Uh-oh. Ader couldn't keep his eye from flickering towards Sep's towel as she pulled her body close enough to bump shoulders.
It's been a very long day, and you did a great job tricking the beasts. We can afford to relax at least 10 minutes, don't you think?
Oh my.
No, it ain't the beast what's nagging me right now. I got a bad feeling about this place. It's too fancy. This ain't what a house that's been abandoned for a year and some in Slander's supposed to look like.
And that's a bad thing, apparently.
It's suspicious. Ignoring the very obvious one-eyed glare Ader was sending her way, Sep kicked up her legs over... What? Kicked up her legs over his shoulders and sighed. God damn. Well, ain't that a fucking proposition?
Lighten up a little, dear. I'm sure Aina will be more than capable of arranging something for us if it turns out we are taking a bath on private property.
Huh? What?
It means you'll get to hit people very hard today if they bother us.
Awkward nod. That ain't what she was wanting to do. She wants to do something else very hard. And his best attempts to look reliable and menacing were cut short by the fact she still wouldn't dare turn around to look at the ruminants behind her. So there they were. One gazelle stretching her legs, one deer anxiously glancing at the entrance, and one smith desperately trying to hide her face from the rest of the world. This quietude, of course, wouldn't last.
So, tell me, Ader, is forcing your boss to take a bath part of your job description, or is that more of a labor of love?
Oh, for love, for crying out loud.
It's a mantle I took up when I got tired of seeing her covered in soot every day. Y'all like to talk trash about me, but that's because you ain't seen Aina thrashing around in it. Bagging fleas is easier than thawing up this little menace.
But Jesus. Ader patted Aina's spotless white hair.
Hillegrab says her dyes used to last months before I showed up.
Ader and Aina frowned at each other. Then her tail started wagging.
Whose fault is it, huh? Who likes hopping in the mud every time it rains?
Aw, she looks so cute.
Oh, yes, it's you. Such a bad boss. Yes, you are.
Literally talking to her like she's a fucking animal. She's enjoying it. Ader started scratching Aina's cheeks and neck until her tail started wagging at full speed, splashing water all over the place. And Sep feels ignored. Oy vey. Smooch after smooch was peppered on Aina's little nose while she made some very half-hearted attempts at swatting Ader's face away. The duo only stopped upon noticing the blue eyes silently judging them from afar.
Oh, no, please. Continue. I have no intention of getting into whatever that was.
Hey, don't make it sound weird. I'm just glad, because I haven't gotten to be with her like this in a while.
Like this.
Sep flickered her eyes down at their towels. Then back up, turning both of their faces immediately red.
What?
To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. I was fully expecting you to see her body and immediately say something like, "Bye, touch a beard, boss, boobies," or "Prex."
Ah, Lord.
Do you prefer either word, Aina?
Aina shrugged until she slid her whole body sans ears under the water, blowing bubbles for all response. Whatever you prefer.
No way. I've seen chess before.
Tell that to your blush.
Mine doesn't count.
I wasn't counting yours.
Yeah, your chest doesn't count, beautiful person.
I'm afraid not everyone can wear a cup like yours, Aderson.
What the hell does that mean? Aina's dying, guys. Aina catapulted herself out of the water, banging on the edge of the pool as she nearly cried her eyes out. Ader needed a second to understand.
No, hold up. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying I don't care about him. Not like I don't care for him. Y'all perfect from head to hoof. I just never really thought about it. Look, I like what I like, okay?
And what could that possibly be?
Like you didn't know the answer to that question.
Oh, I'm not the one who's wondering.
Jeez, criminally. Sep raised her eyebrows in Aina's direction, startling the little wide-eyed Smith back into the water.
Sep, come on. Quit messing with us already. We ain't got time to be fooling around today. We're gonna have to go streaking through the slums if we don't wrap this up and do some laundry.
If you're so worried about our schedule, why don't you go and get a head start?
You know what? I will. Because y'all making me feel like I'm the only one with half a sense of responsibility left.
Good for you.
Ader 100% accidentally dunked Sep's head in the water as he stood up, so Sep completely by chance tugged on Ader's towel as he walked out of the pool, making him squeak. Once the storm of giggles had passed, Ader grabbed their pile of dirty clothes and a basin. You should do the laundry before you clean yourself, because the laundry has literal shit on it. You're gonna be dirty from doing the laundry. You did this shit ass backwards. He watched it fill with water, sitting down as physically far from Sep all he could all the while.
Sep, if I didn't know you any better, I'd say you're delaying us on purpose.
On the contrary, I'm maximizing our possibilities of survival. It's a very simple strategy, in fact. If we're going to hide, there's a possibility we'll be found. And if we're found, the most likely outcome is that we'll be brought to Elbar.
What? No, you're being looked for by the fucking pirates, not the guards. Well, the guards are also looking for you, but the guards aren't gonna look in here. The pirates are looking for you. They're looking for you by the scent, and you washed off all the rest of your scent, so the only scent that you're giving off is your fucking hatsa. That's a stupid fucking logic. You're stupid.
He won't take me seriously when I encounter him if I look anything less than perfect.
He already fucking thinks you betrayed him.
Aren't you a little bit worried he may not care a whole lot about your looks after everything that happened today?
That's a good point.
Of course not. I don't dress to impress the people who love me. I dress to impress the people who hate me. And I undress for the sake of the fashionably challenged.
Ooh. Ooh. Damn. That's... Ooh. Damn.
Sticks and stones, Sep.
You should have really let me buy you new clothes when you had the chance.
Yeah, let him get mugged immediately.
Yeah, well, I would have fancier stains to wash off then.
And Aina poked her face out of the water and pointed at her left eye with a smile, making Ader groan in response.
Wait, what does that mean? Eye stain? A dirty patch?
Aina shook her head, laughing.
Ader, quick! I need more context.
It means I'm a dumbass who don't even know where his eye is anymore. Now, if y'all done chewing the rag, I could really use a hand with this.
Ader channeled what remained of his patience into presenting Sep with a basin full of water and soap. Sep rolled her eyes with secret understanding, bringing a hand into the bottom of the recipient. The water started to bubble with a near instantaneous rolling boil.
There. Be gentle with my skirt, dear. Silk is very delicate.
Yeah, had her do everything as usual.
Ader turned around to go get their clothes, mumbling something about delicate silks under his breath.
Well, thank you kindly for manipulating temperature for me, darling. It ain't like I could do it myself or nothing.
Sep sent a glance in the direction of her cooling down hand, opening and closing her still glowing fingers. Between the gaps, she spotted Aina's puzzled visage.
What? You didn't like my impression?
Aina tightened and loosened her hand into a fist, just like Sep had. On second thought, there was not an expression of confusion. Aina seemed absent, completely out of it. Oh, her gaze was lost somewhere far beyond Sep's right ear, and her jaw was clenched with such strength that her mouth had almost disappeared. A completely unreadable face with intentions that remained a mystery. She finally focused back, startling Sep. In a desperate bid to stop whatever it was that was managing to set her off so much, Sep reached out for the smith's head, moved just by the vague impression that she'd seen Pertok do that before. It wasn't the whack of a cane this time, but a desperate caress. And just like it had come, it was gone. Whatever it was. Aina remained completely unfazed, beyond the obvious surprise in her face from the unexpectedly kind touch.
You're all right. Everything is, well, you're here with us now, so it's about as good as it could be. Focus on that.
Wow. Aina looked around. She blinked slowly with big, dazed, lilac eyes, and then nodded, still looking a bit unsure.
I'm not great at this, am I? I'm sorry. If you're looking for a hug or something, you're going to have to ask.
It was only then that Sep realized her hands were still burning white on Aina's skin.
Amazing. You really are immune to my fire, aren't you?
Wow, that little moan right there was... I don't know if exactly if it was that, but it really was. It seemed to be a really moving depiction of like a trauma response.
What in the name of oblivion y'all talking about? Fire? Did I hear that right? What just happened here? What were you trying to do now?
Fucking Ader, Jesus Christ.
Calm down. I wasn't trying to hurt her. I mean, I don't think I could to begin with. I was just trying to...
I don't give a darn what you were trying. You and I are gonna have a chat on a little something called consent when we're done here, missy.
Uh-oh.
You all right, boss? You hurt anywhere?
Aina was fine, save a huge increase in bodily temperature that had very little to do with Sep's abilities. Also, I guess that's the official... Yeah, it's... Yep, that's the nondescript upper body. So, there you go. If the dev says it's nondescript, then fuck it. It's YouTube appropriate as far as I'm concerned. Yadi shower. Clean. I think the whole thing should be changed anyways, if it was up to me, but whatever.
She's fine, okay? Well, she's kind of not, but that's the whole point I'm trying to make. I couldn't hurt her on a physical level if I tried. She's invulnerable to my magic.
So what?
An alteration in your connection to the Hatsa. remember? That's how offensive Sephihet works. You can't just grab a rock and curse it. It doesn't have blood or any adequately prepared vessel to form a connection, right?
What? I said, okay, you're clear. I love you. I love you too. Alright, webcam back. Boop. And boop.
The only living creatures that are not connected to the Hatsa and are therefore immune to alterations are plants. But does she look like a Makadar to you?
Uh-oh.
You ain't making a lick of sense, Sep.
So put her hands still on her temples, trying to make her logic make sense.
When I found Aina back in the brig, she was completely lifeless. And I don't mean that figuratively, Ader. She was a literal rock until I fixed that. I'm not sure of what she is, but she's not alive in the same way you or I are.
What? Are we actually gonna get a fucking answer on this?
You're starting to sound like Bearbeth.
I hate to say this, but that's because he's right.
Oh, man.
Not about the golem part, of course. That's just nonsense. An object with an artificial bond would simply stop functioning if untethered, not disappear from everyone's memories. She must be a living being somehow.
She could have told you that. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
So here's the real kicker. She's not dead, and she is not alive. However, her whole sentience relies on the life essence provided to her, in the same way we rely on vegetal sustenance to keep us alive. If my deduction is correct, Aina's life force wouldn't be something organic or intrinsic, but rather applied to her and refillable. She's like a cursed mosquito, essentially. Before existing, she can recreate connections through the bloodstream.
What?
What?
My thoughts exactly, Ader.
Okay, that may be too difficult. Let's go back to the facts. I deduced that the only way to wake her up would be sharing a bond with her. But try as I may, I could not form a new connection that would let me tether some of my own energy to her.
Okay, look, I gave up trying to understand this whole thing like 2 minutes ago. But that sounds to me like maybe you should try to take it easy with all the bonding stuff.
It just means that someone was dead set on protecting her from anyone else's influence. So I had to find a way to provide my own life force to refill whatever powers her connection to the Hatsa and wake her up again without a bond.
Ader and Aina just stared emptily at Sep. She sighed.
She's not alive. She's not a golem. She functions like a golem, meaning she needs external power to exist. Someone powered her up. That someone didn't want anyone else doing the same. But her source of power was broken. She needed power again.
Sep turned her hand palm up and presented her forearm for them to see. A huge bite mark covered almost the entirety of it.
So I made her bite me.
What? Ader recoiled in horror, and it took her hands to her mouth.
Why would you do such a thing?
I was all out of options, and I figured the sharp teeth had to have a functional purpose, obviously. It's called science, Ader. Look it up.
Science concerning living things needs what Ader mentioned before, the consent thing.
Are you out of your goddamn mind? Why didn't you tell me? You could have...
Ader looked at Aina, unsure of what he was even going to say. Why he was going to say it.
Because I knew you would act like this. Don't you get it? I brought her back to life. I brought you into my own mind. I even managed to channel your thoughts without having to say a single word to persuade you.
Sounding like a controlling motherfucker, huh? Sep took her hands to Ader's chest and an ancient voice to his ears, eyes shining eerily in the reflections cast by the water.
And this is barely the beginning. Who knows what else I could achieve through these powers? What we could learn from creatures like her. If I could only find out how the beasts managed to deactivate her in the first place.
Ader grabbed Sep's shoulders and gently pushed her away, refusing to meet her eyes.
You really do sound like Bearbeth.
Whoa. Ader grabbed the laundry basin and walked away from the warm room, reluctantly followed by Aina. Sepp was left alone in the middle of the pool, dripping wet and frowning like a child who'd just been told no. Hey. This is an interesting change. Oh, yeah, here we go. She wasn't just going to let the topic be, of course. She followed them into the locker room, her interest shifting pointedly towards Aina once more. Her first thought was heading straight towards her. She decided to make a very slow and deliberate beeline towards Ader instead.
Always the hero, Adderson of the higher field, protector of lost causes, defender of what needs not be defended.
Sepp smiled, throwing both of her companions off. Then she turned to address Aina.
Funny that. He really seems to care a lot about you.
Ader didn't bother looking up from the fabric he was dousing in hard soap.
What's all the whispering for, Sepp?
Sepp didn't say a single word. She merely had to wait patiently in front of Ader's face for the boy to bring his own defeat. She always knew how to stand and how to speak to make his throat turn dry.
So how much does she know about our thing?
Fucking hell.
Sepp, please. You know me. I'd never tell no one nothing at all.
I meant about the reminders that our own little bout with science left on your body. But we're all ears if you have something you want to share with the room.
You know, that was something that you just sort of did. The way I remember it, that was something that you tried. There's been multiple framings in just this one recording session, this one stream, where people have been phrasing things on purpose to make it seem like Ader was a way more willing participant in stuff than he was. And both times they were trying to make Aina seem fucked up about it. The first one was Aina's sister, and now it's Sepp. I don't enjoy it. Ader's jaw hung loose as he turned his head between Sepp and Aina.
No? Then I take it she's well aware then of all the nights we spent dining together in my room? Of your promise to entertain me at the risk of indebting yourself to me for life? Of your oh-so-moving proposal?
It's a very interesting way of phrasing all of that. Aina took the bait. Ader knew what Sepp knew that... And Ader knew that Sepp knew that he knew too.
She didn't need to...
I see. So the noble-hearted Sir Adderson had the gall to swear his eternal love and allegiance to me while keeping my existence a secret from his sweetheart.
This is exactly what I didn't want to happen during the last time that this was happening. Nah. Alright.
Say what? No! I wasn't keeping you a secret from her. Specifically.
But you don't deny your feelings towards her. You just so casually forgot to mention that you spent all of dawn soon begging someone to untie your sash. I had a feeling that may be the case.
Except for the time that he literally tried to say it. And the fact that the whole thing was a manipulation and you were trying to get something out of him, and this is so fucked up and I really don't want this to happen. Ader's whole face turned so red it looked painful. Still he spoke.
Say your piece, ma'am.
I didn't think you'd have it in you to cheat on anyone, Ader.
Let it play out. It's really fucking... His eyes grew bigger by the second, her emotions guarded under her scowl. She observed the scene regardless.
Ilgrab roped you into this or what? I wasn't cheating with you, or on you, or whatever it is you're trying to spin this into. I ain't courting Aina. I saw no reason to tell her who I was dining with.
Those horns you were having for dinner, you mean?
Now that's not... Where the hell is this coming from, Sip? I thought you said I didn't owe you any explanations.
And you don't. We established that much. But there's a third person in this room. Did she agree to any of this? Were you so scared she would let everyone know you're a horn eater somehow?
You mean the mute? Spreading rumors? And his eyes were completely fixated on his now.
Well, no. Of course not.
I mean, she did make fun of him for the even implication of being a horn eater when he did actually try to say that the very first day that you met, and also at no point were you guys even courting. Like, at no point was any of this... The intention of the situation was cut dramatically short by Sep's sudden laugh.
Aw, did that fluster you? You should know by now I don't care either way, Ader. My business is a discreet one. I just delight in seeing you writhe under the weight of your own self-righteousness sometimes.
His own self-righteousness? So you tried to use him to get the whole sight gaze thing by leading him onto this whole other thing, getting him to have feelings for you. In turn, you wound up having feelings for him, but that was an incidental thing, all the while ruining the relationship that he was having with Aina, which incidentally had no implications of being romantic in the first fucking place. All the while, he did try to communicate with Aina and Goff about the fact that he was starting to get feelings for you, but they made fun of him. But now, because he didn't like the fact that you were making non-consensual scientific fucking stuff about Aina that could be seen as fucking harmful by making Aina be a non-consenting party to physical fucking harm to you, you're gonna say that his self-righteousness is what's causing this whole situation when you're being a fucking bitch about manipulating this whole situation to make him look like the asshole? Quite frankly, fuck you! She turned to Aina with a grin that didn't quite end up quite mocking nor reassuring.
There you have it, Cabbage Head. He may be a liar and a coward, but for what it's worth, he loves you with all of his cheating heart.
Coward, sure. Liar, maybe by omission. And there's no... They weren't together. They weren't even kind of together. At most, they were friends. What the fuck?
I told you, it ain't like that. My conscience is clear as a sunny day, Missy. I ain't scared of what Aina thinks, because I know she don't give a friggin' bell pepper what it is I do with my life after work. Right, Aina? There ain't nothing between us.
Wrong answer, Ader. A half-hearted nod Aina sent in his direction made Sep's nonplussed smile shift into a smirk.
If there's nothing between you at all, then it should be fine if I do this, right?
Fuck off. Oh, great. You see Aina's fucking face in the background? Sep leaned towards Ader and stole a long, hungry kiss that severed any connection the boy had to the world of the living. that? Did I just arrive at the... Oh, hey! It's the dev! How you doing? I'm getting pissed off. Perfect fucking timing. I've been recording for 4 hours, having a great time, until this moment, where I'm currently starting to feel like Sepp is one of the just one of the worst people. Oh, hell's bells. Anyway, hope you just woke up, so I hope your morning has been good. The bit.
Yes! Feed me!
Jesus Christ, 14-year-old. Aina's jaw. Sorry. Good lord. Aina's jaw fell to the ground. She could only move an index finger between Sepp and Ader, failing to even form a thought required to attempt to sign anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to do that after all?
Ader mumbled something that could have only made sense to the mind of a very touch-starved deer. Aina wielded this as the most pointed of arguments.
Ah, I see. So you did want to keep that kiss for yourself. It's okay. Here, you can have it.
Oh? Oh, Aina's... Oh, jeez. So, remember when Ader was like, we're gonna have a talk about consent, and Sepp literally kisses them both without either one of them. I mean, it's very much implied both of them wanted to do this. Nice, what would you call that, a whimper? An internal screech? Good noise, though. Oh, boy. The fucking dot eye! Ader's kiss was returned to Aina via Sepp's lips.
Yes!
Lynn, put your hormones away. Save them for later. This is not the forum. Lynn, will you please stop doing that?
No.
No. Everyone stared at the dust floating around in the steam. The temperature of the locker room several degrees higher than it was when they first walked in. I feel like you channeled the energy of stepping on a rubber duck when you made that noise. Let's see how this plays out.
That's all the reaction I'm getting? How can you both be so useless? No wonder you're so convinced there's nothing between you.
Jesus Christ, Sepp. Get out of here.
I prided myself in being a better teacher than this, Ader. Wouldn't you like to share with Aina a bit of what you've learned? Or shall we go over the lessons together one last time, as a reminder?
You done enough damage. Oh, Ader remembered. Ader remembered plenty. And he was about to give her a piece of his mind when...
That sounded like the front door.
There we go. Just in time.
Hey, I smell a lot of soap. Someone's been fooling around here.
We'll fool around here. Talk me?
No, trespassers? But the lock wasn't busted or anything. It's gotta be one of the new peeps overdoing it again. Hello? Is someone around here? You can come out. It's okay. We won't stab on sight. I promise.
Stab on side. Yeah. The only people who say that are people who stab on side.
What are those thugs doing here? Didn't you say this place was cursed?
It was. I mean, it was supposed to be. I told you it looked too nice to be empty.
Aina, it's your time to shine. Do something.
Yeah. I'm sure she feels real up to just protecting you after you just bitched out everyone. And as I snapped towards Sep, the only thing that's shown about her was her teeth.
I don't think it's them you ought to be worrying about.
Fine! Go keep those thugs entertained. I can handle this.
Inconsiderate as he could be sometimes, Ader would have never willingly abandoned Sep to learn from the consequences of her own actions. A sharp slap where the tail began to spur. A sharp slap where the tail began spurred him on, however. The next to naked stag waddled toward the previously locked entrance, praying to every god he could name. A huge scarred whitetail and a burly musk deer turned to glare at him. Ader recognized the duo from previous instances of assault and battery on his person. That is a chin. That is a chin right there. Nothing he hadn't survived already and wouldn't survive again. Ader gulped and then leaned against the doorstep, trying to block the view of the locker while Sep escaped towards the farthest and hottest room.
Well! If it ain't Talkman and Darbon shaking up the shack. Fancy seeing y'all here.
That's a good entrance. I'm sure they'll get along just fine.
Oh, it was someone new after all. You startled us, you naughty beanpole. What are you doing sneaking around here so early? The sun's still up.
Oh, nothing much. Usual hammam stuff, if you can believe it. This buck came here to wash up with some friends after we got real low and dirty today. Yep, it's me and my super buff friends here. So, please don't kill me.
My super buff friends with knives for arms. Ader shrugged vaguely towards the steam-filled hot room.
Oh, sounds fun. Hello.
A horrible growl and a big splash echoed all over the building.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of busy right now, doing, stuff.
Stuff.
Tis. This is why I hate the discreet guys. Talk about eager. I know this is slander, but sheesh. Manners, beesh. You ever heard of them? At least you had the decency to say hi. You new around the area?
No, I've been surviving uphill for a year and a bit. I'm pretty much a local by now.
You pulling on my leg? No. You ski off lad for reals? Shave my horns for tinder. I ain't tried to mug you since you was this big.
Aw, what a delightful memory to bring y'all back to.
That's right. The fat roe was he. Oh, talk about going to waste. Oh, for shame.
For shame.
The ruffians nodded to themselves mournfully. Oh, these mournful ruffians.
Why, thank you kindly. I think I look better too, but Stag's gotta love himself where he can, and where's the slander right now?
If I'd known you was gonna turn out like this, I would've cut you some slack.
Little Tasmanian devil.
I keep telling you, you can't rob every cute buck dry. You gotta leave them with enough to survive if you ever want a chance to find someone to settle with.
If they can't even wrestle a knife out of my hands, I wants nothing to do with them.
Damn. Hey, you gotta have standards. Ader wasn't the most perceptive of bucks, but every so often, even he could put one and one together when someone was screaming, "Two!" in his face.
Oh, so you two were... And this is the sort of place where y'all... Oh, what the hey? I've eaten my fair share of horns already. Y'all got some lovely racks there.
Oh, thank you, sweetie. That's very kind of you. We're gonna have to work on your compliments, though.
Ha! You ski off slad, all right. So, how come we ain't seen none of this lankiness here? Mr. Asshat didn't tell you about this place?
No, he did, but he mentioned a curse and...
Ah, yeah, the curse.
Ooh, him? That beast only visits on 5th days. He'll have your horns before you even had a chance to say hi, if that's your thing.
Ask Geoff's lad, will ya? For shame.
For shame.
Muggers laughed loudly, shaking their heads and patting Ader's back half mockingly and half reassuringly. They only stopped their inside jokes when they realized Ader had no idea what they were talking about.
I mean, you know why Geoff is so well known around Slander, right? Why he chose to live here?
Because he can't afford to be anywhere else?
Nay, the lad loves it here. He got the smell of money to him, but says he never felt he belonged more than when he ran away to the slums.
That crazy stumpy mushroom just sprouted up at Slander one day with his hat and his dramas and his bad music. You know Geoff. He lived his life so carefreely that a lot of us felt kind of inspired to find that strength in ourselves, or something like that.
Oh, nice.
You saying Mr. Bard started this?
No, of course not. Geoff wouldn't put an ounce of effort into making things easier for anyone if it cost him his life. But I guess he did kind of plant that seed inside of us.
Yeah, I bet that's true. In more ways than one.
Ader pressed his lips in an awkward line while the older guys chuckled.
It's how it is, yeah? Lots of bad things happening in Slander, but we got enough to deal with go telling people how to lead their lives. That's why we don't let the guards anywhere around here. We figure to be a perfect place for a lot of folk. We may be crud, the bunch of us, but we keeps an eye out for those that got nowhere to feel home, and we'll peel the skins off anyone that dare lay a finger on them.
Nice.
Well, some of us still adore having this little bit of privacy, though.
Yeah.
And big hunks of bulky meat. Loads of those in rough places.
Talkby pinched Dobbin's saggy underarm, chuckling to himself.
I never realized this place had so much life, I guess. Something y'all want to protect, even here. It's kind of moving. For real.
Oh, this beanpole! You're secretly a poet, aren't you? Just ditch Mr. Big Hat already. You're gonna become a star someday, sweetie. Or at the very least, a niche market speciality.
Find a whole lot of stuff to eat. You'll become the cream of the crops of Slander.
The couple laughed again, and this time Ader joined too.
Hey, speaking of eating, I'm afraid one of my friends is gonna get a good bite if I don't run back soon. But, it's been great getting to meet y'all. I'll come hang out some other time, if that's all right.
But of course, dear. Take as much time as you need. Just make sure to clean up after yourselves when you're done.
Don't be a stranger, lad. Say hi the next time we beat you.
I sure will. Wait, what?
The two thugs stayed in the locker room getting ready for their evening ahead. Ader needed to get mentally ready for his own, too. He traced his friend's steps, sign of struggle, rather, hurrying towards the room where he'd abandoned Sep and handed to their luck. An impenetrable wall of steam made it impossible to see anything inside. Though Ader was briefly tempted to grab his clothes and run far, far away, where he wouldn't have to deal with the fallout and the grief of whatever had become of Sep, his sense of responsibility wouldn't let him budge. And so he walked into the room, a sense of extreme dread filling his chest. I sense a twist.
All right, I'm here. Please don't be dead.
Yup. The only person who looked half dead was Aina, floating belly up in a hot pool right next to a sitting Sep, thoroughly soaked and covered in shallow cuts and soon-to-be bruises. Sep barely glanced back as she waved.
What happened here?
Oh, Ader. I don't think you're old enough to hear about it. It seems your Horn-Eater meetup went well, at least.
Don't think I can't tell what you're trying to do. And let me tell you, it ain't working.
It is based off the history of some slums in Madrid turning into a queer shelter in the 70s. Nice! See, I like that. I like that. That's very nice. That is a very nice integration of some real-life history into that. I like that.
I'm not trying anything. On the contrary, I've always found curiosity a very attractive trait.
Well, I'm real curious about getting the hell out of here right after you tell me how you managed to pull this off.
I'm not going to get a rise out of you this time, I see. Please, allow me to demonstrate. Aina, sit.
Oh no. Aina opened her eyes, stood up, and sat on the steps of the pool without delay.
Now, do a handstand and somersault.
I'm uncomfortable about this. Aina obliged and it was amazing.
All right already, I got the idea. Quit doing the magic voice thing.
No, you haven't seen the important part. Aina, good job. Who's a good girl? Oh, are you going to act all coy now that your boyfriend is here? Who's a good girl? You are. Yes, such a good girl.
Aina started shaking and drumming her legs so fast that the floor threatened to break.
Hey, that's our thing. You stole it from me, you cheater.
Sep raised her eyebrows condescendingly, but added nothing else. A quick, worried glance back at Ader revealed that she seemed completely unconcerned about both this extremely uncharacteristic display and literally anything else in the world. All right, I'm gonna have to sit and wait and hear how this gets explained, because with everything that's been explained thus far, this is tentatively making me quite uncomfortable.
You sure you're okay with this?
Aina cocked her head at the question, okay with what? She seemed to ask as if this was the most natural and evident thing she had ever done in her life.
I don't know what happened. She went from trying to drown me to being at my beck and call. Not even a smidge of attitude about it until you came back.
Yeah, she could be a little bit like that. Foaming at the mouth, raging one moment, and the next she's asking you for sugar. I got this nagging feeling in the back of my hunch there's got to be some itty-bitty tiny detail you're keeping from me all the same.
Yeah, I have a feeling about that too.
You can just see for yourself if you don't believe me.
Aina sat down next to Sep, observing that as she pulled Aina in towards her, started scratching her jowls to demonstrate the Smith's... Okay, that's gonna be the word of the fucking day. What the hell is that? I don't even know how to pronounce that one. Let's look it up. Let's hear it. Mansuetude, according to the usual search I just did. And it means meekness, gentleness.
You can just see for yourself
I
if you...
didn't tell you to do that. Well, accidentally I did.
It ain't like I don't want to believe you, ma'am, but I reckon you'll forgive me if I'm a little suspicious after that whole science tirade.
Who knows? Maybe I really fried her mind when I let her eat me.
Hey, yo.
Bite! Bite! You made her bite you! Oh, why are you like this, Sep?
Because it bothers you. Why else?
Sep lifted her arms up, releasing Aina from her bliss, only to shift her attention to Ader.
Won't you let me bother you both?
That's tempting. Good God, Lynn. Breathe. Breathe, child.
Bother us! Gee, Sep, like you ain't done enough of that today.
And as I shifted towards Aina, Sep immediately grabbed him by the cheeks and turned his head back to her.
Are you really going to ignore me twice and then crawl back when we're alone? Keep playing dumb until the end of the world so no one gets hurt? Wouldn't you rather be honest with yourself for once and seize everything you want? You don't have to choose every time, Ader.
What?
All right, that's it. Time out. This ain't no time to be talking or kissing or any other ends you got in your head right now, ma'am.
So when will it be? I'm afraid that between getting eaten by a pack of beasts and murdered by the fiancé you stole me from, my schedule may be a little tighter than usual in the foreseeable future. You want to spend our time wisely? Then get over whatever deep denial complex you two have, and let's just
Focus on the situation at hand. Right, boss? It ain't like we got them self-denials or any of that radish stew you're trying to feed us. We're, Smiths. Yeah. Iron-hearted folk. We're the best at staying focused. You won't distract us from our mission.
Oh, boy. Shake, shake, shake.
I'm not trying to... Fine. You're hopeless. I give up. Just humor me for a second, and I'll leave you alone.
You've been humored thoroughly in this entire time at this pool.
Hold your hand for me. That's all I ask. If you two die without ever having held hands, I'm going to be really mad at myself.
Ader and Aina looked at each other. Ader's bathed Aina. I think they've gotten a little closer than holding hands. Anyway, then they look at Seth.
Just holding hands? And you promise you'll lay this whole thing down?
It's got something to do with it.
I promise. You do still remember how I feel about promises, right?
Ader couldn't even keep his gaze on his boss as he wrapped one of his massive hands around her hand and wrist and forearm. Aina held onto one of his massive fingers in exchange.
Your form is unorthodox, to say the least. But it will do. Now, what are we thinking?
Aww. That was cute.
Do we have to do this?
Indulge me.
I'm thinking one of these shovels would be enough to scoop her up.
Gods, I know. And how does that make you feel?
Good. Embarrassed. It makes me feel like I want to protect her.
Great breakthrough. But is that something you want, Aina? Do you want Ader to protect you and hold you and tell you what a nice little boss you are?
Aina glanced away, like she hadn't heard.
I asked you a question. Is that what you want?
Quit it, Sep. You know she can't give you an answer.
It's a yes or no question. She can move her lips or bend that tree stump she has for a neck, I presume.
Well, she don't gotta answer you.
I suppose that's true. Nobody has to do anything if you boil it down to a matter of personal obligation. But you can't just trudge through life expecting others to understand your every need without letting them know how you feel. That's not fair.
Oh, and you're an expert on fairness now.
You're the one who taught me that, you clodpole. Why are you being so difficult about this? I'm giving her the chance to tell you she wants you herself.
She can't tell me.
Oh, that's out of turn.
But you can know.
She can't let me know what she don't think to begin with. Leave her alone.
Sip surrounded Ader's neck with her arms, apparently leaning in for a hug. Then she let herself fall backwards into the pool, dragging the boy's head underwater with her. There they go. Ader struggled for a moment, flailing, trying to pull away. But when he finally opened his eye, he saw her. Those intense blue eyes staring back at him, dying to be heard.
I don't care if she's a beast, a doe, or a dehorned gazelle, Ader. Eka talks about Aina like she was her sun, her stars, and Baitatse itself. Trust me, I know. Mom used to talk about me that way. I have no idea how long one of their cycles is supposed to be, but seeing how feeble Aina's connection to the world is, there should be no way any of them could remember her past a couple of days. Not unless they were being actively reminded. I'm trying to get close and wear her down for a reason. I know it's cruel, but I beg you, stop getting in the way of my plan.
See, that's what's getting me kind of rough here, because everything up until this point has been concerning Aina as a living creature with a struggle for autonomy amongst an entire society and structure, and all these relationships built around who believes in what level of Aina's autonomy as a person, what level of a personhood that Aina is or has. And then with this connection, with this experiment that Sep does, forcing Aina to hurt her with this bite, now Aina's personality can be changed, Aina's actions can be manipulated, behavior can be manipulated, and personification of like a pet almost. Who's a good thing? Like that's just being like the whole struggle of being your own person, which seemed to be a huge struggle of the center of the core of what Aina had been kind of fighting for, or fighting about, or kind of struggling with trying to accept, possibly. Mind you, I'm only playing this game for the first time. I don't know where it's going or what the ultimate conclusion will be. I can't say what we're eventually leading to, or the ultimate the finale of Aina's character, what the conclusion will be. Oh, thank you. I appreciate especially you that you would even entertain my thoughts on this, let alone like them. I get kind of off put by Sep's attempts to kind of strip away a little bit of the autonomy of Aina's actions. You know, it's at the same time trying to deduce the core of what Aina is, at the very same time taking away who Aina is. Very much in the same way that sometimes when a doctor might take a patient down to just their diagnoses, they'll get so focused on that treatment that they forget that there's a person being affected by all of it underneath. And so it's kind of ringing like that a little bit. It also doesn't help that it also got paired with that big scene of Sep really, really twisting the whole story back and forth. And I just hate like misrepresenting the facts and trying to make people mad at each other over stuff that clearly isn't the case. But that's just because that was like every sitcom ever for like 2 decades. Everyone drink your water. Today's water is fruit punch flavored. Anyway, that's just kind of my why I was kind of feeling uncomfortable for a bit. And so now that Sep is acknowledging, I know it's cruel, but I beg you stop getting in the way of my plan. Like, it really, like, wear her down for a reason. Like, shit. Ader had to hold back the physical need to sigh underwater. Yeah, that'd be dangerous. Turn instead into a stream of bubbles leaking out of his snout. He focused on thinking with his mouth closed.
Look, Sep, you're real smart and I'm not. You know something's wrong way before I do. I got no clue of curses and cycles and whatnot either. But I've never had a problem remembering Aina. Not a single day since I've known her.
That's the thing. You see her every day. You don't have to remember anything. Even just hearing her name would be enough to jog your memory most of the time. We've been through this. You wouldn't even know if you had forgotten.
Yeah, and then there's fucking Sepp trying to deal with the drama of being forgotten and dealing with Urker, so you can understand why she would be overreactive on that part.
This is not the time to lull on loyalties anymore. I need your help to learn if she's truly devoted to you, or if she's just been fattening you up so her sister could bite off your...
Ooh. Not the time to lull on loyalties. I need your loyalty to... Which is the loyalty that she's been preying on to try to get your fucking gaze reader thing the whole time, which led to this whole thing. Like, crime in Italy. Ader put a whole hand over Seb's face and lifted her head out of the water, effectively shutting her up. He only followed her out tentatively once it was clear she got the message.
Fine. Have it your way. Show me I taught you better than we both thought.
Ooh. He'd be the one dealing with his friend. No magic or conspiratorial whispers required. Ader took a long look at Aina, who was just looking at them from the steps, clearly unbothered by the apparent murder attempt. He heaved a real sigh this time.
Boss, you know I love you, right?
I'm gonna blush. Aina's blush shone bright under her white hair. She nodded quickly, with her head low.
I'm told I'm real darn fond of secrets for how much I talk. Thing is, I've been thinking a lot about what love is these last few moons. No, that ain't quite right. I've been thinking about what it means to love someone. What it means to me, anyway. I always thought loving meant caring. Wanting someone special to be well all the time. To be that perfect little shine in your eyes. Because I thought loving meant seeing only the good parts of the one you love. Defending them, even from your own thoughts.
Ooh, this is...
Sepp here made me realize that when you live pretending someone's perfect and everything's fine in the world because you're together, you're not looking at what's in front of you. You're loving a whole other person you made up in your own head.
They both need to be called out for that. All three of them need to be called out on that one. Ader took a deep breath. Sepp sent a concerned look in his direction, but he shrugged it off.
I'm sorry, boss. I've really tried my best to let it be. To make like I couldn't notice when things were out of place. But this whole thing is a lot. It's way too much. It's way, way, way past that. We're all in danger. Or at least, me and Sepp are.
Oh, no. Aina's throat moved with a gulp. The corner of the room stood narrow and suffocating in contrast to how big Ader seemed looming over her.
I love you. And I know somewhere down there, you love me too. That's why I think it's time you came clear about some things.
Oh, fuck. Come on! Oh, man.
I love you.
Okay, hold on. Okay, thank you for reiterating that, Ader. Damn. Do we... Okay, so here's the thing. Going with "Are you a beast" is very specific, but it does get to the point. But it also could rule out any other possible things. It might rule out anything else. It also could possibly insult, because every time that the pirate troop was referred to as beasts, Aina didn't seem to like that. So even if Aina is of kinship with them, throwing out the term beast. Little hypocritical, but also considering you're all furry creatures, damn it. But in general, my inclination is to go with what are you, but also what are you is fucking quite accusatory. That's just like, I don't know, maybe it's because, you know, it just sounds off color, and you're like, what are you? What are you, some kind of a freak? Like, I don't know, it just, well, that's why I saved. At least I think I did, didn't I? Oh yeah, because, yeah, I did.
I love you.
Yeah, I did. Okay, so I'm gonna go with what are you, but it isn't a strong thing in my thoughts, and I'm gonna see what happens between both, unless it's we'll try it.
You're not a doe, and I know that. What are you then?
All right, the last holdout has finally been changed. See Aina's reaction. Oh, Aina.
You won't get anywhere.
Oh, I didn't even read the fucking line. Jesus Christ. Aina's mouth moves senselessly.
You won't get anywhere asking questions like that. Remember, mind the envelope more than the letter.
When the hell did you ever say some shit like that?
Sorry. Sometimes I forget that I have a bit of an accent too, and then I was just like, it'd be funny if I had said the line again. I got a feeling that was Sep's way of saying that was the
You
dumb
won't get
way.
anywhere. You won't get anywhere. You won't get anywhere asking questions like that. Remember,
Can I not go back?
mind the
Hey.
I love you.
Well, hell. Didn't seem like I could go back.
Are you a beast, Aina?
Well, either my mouse was fucking up or I couldn't scroll back properly, so I'd be willing to bet it was just the mouse. My mouse fucks up. The scroll on my mouse is fucked. Alright. Are you a beast, Aina? Oh. The mouse is fucking up. Yeah. It's this fucking... It's been nice having this mouse, but it's one of these quiet mouses, so it's like got weird functionality, aka non-functionality. I hate how creaky this fucking crane is. Aina furrowed her eyebrows, confused. She shook her head slowly, unsurely.
You don't know either?
She's not quite telling the truth, but it doesn't seem like she's lying.
You think the patron could take such a big chunk of memories out of someone that they forget what they are?
I couldn't even start to guess. She may have never known to begin with.
Sep sounded a little more affected than usual as she trailed off. Oh, God! Okay. Every choice we gotta have a save state just because I'm scared. I don't wanna mess things up. Alright, mind the envelope, not the letter. Shoot. Well, Eka was given some, Eka was given some, like, I'm gonna pretend, like, some straight up, like, I don't know who the patron is. Like, who is this Monpa? Who is this the patron? Let's try the Eka's your sister.
So, I'm gathering you really knew the beasts then. Eka's your sister after all, huh?
Aina shrugged her shoulders until her neck disappeared. Oh, this fucking hurts. I hurt myself. And then she nodded.
So, you're a beast too then?
Not necessarily.
The adoption is a fucking thing. Gene splicing. kidnapping. You know, there's all kinds of ways to be siblings.
Say what? Why are you replying for her now?
Because you're making stupid assumptions about how families work. Just stick to the facts.
Oh, okay, so we can go through all of these. Damn. Oh, you don't want to go with the frantic one. Why do the beasts admire you?
You acted like you didn't know them, but it's pretty obvious that just couldn't be. What are you to the beasts, Aina? Why do they admire you so much?
Aina tried to walk back, but she only found the wall behind her. Not that that'd stop her. She punched through a clam. What the? Not hey. Or the ship, which was like a snail, a giant snail. It could have been a snail. There were snails in the snail. It was some kind of sea creature. I don't remember what the fuck, but her lips started to curl.
You won't get anywhere asking questions like that. Remember, mind the envelope more than the letter.
I fucked up.
You act.
Okay, I fucked up. Damn, Seth knows how to call me out. Is Pertok still your dad?
So wait, is the patron your paw for real, or?
Aina nodded, confused. She didn't seem to understand what Ader was getting at.
What in the name of the Hatsa is for real supposed to mean here?
I don't know, maybe she's adopted, or...
And what's that to you?
Right. Sorry.
All right, new tree here. Hell. Did you know about the attack?
When we were alone, Eka said you'd asked to get me on board. You wanted me to be part of the crew. So that means you knew they'd be coming, didn't you? What they'd be coming for.
That's a good catch. Aina shut her eyes with a fear Ader had never seen in her. She nodded.
You really did know about this whole thing.
Oh, this is a big
you
one.
Really
okay.
didn't.
I'm gonna make a whole nother save state for here. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Because I think meeting, because Aina was scared, and I don't think meeting this with aggression is going to be a good idea. So let's go with, oh, you poor thing. But just in case, because that might also mean swerving this whole thing, because the whole point is going against the whole, like, you're not seeing someone as being the perfect thing, and right now we're trying to get the truth, and the whole truth, it might be going in the face of the whole point of the whole fucking thing. We gotta find out. But I am gonna try this because right now might not be the best idea to go in with the shock and anger, but we will find out. I'm gonna try you poor thing first and see what happens. Oh hey, just in case, do make sure to save a state in one of the earlier pages, limiting it to 9 save states for optimization in the future. Nice. Good point. That's a good point right there.
That's fine. There wasn't no way you could have... Yeah, I bet they were just dragging you along, you poor thing. I mean, I know if you could have done something about it, you would have. My Aina ain't so heartless as to let something like that slide. No way. No way.
See, this is what I mean. That rings of doing the turning the whole thing around and trying to protect the person that you're inventing, as opposed to seeing the person that's there. Or maybe not. Aina's mouth hung open, her lip trembled, forming words devoid of all sound.
What is it? If you know something, you gotta tell us. This isn't about you and me anymore, boss. Yes, I'm sorry. I know you can't really say anything, but...
I don't know what I was thinking. This is literally painful to watch.
Real helpful, though, sap.
You tried it your way, Ader. Now step aside. I'll get all the information we need.
I'm gonna fucking body slam you into the goddamn water. You start being pushy.
What did I say? Hands off! Don't you dare stick your mind pokers in her.
We need to know what she's hiding.
She gotta choose to share with us.
All right, I have a feeling that this is going to be... Oh, shit. Well, I guess my first page is gone. So, I guess we'll start here. I've got a feeling that, You really didn't... That, I got a feeling that, that was where it leapt back. So I'm gonna see what this does, just in case. Oh, hey! Big Momo 1 is now following. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you kindly. Let's see what happens here. I don't think it's going to be good, but just in case. There have been a couple of times where I've gone back and tried stuff I didn't think would work, and it turned out to be the better option. I highly doubt that's going to be the case here, but who knows? Who knows? Well, literally the devs in chat and they would know. But we'll find out.
What? No. Come on now. You're kidding me. You knew they wanted to hurt people. Eat people. And you just let that be? Why did you... How could you just stand by?
Hey, you know all the things, game or not. I've talked to you. I got a feeling that's just true. That's not even a joke. I talked to you and you're just fucking smart. It's awesome. Talk to you and like just various, languages, philosophical concepts, editing tricks, coding, writing. Like, you are a very intriguing person. You're someone I wish I knew better. I feel like you're the kind of person that would enrich the lives of those who know you. Alright, let's see how this plays out.
I thought you got a heart somewhere in there, no matter what y'all said. I thought you cared deep down. But this? Come on! I thought we were friends! I thought we were...
Damn, dude! Ader's going nuts! Ader stopped himself mid-sentence. There it was. That same look is the one she'd seen in his eye when Eka held her tight in the ship. Yes, the callback! The callback! And his lips moved, but they spelled nothing. Woo!
I should probably read the line, huh?
Hard as he tried to dig in the dry well of his heart, Ader couldn't finish the thought. Aina shoved! That was not a five-finger bald shove! Shoved him back the second his mouth opened again, effectively launching him across the room. Everyone in the room seemed equally confused about what happened. Both the apprentice lying on the ground against the wall, and the smith that pushed him. A very sharp shove, yeah. Yeah. And even the girl watching from afar. There's no oh, here we go. What the fuck is this gonna do? This is not gonna be pretty. There's no backtracking now, not with Aina taking the lead. Dashing faster than, oh jeez, she just got curb stomped, damn. Dashing faster than time itself, Aina leaped over the stunned boy and kicking his head down, propelling herself towards the narrow windows on the ceiling. I needed longer than usual moment to fully grasp what just happened. The sight of a fluffy white tail disappearing past the hole, that I got a feeling this is something that happens actually after what happens with whatever the hell happens with the whole Sep confrontation. So we'll read a little bit further, but just in case. The sight of a fluffy white tail disappearing past the hole somewhere above and finally returned into reality. Oh, there goes gravity.
Aina, will you quit running away already? Get back here! I'm not done! Aina!
Please come back. I just wanted to do things right.
I don't know the name of the voice actor for Ader, but he yells good. He yells good. Sepp finally skitters away from the column behind which she'd taken cover. She glanced silently at the deer on the ground, then back at the window, measuring her words. All right, real quick, I'm going to come back here. I'm going to load this one again, see how this lays out, and see if they come back to the same place.
You really did know about this whole thing.
Poor thing.
That's
fine. Yep,
What is
devoid.
it? If you know something,
And
yeah.
get back
I don't.
to
You.
What did I say?
hands
We
off.
need to know.
She gotta choose to.
And we suddenly have
There we
all the time in the world for that. When will you stop coddling her?
I'm not.
I didn't just escape getting burned in a steak to get roasted for a feast.
Leave Aina alone. She'll tell us when she tells us, okay?
Damn, look at that dramatic. I'd have clung to Aina, trembling like a newborn fawn, far more scared than the girl in question looked. This told Sepp everything she needed to know.
I should have realized sooner. Of course you were just protecting all along.
What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. It means nothing at all. We all want to protect ourselves in the end. I can hardly blame you for it.
You're one to fucking talk.
Let's just leave it here. I don't want either of you exploding.
Let's see how that turns out. Sepp turned her back against them, whispering something only she knew under her breath. Master and apprentice finally crossed glances again, as meekly as they did everything important, but so very differently from any other time. It was the first instance ever recorded in history of Aina losing a staring contest. The smith simply joined Sepp in looking away from Ader as she reassuringly patted his arm. It was fine. He'd be fine. They'd all be fine. Holy fucking goff! This is definitely not what happened last time. I gotta tell you, man. You're not the motherfucker I wanted to see right now. But to tell you the truth, he's never the motherfucker I want to see right now. The sound of a bucket falling made them turn around.
What?
Okay, so that all ended very differently. And I don't want to do the one where he's yelling. Especially if it ends with all of them separated and yelling and running away. So this is going to be the one where we continue. Even if it does result in Gyoff. The other one might result in Gyoff too, but if we gotta have Gyoff, then we might as well have Aina, because then we have backup. Sepp looks so nonplussed about this situation, which of course is her default mood, but whatever. Ader took a long look at the situation. His rundown shack, Gyoff, Sepp, Aina, himself. A theater play in the making. Of the murder mystery kind.
I just want to say, for the record, that whatever you do with your nights is your own business. But how come we have two people petting a golem instead of one now?
Gyoff, you're very close to being just beheaded. Yeah, that was not the time.
Hey now, we weren't petting her.
Petting is not the word. Matsu! Hey, first time chat as well. Well, welcome. I hope you enjoy the stream. I hope your day is going well as well. It is 1:30 in the fucking morning! At least for me, anyway. Holy hell. When the hell did that fucking happen? I've been streaming for 5 hours. Fuck! Well, good lord. Hi! 8:30 a.m. for you. Good morning to you. Hey, it's morning for both of us. It's 7 hours ahead for you. That's a whole ocean. Whee. Good gravy. Whew.
When you saw us.
Ha! Ah, Sep, you freak.
No need! I can feel the heat in the air!
Damn it! Oh, God. I can feel the heat in the air!
That was steam, Goff.
Steam? Steam? I should have let them steam you in the trial this morning! Backstabber! Traitor! A fine friend you are!
He's so small. I swear his height is fluctuated, but he's so small. Look at him how small he is. He's so small. He's such a small little guy.
Oh, you have any of those left?
Those what?
Sure he does.
Oh, friends.
He's got me, and I can promise you that Seb got no clue we knew each other at all. See, turns out I met her like a year ago, and I kind of helped her, and then we met again in the slums, and she offered to tell my fortune, and...
Oh, yeah. Just keep talking, Ader. That just always goes well for you.
Fortune teller, yes, and I'm a gardener. In my many years working with tools, I've learned to call a spade and a hoe a hoe.
Stop making me laugh, Goff. I don't like you.
And yet you still have the gall to call yourself both a bard and my brother.
Oh, hell. Oh, wait, no. Ader knows that. Aina probably doesn't.
Easy now, you two. That's not how bros should talk to each other.
Good thing we're not siblings, then.
Oh, how I wish if that were true! Then I wouldn't have to bear the need of removing my eyes for having witnessed such a scene! Ugh!
Fucking tool, man. Oh, criming at me. Meanwhile, Aina's just enjoying herself in the corner.
Always the drama queen.
You, of all people, should not be talking about queens, honey!
Honey! Damn it!
Then you should not be lecturing me on who I lay with. Or are you just jealous I got to him first?
Oh, shit! Oh, it's on, you little...
Stop making me like you, Goff!
Can you two shut your snouts for 1 second?
All their neighbors echoed the thought with far less gracious words. Ader pulled his hands back little by little, shifting his remaining eye between the two.
Yoff, we got something real important to tell you. So how about we all take a nice, deep breath and calm down for her?
I imagine he won't.
Calm down! You should have thought of that before taking my sister to bed!
Yeah, it's a little more complicated than that.
I wouldn't have even looked in her direction if I'd known that. I mean, to be fair, it hasn't happened once since I found out, so...
This was a recurring thing?
Oy vey.
No, don't tell me! I don't want to know!
You already know, though.
Please. You shouldn't even need to ask.
Oh, Aina's not enjoying this now.
If I'm asking, it's precisely because I know you, Omaseptuk. I know that little rotten, cynical mind of yours like it was my own. What were you hoping to achieve by tangling this poor little fool in your wiles?
I wasn't trying anything. I'm only here because I wanted to help.
Help? Help who? Help me become an uncle? Help Ader fight his profound loneliness? What kind of help could you give anyone? Haven't you broken enough families yet?
Jesus. Okay, you're coming back to me not liking you. You're being... Jesus.
Stuff a sock in it, Gyoff. You ain't got the foggiest idea what Sep's been going through.
Oh, and you think she's bared her soul to you just because she's bared her ass?
Well, it's a start. And Aina choked at the quip. She did her best not to break into laughter as Ader himself got ready to break Gyoff's face. The gentle push of Sep's hand on Ader's chest was enough to stop him.
I burned him. On purpose.
Gyoff's nostrils flared open as his eyelids slid down.
You even gave him your name.
Though Gyoff seemed appeased, Aina kept her head turned toward Sep, looking at her with eyes as wide as platters. Platters? Oh, like silver platters. Okay. For some reason, platters just didn't sound right at first to me. I was like, the fuck's a platter? She finally found the answer to the question. Ader had refused to answer. I don't know why I stopped in the middle of that sentence. The origin of his mysterious burn marks. But while everyone else seemed in on the secret, they made no attempt to explain or even acknowledge her. Even Ader failed to notice her distress. He could be forgiven just this once, to be fair, though he was far better informed and truly thankful for this brief respite Sep had brought. Ader, too, lacked the context to fully grasp the secret understanding shared between siblings. Aina's having a malfunction back there. Aina cast her sight down, dejected. They were leaving her out of the equation once more.
You think we should tell him now?
Gyoff's eyes sprung open again. Oh God, you're setting him off once more.
Tell me what?
Tell me what? I swear to God, just before this, that last line was the first time I've heard this dude talk. Just talk. Oh, God, I'm so sorry.
You say you've seen all of this happen, and it wasn't just a figment of Ader's imagination.
They were real, Gyoff.
And they were hungry.
And they were hungry. I don't know why I said that. Very niche reference. There was a reoccurring character for a couple of episodes on an 80s sitcom called Night Court, played by Brent Spiner, most well known for playing Data on Star Trek Next Generation. But in this, he played a hillbilly. And he talked like this, with a very exaggerated accent. And he didn't know what the heck was going on most of the time. And, yeah. So that's just what that came into my mind. And now you have that. Enjoy, people of the wild. You're welcome. Gyoff needed a moment to assess the situation. Oh, absolutely. The such brilliant references and cultural relevancy just really need to be marinated in.
All right, that's as good of an excuse as any to finally turn a page in the story of our lives. Pack the bowls and the lamp. I have to gather a few provisions for the way. We'll be out of town before nightfall.
Whoa, hold on, Bard. You're running like a scalded ain't here. You sure you want to get like that? On just our word? I know you worked real hard for this place.
It's a hole in a mountain cliff. Also, there's a dragon in the background. Just a dragon.
Ader, my lad! What kind of self-respecting bard would leave his best friend alone in his darkest hour? No, what kind of herald would do such a thing? I swore that I would make you a knight, and a knight I'll make you, be it here or at the end of the world.
The end of the world is probably what's coming next.
So what's the actual reason?
Can't you see, you hoofhead? The city is brimming with beasts, and you're eloping with a knight's fiancé. Of course we're leaving.
Indeed.
Yes, you can come along too, you piece of junk. We'll just ransom you to your father later. Go get started on a note.
Wow.
So, how does Daldybrew sound? Too swampy? Oishent. How about we go touring the western limits instead? I'm sure the Cheetahs would be happy to have more heirloomite musicians to boo.
Wow. And actually went. That was actually really funny. Oy vey.
But it ain't like you're just fixed to sneak out, right? I mean, someone's gonna warn the rest of the city. Tell everyone what's coming to them. There's a whole darn lot of people in danger out there.
Like ships in the night, Ader dearest. We live in wonderful times where we can just ask the Farthigan a few towns over to send sound blooms to all the friends we're leaving behind.
And what will I tell them then? Hey, y'all, I'm so sorry I left y'all here to get digested. We can't abandon everyone to their luck.
Seth, tell your boy toy that we have to leave right now.
Your boy toy.
Seth!
Ooh. Sep choice. I can't lose everything, or we can still fix this. Every time that Sep's got this, like, closed fists, it keeps looking like a hoof to me. Let's see. Determination. We can still fix this. Don't want to go with morose. We gotta do with determination.
Oh, yes, of course. Run! You two are so fantastic at it. You may even last a day before you get eaten.
Ader wasn't. Why you say you too? Ader was the one that didn't want to run. Why you lumping him in on the? Why the fuck you gotta be a? Whatever. She's just trying to rile them up so they stay.
I'm sorry. I think I just heard something stupid.
Why would you run when we don't even know how many beasts are coming? We still have assets we can use in our favor. Our situation hangs on just a long string of misunderstandings. We could solve them and protect the city at the same time.
Wouldst thou have me go on another pointless quest to clear someone's name to save the kingdom? Unlike Dad, Ader has actually done something. They have reasons to want him dead. Or are you perhaps suggesting that he follow your life choices, We could change his name to High King and wait for everyone to forget there was ever an Adderson.
Spoiler?
Is that what you want, Sep? Should I go fetch Rochelle and ask her to be his procurer too?
Why bother with a middleman when you know all about pandering?
Oh shit.
Ass face!
How many takes? You're back. You tried to sleep. Your brain said no. Well, good. Good. How many takes? Yeah. Lamau ass face. How many takes? How many takes did the voice actor for Guff send in for ass face? How many takes? Did they do it in one? Had to be 5 or 6? Kiltristic's bet. Killer Trisket is betting 5 or 6. We have the dev. You just direct 3 lines every time. Okay. So they sent you 3. Who knows how many they actually did? Or was this Joe's Fantastic screaming? Or was this a live direction? They're live directed. Okay, okay. So they get 3 chances and that's it. So that was 1 in 3. Okay, there one more time here.
Ass face!
That means 2 ass faces left on the editing floor. Lovely. I love it. I love it. Need a text notification sound? Okay, I'll turn the audio all the way up, and you can clip it. I allow clipping on my VODs. So I'll turn the volume all the way up, and I'll mute my mic for just a second, and then I'll go back and play it. So here we go.
Why bother with a
Is that what you want? Or are what's the or are you? Is that what you want?
Why bother with a middleman?
Ass face.
There you go. Ass face. As a motherfucking... as a text notification sound. There's a replay but motherfuck, there is. I'm so sorry.
Ass face. Ass face. Ass face.
Oh, of course, this is the line where I find out that there's a replay button. Yeah! Oh, yeah, man! What is my life? I have 2 associate's degrees. And I don't even really,
Ass face.
You can't do it all. Alright, let's move on.
Nimrod!
Ah. Nimrod, that's good, but it's no ass face.
Enough!
That's a good one. The silence summoned into the room was as tense as it was fragile. It only lasted until Ader breathed again.
This is all your fault, isn't it? You filled her mind with all those stupid made-up stories about honor becoming a knight. Like this pea-brain needed any more fuel for her delusions.
Ader looked away, futilely trying to hide a scowl from himself.
Let's just find a way to get you home safe, Sep. Golf's ain't no place for a sane person.
Hold on.
Yes, go back to your gilded cage. Drink your fat ass to sleep and let the adults handle the rest.
I can't go anywhere. I've been kidnapped.
Sep let her head fall on Ader's lap. Ader's hands flew away as far from her as physically possible.
I've surely been tied up and locked, my fate resting completely in Captain Ader's wandering hands. Oh, how the tables turn.
Wow.
It was usually the other way around, wasn't it?
Ader's like,
Oh my. She was the one who... It's all lies!
tends to be.
Trying to embarrass me with such pitifully immature tales? That's hardly a story. If you heard the things he mumbles to himself at night when he thinks I'm sleeping, you wouldn't be able to look him in the eye again.
Oh my. I do need to take a quick break real quick. I'm going to save. I will be right back. I just need to just a real brief moment for myself for a moment. I will be right back. Let me find the be right back option. There it is. Boom. All right. Be right back, y'all.
We're live, y'all. Thank you, Killer Trisket, for the welcome back. I appreciate that. Let me get this beat right back off the fucking screen. Bop! I said bop! There we go. Let's get this bop. No new chats on the YouTube chat. Well, that's shit. Hey! And hello! From Maxie.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
They can hardly be worse than the things he said in my bed.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You just wanted to blow up Ader's fucking brain.
Go back to arguing, please!
It's when siblings get together to just embarrass someone.
Well, it sure looks like a hostage situation in here. There's nowhere to run when it comes to Thar's kids, Ader.
Well, now, this is a sticky situation, because you're under your duty to bring in Ader and Sep. So you'll grab. This ain't good. Everyone turned their heads up to stare at the tree man in complete disbelief. How the hell are you in complete disbelief? The man is quiet as a shrub, and you're at your house. The first place they'd look.
Sorry for coming through the roof, Guff. There's some edible mold on the beams. I thought you may like to know.
Ew.
Don't you dare act all friendly with me, you heartless stump! How did you find this place?
You don't think he knows where you live?
I have to admit that Talid was understandably uncooperative about this particular case, so I had to enlist the help of a few friends to find your little abode.
Oh, wow. Dang. Okay. Thought he would have just known.
I've known for a while now, really. I just figured you wouldn't be very happy if I dropped by without a reason, and I'm sure your little sister couldn't agree more with that sentiment. Odd place to hang out after a trial, but I'm not one to judge.
Oh, man. This is awkward. Intergrub laughed heartily at his own pun, but he quickly quieted down when he saw it didn't land so much as crashes to the ground, burning.
You come to arrest us?
Arrest you, Ader? For what? Stealing a lady's heart and getting away with it? Please. Elbar's just abusing his power as usual. That's just your case, of course. Slapping a noble deer unconscious in the middle of the plaza is a little bit higher on the crime list. But I figure we both know by now that Miss Jasif never lived under the same metaphysical rules as the rest of us do. She can do as she pleases. I'd have to get a bit more serious about this whole ordeal if Elbar were to stop screaming he's been betrayed and start treating it as an abduction, of course. But I'm sure you'd be quite a few leagues away from Heirloom by then.
Are you encouraging us to escape?
Me? I would never, Pumpkin. That could get me in trouble, you know. I'm just saying that if I were anyone but me, I definitely wouldn't stick around to watch what happens when Sir Askadath gets his title upgraded to Lord.
Oh, gosh.
Stop listening to him! Don't believe a single word this murderous creep says! He was spying on us!
Jeez. For the guy with the most ringable neck in this fucking house, and that's in a house with Ader in it. You sure are loud.
Do you have to drag your grievances into everything, Goff? I was waiting for the right moment to say something. The conversation wasn't exactly letting up.
How much did you hear then?
More than I care to know. But You know what they say? Safe, sane, something other.
No clue where you're going with that, but we ain't got time for a lesson. If you ain't here to take us prisoner, there's something you gotta hear before you get.
Hold your buckthorns, lad. I said I wouldn't show up without a reason, and I meant it. It's a mission of the utmost importance and urgency, in fact.
Oh, everyone's got something to talk about. Oh, gosh.
Aina, I see you hiding there, you tiny troublemaker. Come on out.
Oh, boy. What is this gonna be?
Did you think I wouldn't recognize you without the dye or what? Bring that cauliflower mullet over here this instant. Your father's worried sick.
Oh, no. 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 With a sober nod, Aina made to walk out, only to get desperately tugged back next to Ader's side by the wrist.
She can't leave yet. It ain't safe out there.
Whoa there, Ader. I'm sure you're all kinds of stressed out after what happened today. And trust me, I wouldn't dare move you an inch away from each other if I didn't have to. But we really don't have a choice here. As messed up as it is, she's still basically a child in the eyes of the law. And her father's, if he had any. How do you expect me to justify leaving a child with a ludopath, a Sephi, and a deserter when he asks? Speaking of which, it took me ages to get red off that darned pie without you, lad. Don't worry, I did manage to find a new helping hand just in time, but if I were you, I'd keep an eye out for any sudden bounce of hair loss. You may have a new curse or two on your shoulders.
The other grab trembled slightly at the thought of more flames. It's gotta be a difficult thing for a tree to do, to get someone off of a fire.
Oh, well then, I wish I could stay here chatting all evening, but I really should get going before someone in the neighborhood tries to chop down this noise disturbance.
He said he had something to talk about, Illigrab. Don't walk away.
Wait, Illigrab, you can't leave for...
I know, you want to clear your name. That is extremely brave of you, kiddo, but it is not a wise choice right now.
Just shut up and listen. I hate it. I hate that.
That ain't...
Fine. Tell you what, if you really feel like going through with this, I'll be waiting for you all day in the keep tomorrow. You can just drop by, explain your position, and I'll make sure to listen close.
The city's full of beasts!
Thank you. Thank you for just saying it. Illigrab blinked. Oh, damn it. And he started cackling.
Of course, the city is brimming with beasts. That's why you had to run away. Classic Ader. You can tell me all about these beasts if you decide to show up tomorrow. Come on, Aina. There's no place like home. Especially no place like this home.
God damn it. Aina looked at her friends from the doorstep one last time, while Illigrab put the ceiling back in its place. She walked up to Ader. He could only look at her teary-eyed. It's okay, she sighed, with a thumbs up and the most unconvincing smile she had ever shown him. She turned away. And only the faintest traces of fresh pine fragrance remained in the air. Gyaff looked left and right, hoping to find some newly sprouted hesitation. The only thing that grew in Aina's absence was the determination in her apprentice's visage.
You're not actually considering his offer, are you?
You got wax in your ears or what? This could be our only chance to get a word in with him.
Get a hold of yourself, you melonhead! That was nothing but a poorly laid trap! Not to mention, not a problem to either of us once we're 300 leagues away from Erlem.
Ader's lip remained firmly shut.
Come on, we have to leave. We'll disguise ourselves as a traveling troupe. Ader, you can learn how to juggle rocks along the way. Me, I need to find a new hat and a northern accent. Sep, you just continue to be a hindrance. It'll be fine. We'll be...
Damn.
I'm not going anywhere, Bard.
Nice. Serious tone.
What?
I don't want to run anymore. I'm tired, all right? I don't want to have to run again. I don't want to leave my family behind every time. I've got nowhere to go but here.
Ader, come on. Lad, my lad. We are friends, you and I. I gave you a place to live, and I taught you how to survive. Don't throw everything away for a girl, a rock, a tree, and a senile old geezer. I know. We'll find you a nice doe in the steppes. I'll steal her boyfriend, and you get to console her, and then you'll settle down together in the farm of your dreams and have all the funds you want.
That's a hell of a plan.
Don't bother, Gyoth. It's like talking to a brick wall.
Darn right it is. I made up my mind that I ain't fixing to die any day soon. So don't you worry about a thing, Bard. All this thick skull needs is a little more time to come up with a master plan and a touch of magic to make his words as pretty as they can be.
Ader sent a wink in Sep's direction. All I got is an eye rolling for his effort.
Fine! Do whatever you want! It's not me they're looking for!
Damn. Nah, he ain't gonna run. Goff slammed the door shut, taking all the air in the room with him. Nah, he coming back. Sep and Ader shared a glance under the last few
Never mind! I'm not leaving you two alone in my house!
Yeah, there you go. Goff kicked the door open. He'd seemingly produced out of the He'd seemingly produced out of the air 2 plates of bread, boiled beans, and sweet lichen that Ader had never even smelled before.
You get 1 night, and that's it. 1 night to let you clear your mind, get some rest, realize how stupid what you're saying is, let reality sink in, and then we leave. Understood?
He tossed the plate at Sep's face before curling down in his side of the room.
Good night, Sop. Make sure to smash any flea you see.
Sep gawked at the unsophisticated meal and then back at Ader.
Please tell me he's not serious.
Okay.
Sep just herself to sleep. Time slogged by that night. Soft snores and crickets in the distance. Scrubs that had been bitten down to branches jittered around, trying to find a place to sleep. Ader searched the depths of his own mind for wisdom he lacked, trying to find a solution. To nothing in particular, to everything that was happening, to each and every last mistake in his life that had brought him to this moment. But no answers ever came. Ooh, okay. Because I know how much you love Aina, would you like a seat-playing spoiler? I don't know what a seat-playing spoiler is. I try to avoid spoilers in general, but what the fuck is a seat-playing spoiler? Seat-playing spoiler? Like playing from the seat. Like a backseat driver? You forget the English expression. That. Okay. Sure? Usually I try to avoid spoilers, but hey, you know what is and isn't appropriate that will and won't ruin the experience, so lay it on me! And thank you. All they could do was try and fail to sleep. Finish this one scene and you'll see now, and then load back to the choice, the angry choice. Ooh. Oh. Okay. You'll be very happy for the scene you get. Okay. A rustle by his side told him he wasn't the only conscious person in the room at such tempestuous hours.
Hey, Sip. You awake?
Okay.
No.
Now.
Yes, you are.
Sleeping is 90% pretending to be asleep, and my acting skills aren't quite good enough to pretend to sleep here. So, I suppose I am.
Sip rolled towards Ader's bed, doing her best not to wake Yoff up.
Were you thinking about her?
Yeah. I was really hoping she'd, I don't know, show up out of nowhere in the middle of the night or something. That's a very Aina thing to do.
What is? Coming to your shack unannounced?
Oh my.
I don't like where you're going with that question, ma'am.
Ader huffed. He put his hands on his torso and let his gaze wander up until it was lost in the darkness between the rafters.
Tell me if I'm being too nosy now, okay? I know you said getting closer to Aina was part of a plan and all, but I don't think you got the acting chops or the patience to spend all day making passes at someone you don't like either.
Ooh.
You do got a thing for it, don't you?
If I said yes, would that make you jealous?
No. Not really, no. I'd think you'd have good taste.
Nice. A little bit of poly-representation. Sip giggled, shuffling closer to Ader.
She looks really strong. I want her to carry me.
Right? She could actually lift me up with only one hand.
Wow. And she has 2 of those.
Yeah. What a concept, having a pair of anything.
Oh, come on. You want me to go for the easy joke.
Aderson, son of your father, the upper field making raunchy comments in front of his love? Never. Never in a million years.
He needs a business card with all that on it.
Indeed. Aderson, son of Gerfather, the upper field, would never dare act so discourteously in front of his Jacif.
Aina would have gone for it, though.
Unspoken words welled up inside Ader's chest until the pressure was such that he had to sigh. Sep put a hand on top of his.
For what it's worth, coming from someone like me, I'm positive that she'll be fine. No matter what the beasts have in store for the city, it's obvious that Aina is an important part of it, and that she doesn't want anything to do with them.
Yeah, you're right. I gotta believe in her. Thanks for that.
Oh, hey! Huggex. Am I tripping or you've lost a lot of weight? Well, last time I watched you was the extracurricular activities series. Well, I don't know how obvious it is in the face, but I used to be in excess of 400 pounds, and now I'm down around 340. So I can't really tell the difference visually, but I appreciate that you can. So thank you. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. Very kind. Ader and Sep shared a long hug.
Think y'all would wake up if...
Yeah, you look great, Aunt. Thank you. Thank you.
Good night, Ader.
Ah! Okay, that was the end of that scene, so let's go ahead and save. And then we're loading in the, is this the angry one?
You really did know about this whole thing.
Well, I don't know if it is the angry one, but we'll just...
What? I thought...
We'll just skip forward until...
Aina, will you quit running? Please come back. I just wanted to do things right.
If it makes you feel any better, would not have guessed that that you look a healthy 250 at most. Well, thank you. It becomes a little more obvious when you see further down. But I appreciate that. And you got a ad. Oh, Twitch ads. Yeah. And back then you'd binge watch quite entertaining. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. That's very kind. Sep finally skidded away from the column behind which she'd taken cover She glanced silently at the deer on the ground and then back at the window, measuring her words. And this is where we left off from here. So, on the assurance of the esteemed dev of this game, there will be a scene that I like.
You did as well as you possibly could have. There was no way to avoid holding this conversation in the end.
The gazelle let her back slide down the wall next to Ader.
I wish you would have let me read her mind to get a straight answer, but there's no use crying over it now.
I thought she would trust me enough to...
You weren't binge-watching me a lot? Thank you. You're so kind. You're so kind. You're so kind. And you're back, you little Trisket. Thank you.
Trust is a two-way door, Ader. You wouldn't have trusted her with your secrets either.
Quit with the gaze reader act for once, will you? You don't know that. You don't know crap about me.
Oh, shit. The look Sepp sent his way spoke volumes. Ader sagged until his antlers touched his knees. He put both hands on his face and sobbed into them.
Am I a bad friend?
Oh. Sepp wouldn't answer for the longest time. She simply shuffled her body forward with all the grace the situation allowed and carefully let her head rest against his shoulder.
You're bad enough for me.
Ooh. Damn. Once more, Sepp surrounded the base of Ader's neck with her arms. Oh, whoop, I forgot what comes next. I promise I'm not talking about this. Also, Soul Taker. We meet again. Until we meet again. Good night. Good night, Soul Taker. You promise you're not talking about this. Okay. This isn't what you said I was going to really enjoy. Okay. Once more, Sepp surrounded the base of Ader's neck with her arms. Slowly, carefully. I need to belch. Excuse me. The boy looked down, finding her face so very close as the hands reached his head. His lips found hers through admiration, and desperation refused to let him go.
We can't. We gotta find her.
You know where she's going. Let her make things right. She can take care of herself.
You sure?
No, but I need you right now.
Oh my. This simple confession, a moment of lost vulnerability, was enough to make Ader's heart and senses melt into pure foolishness. The kisses made them stumble from wall to wall until they found themselves slipping back into the pool, sinking, but not alone.
Ooh, sorry. I didn't expect anyone here yet. Getting started without me, huh? Well, too bad. Uncle Gyoff needs to tell someone about his day.
Uncle Gyoff. Uncle Gyoff. Oh, of course.
Gyoff?
Fucking...
Ader? What brings you here? Who told you about this place? What did they tell you?
I should be the one asking that. What are you doing here, Bard? I thought you said this place was cursed.
Just to keep you away.
Yes, it's incredibly cursed. You should never come here again. And less so today of all days. I've been looking for you everywhere.
You thought I'd be in a bathhouse?
No, you thick skull! I got tired and assumed you'd be off somewhere frolicking with that beloved golem of yours. Right after I saved your butt, too. Ugh! Who let you in? Was that her just now?
Say, what? I wish. It's just you and me, Bard.
Ader? What's wrong? You didn't scream she's not a golem.
Nothing's wrong. It's just us friends here.
Oh shit. Gyoff watched intently as a pair of horns and a fluffy tail attempted to dive away from the scene. That's a good shriek. That's a good shriek.
I don't even know why I tried.
Bard, it ain't what you.
It ain't what you. Elvis impression.
Save it! I don't want to hear it! I don't want to know a thing about you two! No, you have to tell me all of it! Don't you dare say a word before we get home!
Oh, crime and
And
Italy.
for the love of Vitat, put something on!
I'll be very happy for the scene I get. Oh, when is the scene? Anyway, most of this is the same, but the scene after will be different. Alright, alright. Ader took a long look at the situation. His rundown shack, Yoff Sepp himself, the quiet breath that precedes the plunge into the depths of the unknown. Let's just read it straight through. I could just skip the red stuff and see what's different, but then it kind of fucks up the flow of the scene. So let's just see. Raise both his hands slowly as if trying to stop time itself.
Let's go over this one more time. No insults, no buts, no she said, I said. So you see, Mr. Bard, we're...
A pox! A pox on your house for stealing this poor lad's innocence! I should have let them burn you, you light-fingered tramp!
Wow. That is more intense than last time.
A fine insult for yourself, but what am I?
That's just a more hoity-toity way.
You are, but what am I?
A dunce is what you are! Both of you! I should have known his tears were the product of your evil arts from the very beginning, insidious corruptress! Backstabber! Strumpet! You knew my friends were off limits!
Oh, you have any of those left?
Oh, we're back to familiar territory.
Sure he does. He's got me, and I can promise you that Seb got no clue we knew each other at all. See, turns out I met her like a year ago, and I kind of helped her, and then we met again in the slums, and she offered to tell my fortune, and...
Fortune teller, yes, and I'm a gardener. In my many years working with tools, I've learned to call a spade, and a hoe.
And yet you still have the gall to call yourself both a bard and my brother.
Easy now, you two. That's not how bros should talk to each other.
Good thing we're not siblings then.
Oh, how I wish if that were true! Then I wouldn't have to bear the need of removing my eyes for having witnessed such a scene!
Always the drama queen.
You, of all people, should not be talking about queens, honey!
Honey! I still love that. That's great.
Then you should not be lecturing me on who I lay with. Or are you just jealous I got to him first?
Oh, again, we're gonna get ass-faced again. Here we go.
Oh, it's on, you little...
Can you two shut your snouts for 1 second?
Seconds away from writing, Honey! Oh, man. All the neighbors echoed the stuff with the far less gracious words. Ader pulled his hands back, little by little, shifting the remaining of it. So they both want to him. Well, yeah, we don't have explicit confirmation of that.
Yoff, we got something real important to tell you. So how about we all take a nice, deep breath and calm down for her?
Calm down! You should have thought of that before taking my sister to bed!
I wouldn't have even looked in her direction if I'd known that! I mean, to be fair, it hasn't happened once since I found out, so...
This was a recurring thing?
It's a long scene, so no worries if you want to just skip it. Okay, so let's go to the menu. Go to the menu. Skip. Oh god, I don't want to skip unseen text, so let's just skip. Okay, this is different. Ader made to lift Ader made to lift a fist in reply, only to be stopped by the gentle push of Sep's hand on his chest.
I burned him. On purpose.
Yeah. Though Ader was thankful for the sudden peace the gazelle had built upon just 5 words, he lacked any context whatsoever to understand the situation. Do. I guess the voice lines get fucked up when I do this. Oh yeah, there we go. This is difference. I say. I'm fixing to sneak out just right. Someone's gonna warn the rest of the city. Tell everyone who's coming to them. There's a whole darn lot of people in danger out there. I ain't even said bye to Aina. Aw.
Like ships in the night, Ader dearest.
And then we picked this one.
Oh, yes, of course. Run!
Here we go.
Have any of you seen Aina? Motherfuckers?
You're out here looking for her?
Oh, here we go.
Hydrate has been redeemed by Killer Trisket.
Drink water, everyone! The animations are probably going to be a little fucked up, but we'll live! We can do this!
That I am. I've walked half the city already. As messed up as it is, she's still basically a child in the eyes of the law, Ader, and her father's, if he had any. He desperately wants his daughter back safe and sound, and we're kind of short on hands at the moment.
Trace information.
First, it's Elbar screaming, "Send all the guards to find him! Don't come back until you bring me his head!" And then you have Red yelling, my daughter! Bring her back to me this instant, you wilted willow!" And who's paying for Illogram's overtime, huh? No one.
One of my favorite things with voice actors is to have them do impressions in voice of other characters in the same thing. That's just fun.
Speaking of which, it took me ages to get Red off that dog.
Skip. Send Aina my way if she drops by. I feel like she's due for a little reminder on the meaning of the words home invasion.
I just always love Travis making impressions of Travis.
Wait, Illigram, you can't leave for...
Have fun with your sleepover, kiddos. Don't forget to check for beasts under your bed.
And there he goes. Illigrab's chuckles could be heard well over after he left the Slander District. Damn, over a whole fucking district? God damn. Skip-a-doo. Okay, that's the same.
You can't stay here. You have to leave.
Hey, yo, I know that fucking voice. What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck?
I can't.
To be fair, you could hear my old car from 2 miles away, so that guy, that size district makes sense. Oh, yeah, true.
Ader.
I nearly had a cardiac arrest upon seeing the purple beads shining over him, and I was quick to shut his snout.
Boss, you're back!
Aina forced his mouth shut once more. Her eyes shone towards Sep, curled up in her own corner mere inches away.
This was no place to speak. Aina took out his hand and led him outside.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
They sat on the edge of the cliff where Goff's house rested, and the shitting bucket. It wasn't a tall enough hill to see the whole city, but the fires shining throughout the night in the market and the bigger temples were still discernible past the nightly haze. The chilly breeze that blew in the night proved the dawn soon had truly come and gone, and the northern clouds would be pregnant with snow in a matter of weeks.
I ever tell you I can see your place from here, boss? Sometimes, when I feel sad or lonely, I look over here and I think that at least I'll get to see you tomorrow.
Aina poked at her stomach with a smirk.
Yeah. I think about the taters, too. Darn, boss, give me a chance to be honest for once, will you?
I'm still coming back from that. It touched my heart for a minute. It like took my breath away. And it recoiled into a reddening little fur ball.
Of all the lies I tell, I think the biggest one may just be I hate it here after all. That was just me whining. I mean, look right there. I found a home. I built a new life from the bits that remained after I ran. I thought I'd be okay, but now everything's breaking all over again. And I feel like this gotta be my fault somehow. Like, serves me right, you know? I didn't see it coming. I didn't want to see it anywhere. I messed up twice. I don't deserve a third chance. My name should be the top of the beast list.
And I shoved her snout right in front of Ader's. Oh, 3 different scenes depending on your choices. Oh, lordy. Oh, the consequences of my actions? Oh, jeez. That's my least favorite thing to have to deal with. Her purple eyes glowed a warmer hue under the orange moonlight.
Yes, boss?
Oh. It sounded like she pulled a knife. She pulled at the sides of her mouth and smiled wide, showing each and every last one of her sharp teeth.
Yeah, I should have figured a ways back you ain't no dough, huh?
Her cheeks bounced back into place. She pressed her lips together until they formed a single line. Aina looked deep in thought for a moment. She grabbed Ader's right arm and moved it towards hers. It only resulted in Ader's hand covering her whole face. Aina looked down at the ground, searching for an answer she couldn't find in her head. Then, an idea struck her. Lacking any branch that wouldn't have been chewed into splinters, she grabbed one of her daggers and turned the tip to the soil. Scribbles followed soon after.
What's that? You making a cool Beastbuster weapon design that'll help us win? That's your secret, ain't it? You got some sort of magical hammer that makes you super strong?
Oh, brother. Flexed her arms and puffed her chest, showing off every last one of the sculpted muscles that lay under the bristle of white fur, as if saying, "These are my hammers."
Yeah. If someone strong as you still got to run from her problems, what hope do the rest of us got?
If Aina heard that quip, she didn't do anything to show it. Her task took priority, always. Aina's technique lay on the slow, methodical arts, calligraphy, carving, forging. Those schools that encouraged finesse in just a handful of movements, repeating the same steps over and over in order to polish the final product. Oh my, what is this?
With this, I mean to infer that the abstract circular mass of squared-off spikes she had carved into the surface of Darknet didn't quite look like anything Ader could ever recognize. But I imagine that's supposed to be Aina, given the spiky hair and the teeth. Oh, yep, pointing at herself. And yet its semblance was clear once Aina pointed at herself. Running from problems don't do much other than make you deal with them tired. That's a good lesson.
You? Oh, come on, boss. I don't mean to offend your drawing skills, but there ain't no way that's you. You don't look like that. You're a bajillion times prettier. Here, let me give that a try.
Ader stuck his tongue out as he set out to draw an Aina as painstakingly detailed as possible given the circumstances. Holding finer tools wasn't an easy task with hands like his, and much less when the artist's tool of choice was a dagger, but Ader did his best all the same. Man, tried. In the end, the figure looked remarkably nothing like the Aina he knew. You drew these with your left hand. That's a good way to replicate a difficult drawing. Nice.
What the?
Aina had never been particularly expressive, but she looked even less so than usual.
Well, ma'am, it is clear that if my life depended on my drawing skills, I'd already be dead. This don't even come close to doing you justice. Maybe it's just because I was trying too hard to look real. Here, let me try again from memory this time.
Ader closed his eye and lifted the dagger. Realized something quite odd. Try as he may to recall her image, he only just now came to the conclusion that he did not, in fact, know what Aina looked like. It's the curse, I swear. And now, having his eye closed for so long, while his brain struggled to recall this particular memory, well, his mind started to question what it was he had set off to do. It wondered if that time wouldn't be better spent sleeping, actually. It wasn't until he felt a weight climbing into his lap that his eye finally jolted open.
Boss? What are you...
Unbothered by Ader's many frustrations, Aina kept drawing intently. Oh, that's the patron, I imagine. Her rough circles and lines soon became the shape of a man with 1.5 horns, old and angry, with a mighty beard and a cane. That one was easy enough. Then 2 triangles came to join him, inverted one over the other, with only a line connecting them. Hey, Shing, how you doing? Welcome to the late night / early morning, whenever the fuck it is for you. Stream. Killer Trisket, that's your biggest annoyance is when people sit on my lap without asking. Yeah, I can see that. I'm not good with being touched without preparation or warning. Sometimes I'm cool with it. Sometimes I'm very not cool with it. It's a sensory thing I have. It took waves in the line of the wind to convey the message properly.
Ship?
Yep, that's a ship on the water. Oh. What is that, Bluey? No, like the long-ass nose. And drew one last thing besides the ship. Tall and long, sharp triangles on its head and its face. Only one person does it, but it still bugs the shit out of you. No, well, I'm sorry that happens. Draws a circle over the 3.
Your family.
Aina pauses for a moment to observe her creation. She nodded. She began scribbling letters on top of each drawing. Then she looked at Ader expectantly.
I'm sorry, boss. You know I can't read a thing.
Oh, hey! Then these are in the alphabet that we don't know. Still, that's fun. She nodded as if to say, I know. She pointed at the letters over the first drawing she made, then took the finger to her chin. It's like sounding it out.
Aina?
Aina nodded eagerly. She tapped several times over each symbol to remark where each sound had been pronounced. She nodded at the other creature beside her.
Eka?
Aina nodded again. She tapped her father's picture with the butt of the dagger. Started making noises again. The tendons in Aina's neck started bulging out. I was going to say, it kind of sounds like it hurts. She put a hand around the base of her jaw. Careful now. Holy hell. In a fit of rage, Aina sprung to her feet and slammed the dagger against the ground. Ader knew better than to even think of holding her anymore. She started jumping and swinging her fists, stomping all over the picture. Oh.
Whoa, it's okay. Don't force yourself, all right? You've done a lot already.
She's really trying. It quieted down after a couple of minutes. But the frustration hadn't gone away. It merely shifted to a different thought. Her efforts didn't feel like enough. Not nearly enough. Hoping to make himself useful for once, Ader focused his attention on the strange doodles looking at him from the ground.
You're going back to the ship. With your family.
And his ears shot up. She nodded. Then she plopped down next to Ader. Oh, it's this one. What does that mean? Oh, God, what does that mean? Did I fuck up? Did I do right? I don't know. Oh, God. If she's going back to the ship, I feel like that means I fucked up. No. No what? I don't know. Just different sub-scenes. So there's not like a good, bad, and ugly route. Oh, you're scaring me. And his ears shot up. You know, yeah, just different things happening. Are some things better than the other things? Makes me... I'm scared! And his ears shot up. She nodded. You're so mischievous. Then she plopped down next to Ader, letting her head rest on his lap.
You don't want to do whatever it is you gotta do you? But you've got to.
Aina nodded again, against Ader's chest.
That's one way to avoid thinking for yourself, I guess.
Ah, damn it. Alright. Ader and Aina jumped away from each other at Sep's sudden apparition.
Please, don't act so surprised. You could wake a dead man up with a whisper.
I don't speak that loud.
I bet Payoff would have kicked you out ages ago if he didn't work nights.
And it turned again to Sep. She pointed 2 fingers at her eyes and then turned them towards Sep.
You want to watch next time? Oh, dear.
Fucking hell. The world had never seen Aina sign a correction faster. She pointed at Sep's eyes and then back to herself. No. Sep heaved a long, indecipherable sigh. She dragged her hooves towards Aina.
You were asking me to read your gaze. Is that it?
Aina nodded resolutely.
Will you insult me again if I do?
Again? Boss.
Aina put a hand to her chest and made a face that screamed, I'd never! Convincing exactly no one.
No takebacks then.
Sep crouched down next to Aina, holding her knees to one side.
He must have mentioned he could do this too.
Yes.
Get a kick out of this.
He didn't mention. I thought it was absurd, even for him.
There it is. Aina's voice.
Even if it's true, I still don't want that nincompoop staring into my soul.
Ah! It's fun.
That's wise of you.
Yeah, mental grumbles.
I don't like this. How am I supposed to know what this Floss is hearing?
Take your time dropping insults. It's not like we had anything important to do in the morning.
You'll be far less a hurry when you find a knife lodged between your ribs at dawn.
See? I can make you be as eloquent as I need to. Just take a deep breath and think of what you'd like to say.
You're exhausting. I don't know how Ader puts up with you. But he does. So, please, take care of him.
I won't make any promises.
Nor did I expect you to. Since we're at it, I'm sorry I can't seem to remember you. I'd say I was important in your life, somehow. I'm sure I felt you were a huge nuisance, and I could use more reasons to dislike you. Next time, I'll ask Killicrab to share embarrassing stories about you. You'll be the laughing stock of the town before you know it.
Anything else?
Just one thing. Your ass is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life.
That's what you're referring to.
What?
And I need you to tell Ader that I...
Oh! Of course. After all of that, that's the line you cut away on. Damn, man. Seth pulled away with closed eyes.
No, you tell him that yourself.
There you go. There you go. Seth dragged Ader down by the arm.
Come on, dear. Time to do your homework.
Ader kneeled down in front of Aina, craning his head toward her. He opened his eye wide and held his breath in to the point he was completely immobile. Ader had to take a hand to his face at last when tears started peeking out of the corner of his eye.
I'm sorry. I'm trying my best, but I can't hear anything.
Because you wasn't saying anything.
Then perhaps you should be the one saying something to her.
That's a good point. The suggestion was punctuated with a wink and a soft kick in the tail. A deep breath preceded the declaration that would echo all over the hills of slander.
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. And I'll be back for you no matter where you gotta go. You hear me? I love you this much. And that's from one side of the world to another. You always got my love with you.
If it echoed from across the shit of slander, you were supposed to say that in your head. Hey, that's nice of you to say. Whoa. There you go. Well, goddamn, that's sunburnt from like a whole day in the sun, kind of sunburnt. Well, look at that. Aina's face turned a deep red, but not nearly as red as her face went when Ader wrapped his arms around her and leaned in for an unexpected kiss. Yeah, I really chose wrong back at the fucking damn thing. Shit. And his life seemed to escape her body. It was then Ader's time to freeze, thinking he'd done something wrong.
Woo! Bravo! Bravo! Encore!
If looks could kill, Aina would have slipped on a banana peel and stabbed herself. So she did the next best thing. Shit, I paused weirdly in the middle of that. She could immediately think of. She licked Ader's face before hurling herself down the cliff where he couldn't reach her, running for her life. I know there's been a lot of things about treating Aina like a child or like even a pet even, but that was some straight up middle school shit. Of course, they're animal creatures, so that makes it a little more excusable, but like... Oh, but that's sweet. So yeah, there's another path where Ader gets to read her mind directly. Oh. So I must have just chose, and another where a different thing happens. I guess I just chose the one where Aina has less faith in Ader path or something. Damn. I feel like I messed up. But cool. I'm glad that you pointed me in the right direction here. You did get to hear you talking about Sep's butt, so clearly this is the best one. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because, I mean, you seen you talk about it on X. Not the same as hearing you say it out loud. That is a whole different experience. That's something that is something to be treasured. I turned to look at Sep, speechless.
Why'd you do that?
You two give me anxiety.
Oh, yoy. Sep shrugged her arms behind her back, smiling with a level of honesty she rarely saved for anyone.
And I owed her one for before.
Well, thanks for the help.
I have a terrible feeling that we're scheduled to run out of that soon.
Oh, nice. Oh! 3 of hearts. Love doesn't need to be a two-people affair. I got an achievement. And by that I mean, literally, the person who made this game had to step in and tell me how to do this shit, so I got an achievement. guess I wasn't saving in the fucking page 1 properly. Well, I did it now. I just couldn't let you not see it. You know what? I'm glad you did that. I really am. I am truly thankful. What is this? Nothing. All right. I appreciate that. I really do. Are we really close to like a chapter break or like a really big thing? Because I've been streaming for almost 7 hours now. And if we're like really close to like a big... It's about 2 hours away from finishing your, at your rhythm. Okay, then I'm not gonna... I do not have 2 more hours of streaming in me. I'll save that for the next episode, for the next streaming session. I've had a lot of fun. I had one moment where I was about to just be like, you know, Sep is the death of me, but had a lot of progress here. I enjoyed it. I'm very grateful that you were here for this. This is the most recent save file right here. And we're going to go ahead and get to the best fucking main menu music. Yeah! Love that shit. I still got my theories on who this person is. Right now it's down to 2 people, but really, I think it has to be just one person. I think it's pretty clear who this person has to be. But yeah, I guess we're gonna find out the long way around. Anyway. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here. Thank you to everyone who has been here. Thank you, of course, to Maxi, to Dev for all of their wonderful insights and help along the way. And anyone who is watching on the VOD afterwards, I appreciate your support post-stream. And look forward to playing this next time, especially now that I feel like I'm just committing to doing this as a streamed thing. It makes me feel a little more at ease to just do it, you know? So, thank you all very much. Before I go, while I got you here, Maxi, on the VOD here, there seemed to be a weird little glitch with Aina's eyes at about 2 hours and 15 minutes-ish. Where they were just, like, closed for some reason. Don't know if that was on purpose. So, figure, I made a note of it so that I could either send you a message or whatever. Oh, that's an unfixable one. Well, it's short. It's the most common one, moving while blinking. Nah. Well, if it's either have that glitch or not have people blink, it's better to have them fucking blink. The blinking is a big immersion thing, so it makes sense. And that's the only time I've ever seen that. It's probably happened other times I just didn't fucking notice. I'm not with your game specifically, but in other games where they've blinked, if that's something that happens with coding, moving while blinking. But yeah, that's, honestly, it'll only last like a couple of dialogue lines, so, yeah. Guess you didn't change expressions for a bit, so that's why it was noticeable. It was just Aina going back and forth with this, like, kind of expression. But yeah, anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you everyone who was here, and, I guess we'll see y'all next time. Bye, everyone. Have a good morning. or whenever it is for y'all. Bye bye.